we are probably not, and we have some luck on our side after 6 years.
I actually did a little bit of a research, and you said that qualifying for this major didn't feel too real because you didn't qualify yourself. It was other team qualifying you for that. So the emotions here are a little bit different, right? But right now you're here in a cathedral of esports, of Counter-Strike. What's the feeling right now? What's the emotions like?
It felt a bit like I'm living a dream, that it's not real. And as you said it, I said it as well, that it kind of felt like not deserved, but we felt like I would rather qualify on RMR or whatever and just enjoy the moment with the guys, and also the big guy here out there just qualified us.
Shout out to Blame, he's just right there.
Shout out to the big guy. So I would rather fight it our way, but it still feels like until we play, I'll not believe it, and whenever we start the first round, I'll believe that I'm on the major. I'm actually playing.
This is pretty good mindset, I think. Kiserek, another hairstyle change. What happened?
I don't know, Seba cut me.
Did you lose a bet?
No, I was sleeping, Seba came with the machine and...
Why did you do that to him?
I didn't do that. I think
it's just so his head hitbox is smaller, so he doesn't get headshotted as much.
It wouldn't work on him anyways, so it doesn't matter actually. But I think he said something, if you make major, he will do this haircut. So he just, stands it for his words.
So he already believes that he is at the major. You will believe when the first game hits. I will ask you as well. It's been a turbulent season, rocky season. It's been on a good trajectory, but you started the season with playing open lands, and then suddenly an S-tier event, A-tier event, IEM Atlanta, which, by the way, you did not qualify to. You got there because someone else dropped out. And now you're at the major. So you have one taste of the full scene in a single season. So what's up with that?
I mean, it's nice, of course, and I'm happy to be the one that joined the team and broke the curse for sinners, basically.
You're the lucky charm.
Yes, I'm the lucky charm. Also, I was a bit cursed last year. If people don't know, I missed the major with 2 rounds on 9. It was again the big guy who I gave the major. But also I was with Fav in the team, and then Faven was with the big guy now, and he gave us the major, so we're
equal.
Yes, we are equal. Yes, I'm happy to be actually the third tournament in a row, the S tier. So it's really nice.
I will ask you before, from the coach's perspective, what's the difference? Okay, in terms of, or biggest surprise when you come to these big events, when you have to prep for these bigger teams? Is it exponentially harder? Is it somewhat similar? Maybe for some people it's actually easier to spot patterns. So as a coach, can you elaborate a little bit on that? How does your experience with S-tier event works?
I mean, it's definitely easier. If you look at these matches that are played on S-tier and the matches that are played in these online tournaments, it's completely different thing. Yeah? Here you can even feel the flow of the matches. You have the preparation. You know who you are facing. It's much better. Especially for me, to coaches.
I will ask one last question, because I actually thought about this on the plane here. Because of these best of ones openers, you don't know who you're playing in the second round for the load. And you therefore need to prep somewhat. I see analyst here is well with you. Do you use AI somehow in your, not necessarily for preparation, but maybe in your, let's say, training routines, or whether you need to determine something? Do you actually use this tool? Because it's been a buzzword for past year or so.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of industries it's a buzzword, but for me, at least for now, I don't use it, because I feel like from what we have and the system we are using, we are fine with our own experience and with our thinking, yeah? But, I see there's a huge possibility for it in the future, for these patterns and so on. I believe there is a use case.
Wow, this is not an answer I expected, but I thank you, Sinners. And I wish you good luck. First major for Sinners. Finally, another Czech organization is here. And yeah, lovely to see you. Let's see if we can find someone else.
All right, I got you boys over here at the pick'em wall. I want to know exactly what you guys think is going to happen in the stage 1, because it's always weird. It's always a little bit crazy. So 3-0s and 0-3s feel like the easiest place to start. Who you guys think are going 3-0 and 0-3?
3-0. Let's put us for sure. Yeah,
you kind of have to, don't you? All right.
For me, it can be BetBoom or GamerLegion, bro. What do you think?
Does the BetBoom stand-in situation have anything to change your mind?
Yeah, bro. It's true.
Might make them better though.
Bro.
I think we're gonna go with GamerLegion.
Yeah, go with GamerLegion. Yeah.
All right, cool. Bang. There's your 3 O's. Now, this is the sad one. Who's getting eliminated early? The 0-3 barbecue. Yeah.
Okay, bro. Let's see.
You can put
Maybe Thunder.
Okay. Yeah.
And now, bro, now it's hard.
bro. Yeah, it's hard.
There's 3 North American teams in there, and I just, you guys would know better than I would.
Bro, to be honest, I think. For me,
Bro, I have a doubt between Game Gladiators and Sinners, bro.
yeah, for me, I'll put
Yeah.
Game Gladiator. Yeah.
Okay. 0-3?
Yeah.
Dang. All right. I'm going to come over here on this side with you guys.
Yeah.
What's next? Let's go with the teams we think are going to advance. So the teams that are going to be,
Okay.
3
we
of them.
can put
It's 3, yeah? Yep. 3, yeah.
we can put BetBoom,
BetBoom, yeah.
Beach.
But wait.
Is
It's 3 1
yeah.
and 3 2 together.
Yes,
So,
yes,
okay.
yes. We can put
So it's 6.
B8?
B8, yeah. I think.
Heroic or big.
Hero-
True.
No, it's the same. So.
Sure.
I think big.
Have you guys practiced against Big at all?
I think no.
No.
Okay, they're kind of a mystery team. I got them going through as well. I'm really curious.
I think M80.
Ooh, some respect for the North Americans. Finally, we got there. Kind of the North American mix.
Heroic, yeah. I think Heroic too. And the missing
now
one,
it's
yeah?
hard, bro.
Ooh.
For me, I would put Tylo. But I don't know what you think, but I think.
Bro, I think Liquid, no?
I don't know.
Bro, it's hard.
It's a great debate going on right now. You guys are nailing it.
Bro.
Okay, let's go with Liquid. Let's go on you. Let's take Liquid. Let's take Liquid.
A little bit more confidence in that. Let's take Liquid, baby. All right, so this is who you got. This is what we got going through. So then these guys are going to get eliminated at some point along the way. FlyQuest, LinVision. Tyloo is kind of a maybe. We'll put him down there for you. NRG, Sinners, Sharks all gone. So you guys got no faith in Gaming Gladiators? Not the return of the legends? It's not doing anything for you? Not inspiring?
I don't know. I think they played 2 matches, and I don't think they showed the real game. But maybe now they can show. But I think they didn't have a lot of time to practice. So I don't know, because they changed very early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I like it. All right. Cheers, boys. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Good luck this week.
Hello, Nedik. Are you going to school today?
Yeah, we're off to school.
Is it a bus situation or?
Yeah, we just came off the bus, so now we're ready to learn.
This is school.
Yeah, this is our school.
Are you doing the learning or the teaching?
Bit of both.
Okay, that's nice. That's good for stage 1. Are you fed up of hanging out with these boys yet in China? Is it nice to actually not be in China with the team?
Yeah, of course.
The food, or is it the people, or what is it?
It's everything, and these guys as well.
Okay, that's great. All right. For the country of New Zealand, can you just let the people at home know that it is indeed different from Australia and give them 3 reasons why?
I mean, yeah. 1, it's a different country. 2, it's a better country. And 3, yeah, it's
Meat pies, bro.
meat pies are better. There's a lot of things better.
Yeah. Those are the, yeah. All right. And okay, great. Thank you. Do you know about this bag here? Do you know anything about this?
I know everything about it.
What's the go with this bag?
I mean, it's multi-purpose. I can demonstrate. Would you like me to demonstrate?
I would love you to demonstrate. Okay.
So you can just wheel it around, first of all. There's one side effect or downside of it is you get bullied a bit for having it.
Is it your bag?
It is my bag, yeah, and all my gear is in there. I do carry it around the airport.
It's a fish. So it turns into a backpack, it rolls, it has a handle, it has everything. That's very, look at this. So you get bullied for being efficient.
That's not right.
Yeah. So it's been going on for 2 years now, but it's all right,
You've never lost your gear though, have you?
Can't say I have.
It's not been broken, has it?
No, I never get a sore shoulder from carrying this shit around all day, so.
Okay, all right, nice. It looks like you've been in the gym a bit, mate. Have you been going with Justin or Aaron, or who's been taking you on your own?
Yeah, I don't know, just going to the gym with whoever wants to go, really.
All right. Who's your favorite gym buddy?
Favorite gym buddy in the team? Fuck, I couldn't tell you. I've been going with everyone.
Is it Mog?
Oh, the day Mog gets in the gym, fuck, that's the day pigs fly, mate. That's all I have to say.
Okay, all right. So thanks for the fun questions. Let me just scoot in here. I'm going to talk to Josh. Hi, Josh. Hey, mate. So we got a couple questions. I have a checklist that I have to go through today. I already know the answer, but we'll ask for the people at home. Did you boot camp?
Yeah, we boot camped in Switzerland, Logitech facility.
Do you know how many days? Not exactly, but roughly.
About 11.
11 days?
And then, yeah.
I won't ask how practice went because it doesn't really matter, does it? I'll ask how you're feeling about, we're in Cologne, we're in the nice hotel, the sun's shining, big event, major, pick'ems. A lot of people putting you guys 0-3. Form this year's been pretty rough around the edges. What's the general feeling of the camp?
I mean, it's just nice to be back playing a tier 1 event because obviously we kind of fell out of the circuit a little bit. Disappointing and loss in China, but we're looking forward to like showing ourselves here and proving everyone wrong. That's the main thing.
Okay, nice. Do you later? I'm going to do pick'ems with you guys. Now, as the leader, you get to nominate 2 of your teammates. Actually, no, it can't be you and it can't be Justin because you guys are going to be doing social. So you could nominate even Aaron if you'd like.
So I get to pick 2 people.
Yeah.
Yep. Mog.
You could. Yeah.
All right, I'll nominate Mog and Declan.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to keep working down the line here. Justin, we're next to a trash can.
Hi, buddy.
Is this to represent me when we play Face It?
Nah, surely not.
I did see you and Declan had one pop up on Lim's channel the other day. Did you watch it back? Was it an ancient game?
I think it was an Asian game, but that's the game before we crashed out a little bit on the next one.
So, so you won a game, then you lost a game?
Yeah, we don't talk about the next one.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, well, look, it happens, boys. It happens. Okay, so, Justin, I don't really have anything fun to ask you.
It's good. Go next person, Johnny.
Do you speak any Portuguese?
I don't really, but he's pretty good at it. You can go talk to him.
Okay, let's try. Obrigado.
Yo.
I'm sorry that you have to put up with these guys on a weekly, daily, and hourly basis. But is there a piece of Australian language that you've been able to pick up that isn't going to get this video taken off YouTube that you feel that you're able to share with the class?
Macca's.
Macca's, that's it.
Yeah.
Dude, we're doing sponsorships for the biggest fast food company in the world right now. You got anything else for us?
Yeah, but they don't teach me anything.
Reckon? You know Reckon?
Yeah.
You reckon?
Yeah, Reckon it's nice.
That's not a bad one. Yeah. But we need to get to the bottom of a couple things here. Now, I left the ones from Justin. I want to bring them to you. You and Justin were playing Face It for a bit, but then you keep dogging him for your Portuguese boys. And he confided in me that it really hurt his soul. So, I think here's a jab. That's Justin's defense mechanism. I don't know if you've learned that yet. You've had plenty of time to learn that. But so why aren't you... It's a compliment. Do you even know who Yam is?
Yeah, but you know that we are roommates.
You and Justin.
Yeah, and then he come to my bed and he starts crying and he's saying like,
wait, literal tears.
Yeah, and he starts, oh, play with me, please, Johnny, please do it. I need you. I need my confidence back.
He's right though. You're setting people up. You got the YouTube there. You're getting the all pound. You're finding opening picks. You're doing it all. You can see where the man's coming from.
Yeah, he just needs to do his job. Like, just play the game. You don't need me all the time. Okay.
Wow, I feel like we sorted something out here. And mate, I hope I got everyone else to take their badges off. Yours is on. So hopefully, Chris, our lovely cameraman, has been hot. It's too late now. All right, mate. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
I wish you the best of luck. I hope that we get to see you in stage 2.
Amen.
Thank you.
All right, what are we doing?
First change.
Where are we starting? 03 or 30?
You got to put the mic in front of his face, Chris.
Sorry.
We're gonna move these boys to just somewhere over here for now.
Yeah, those ones are good, I heard.
These boys are gonna have to go here, I think. And the reason for this, there's very good logic behind it. Every time people put us 03, we do very well. And I really think this is good.
Do you think this is like a scheduling thing so we can all go on the same flight?
It's also optimal, to say the least, I won't lie. Now we go to 3-0.
Who's good in practice?
Who's good in practice?
Who are the practice warriors? Let's leak it all.
I'm just going to say this one off the bat. I feel like Big should be 3-0. I just got a good feeling about Big. Any thoughts or feelings about that?
No, I agree with that.
You agree?
Yeah.
Maybe BetBoom
Yeah, no.
going through or not going through?
They're over there. No.
All right. And then, do we like this? I don't like this. No disrespect, boys. And I reckon we give Tyloo some love here.
Yeah.
Kind of have to. They've been slamming us.
I also think Liquid. I feel like Liquid just always find a way. Just always. To make it, you know what I mean? No, we need one more.
Oh, for 3-0, you reckon?
No, but like they should just be there and then we'll figure out who the 3-0 is.
All right, hang on.
Yeah.
We got to move someone.
Yeah, so someone has to go up out of these.
Okay, if I knew the first round matchups, let's move a little bit so in the light. But I think. All right.
What do you want to know?
Okay, I just need to know who is.
I knew these teams playing each other and therefore.
Who's M80 playing?
M80 LinVision, Sinners FlyQuest, B8 Tyloo, MIBR Thunder Down Under, GamerLegion NRG, Heroic Sharks, BetBoom Gaming Gladiators, Big Liquid.
Yeah, honestly, I don't mind the M80 3-0. Is that a crazy call?
I would have gone GamerLegion, but maybe.
Okay, let's go GamerLegion. Because GamerLegion are also very good right now. Do we like the rest of this? Do we like Heroic and Heroic? What are your thoughts on Heroic?
Yeah, I think they're pretty good.
Better than. Oh yeah, no, I reckon this is good. This looks pretty nice. We just need a. Is this all?
That's it.
Yeah, we did it.
Do you want to sign off to the camera?
Yeah, I think this might be a gold coin, diamond coin rather. Yeah, diamond coin formula.
I.
See you, boys.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. JDC, can I talk with you a little bit?
Of course you can. How are you?
I'm perfect. Actually, first time someone asked me that back.
Yeah, that is good. No, you should get asked that more often, I think.
Most importantly, how are you? Because home major, well, home, but obviously still German organization, German core. We're here in Cathedral. So what are the feelings?
Oof, I think the feelings are incredible. I mean, we've been grinding for this chance a long time now. And in the beginning, the odds were not looking so good for it. So we are even more happy that we made it. And now the feelings are just on, we want to display very good CS and show what we've been working on. Just try to focus on executing our stuff well and have a good time here.
I just saw someone else plugging stuff for you. You have like a personal plugin guy.
No. So that I'm just a little handicapped regarding going under the table, unfortunately.
What happened?
Well, I mean, we were on a boot camp and we were playing football as a team activity. And I stepped on a guy's foot on accident and tore one of my outer bands. But
wait, you stepped on his foot and your foot broke?
Kinda. I mean, I was walking backwards and he was suddenly behind me. And then I just tripped and kind of ripped my band.
How serious it is? Obviously, it looks serious, but is it like recovery is like, we're talking about months, weeks?
No, I mean, it will be fine very soon, I think. Like the doctor said like 4 to 6 weeks, but it depends on how fast it gets good. And I think I'm on a good path to maybe even take it off in a tournament, hopefully.
That's good. How do you think does it affect your preparation or maybe your play? Does it still hurt, or is it kind of just annoying, or is it actually hindering you in some way?
I think it's mostly annoying, actually. I think in terms, I mean, I'm very happy it's on my hands, you know. Yeah. So I'm able to sit. Maybe I'm sitting a little bit different now because I used to move my feet a lot when I play. I didn't really know that until I had this thing, because when we started like playing at home, I wanted to move my feet and I'm like, oh shit, it hurts, you know. So, but other than that, I think it will be fine.
It looks like you're about to go on the mountain and ski, you know?
Yes, I'm prepping. Everyone calls me Transformer now, so maybe that's my new name, you know, but I'm trying.
Transformer JDC. Okay. I mean, I love it. I love the positivity that you're even finding in this kind of stuff, but I heard that Thompson is not feeling that well. Do you think that might affect as well the game that is about to be played?
I hope not. I hope he will be fine until tomorrow, but some things you cannot control. And I think if you cannot control them, you try to not think about them. So I wish him a healthy recovery. And tomorrow, I think everyone will be there as good as they can be.
Absolutely lovely answer. Thank you for this. And I will let you set up. And is everything fine, actually? It seems like you're already... Did you actually launch CS?
I haven't launched the game yet, no.
All right, I'll let you warm up and make sure that everything is fine. Thank you for this. Benjamin, Blamev, can I talk to you for a second?
Sure.
I have a crazy stat that I just saw. Okay. The best fragging IGL by far on this tournament.
Who cares?
Who cares?
We'll see. We'll care if we go through, or you will not care if we don't go through.
I wanted to ask about the qualification. We spoke with Sinners, obviously you saw that, and they were really thankful about your performance in Belgrade LAN, which you won. Thanks to that, they qualified. you were also on the cusp of making it, not making it, very close, and you didn't play too many S-tier events or like big notable names throughout this career. Sorry, not career, but throughout this season. So what's up with that? Are you even like ready for this opposition? Obviously, you practice against them, but official tournaments are different beasts.
Yeah, I've seen people say this as well.
Yeah.
For us, if we could spawn in when we created this lineup into the big tournaments, we would have loved that.
Yeah.
It was not like we said, oh, it's going to be really nice playing all these tier 2, 3 lands and travel the whole world and not play the good teams. So we're hoping we can play more of the good teams, of course. But any chance we can get to play the good teams, we'll take it, of course. Like, we played FaZe only and we beat them. Of course, we already qualified there.
Are they a good team, though?
Yeah, I think they are.
I'm just kidding.
I think they are. But yeah, I think it was a hard grind to get to the major. Very small chances, and we knew it from the beginning of the year and all the way through that if we wanted to make it, there was not much room for any mistakes. Like we couldn't lose that many games, and we have not lost that many games actually this year so far. So yeah, we're very happy.
I mean, it is deserved major for you after all. So I just want to talk about your development as an IGL. Obviously, you're leading this team right now, switching to English, but you said something very interesting I saw today in the interview, that the person who told you a lot was actually your in-game leader in Fnatic, right? Fear. And he's this younger guy, not as much experience as you have, and you're still learning from these young players, which I think is super underrated quality as an IGL. So can you elaborate a little bit on that, how this all came to be, maybe what he taught you specifically?
Yeah, I think of course when I say that he taught me a lot is because I think I knew already a lot about Counter-Strike from beforehand. Of course, also learned a lot from Glay, for example, how to do with maybe more structure and stuff. So I think I've always been kind of like a structured guy. I think Danish Counter-Strike in general has been very structured. But I think what Fear really taught me was not only something I realized when I was IGLing, but also when I was just a player, to sometimes do these things that are a little bit more unexpected. I think it was in the past like a very it was like very pretty, my play style, very pretty, like how I like to view the game. Everything had to make sense in a lot of scenarios, there's flash here, let's do the smoke here, pressure here, like always. But I think he's very good at, like Fear is very good at going out of this like norm of what people expect from you and just do something that's unexpected. So even though it might not make sense, like on paper it might not make sense, but I think people get caught off guard by these kind of plays, and it's very common for the tier 2 or 3 tier 2 and tier 3 teams to make these things, but in tier 1 it's not that common, I think. So it's something that I learned a lot playing with Fear, and also in general playing in tier 2 in the last 2 years with Fnatic, or how long it's been like big in Fnatic. Yeah.
Do you think that textbook Counter-Strike is actually vulnerable? Like, it's so easy to read nowadays what is correct play that people are just anticipating it before you even call it as an IGL? Because this is getting really deep, but you seem like you're very like well-spoken and you want to talk about these things. So do you think this is actually hindering some teams that are trying to play too good CS?
I think the more you try to play good CS, the more you have to be aware of it yourself, that you're doing it, because you need to make sure that you are mixing up a lot of stuff. So I think when you're playing the good teams, they're a lot of times doing the correct things, but they're also aware that they're doing the correct things. So maybe they need to do it faster. They need to make it look a little bit different. They need to fake it on these things. But I think as long as you're aware of it, it's fine. But I think in tier 1, they still play very pretty CS in many scenarios compared to tier 2 and 3. I think they don't care about it that down there. I played some games where I watched anti-strat on them, and they do this round all the time, and sometimes like there's no way to do it again, right? And they will just do it again, and they don't care. Like they don't care about this, so they will just spam the same things over and over because it's what they're good at. It doesn't matter for them if it looks the same like the other rounds or whatever. So for me, I think we need to be aware of it for sure, and we need to have a better balance than maybe some of the lower tier teams in their regard. But that's why it's so fun to play the big tournaments for me, because this is what I'm used to playing against. I'm used to being able to watch the teams and then kind of know what to expect. It's harder in the lower tier teams sometimes. Yeah.
I remember some crazy stat one time that when I was still playing, that you were one of the most, like you spend the most amount of time on Skybox and 2D demo viewers. I've seen this stat that you were...
It was like me and Kita had uploaded, I think it was 5% of the total demos uploaded on Skybox, because back in the days when Skybox came out, you had to upload your demos. And after, I think like after half a year or something like this, me and Kita had uploaded 5% of all the demos uploaded. But we were watching a lot of demos in Complexity. I remember we were grinding very hard.
Is this still something that you're kind of fond of, that you're still watching this kind of 2D demo viewers? And because some in-game leaders, they lean away from deathmatch into just studying the game or theory crafting with the team, working with the team. But I honestly see you on the deathmatch a lot, so I don't know what's the balance here for Blame It.
Yeah, I think I play a lot. I think I played up until this page. I feel like I play like 3-4 faces every night, and I play like at least 1 hour deathmatch every day, and we're practicing every day as well. But I really try to watch every pro game there is, because I think it's also important that I understand that other teams will also watch this. I remember recently, I don't want to say, I guess it doesn't matter, but
Don't share. No. Well, actually, do share.
Yeah, I just remember like everyone had the same strat on Ancient where they did like some mid and B pressure, and they walked out A. And I saw Na'Vi was the first team to fake it, that they did it like differently. And then they, instead of like, they did the exact same round, and then everyone expected them to walk out A, but they walked out mid instead, delayed, because everyone knows like, oh, they did like this small fake, they need to walk out A now, because everyone was aware of it. And I saw them, they do that, and then I realized in practice, more and more teams started to do this against us. So it's very important for me that I'm watching all the pro games, because I need to be aware that what I'm watching the pro teams do, other teams will also watch it. So when these big tournaments are playing, and let's say Mouse are doing good with a good new lineup, it's important that I understand how they're playing and why they're doing it, because I will see the same tendencies from my opponents. So in the moment, very many times I can see maybe some different smokes land, or understand in the moment something, and I can tell it to my team without them having to watch it. So I try to watch all pro games on Skybox Edge. Of course, I'm just scrolling through it, quickly. I'm not sitting and watching 10 hours a day, but I will just make sure I'll watch all the games, especially if some teams are dominating on some maps, and try to understand why they're doing and what they're doing, because I think other teams will do the same.
I think we can turn this into a podcast very easily, but I think you just blew mind of a lot of fans, viewers, that how in-depth really Counter-Strike gets, and thank you for that. So a lot of theory behind that. I just see that you're having a config open with a couple of keybinds. Can you share maybe the craziest keybind that you have, the most used one, the underrated that you wish your teammates had but they don't?
Okay, I don't have any special settings. As you can see, I only have 8 settings. I don't even upload a config. I just copy-paste these 8 settings into my thing, so I don't have a config, but I like the radar bind. I think you have to have the radar bind. When you walk into a smoke, zoom in, make sure to see where you are. That's it, honestly. I don't have any special binds, nothing. Sorry for that. Nothing special to say.
Thank you for that anyway, and it was very good answer. So, I mean, radar bind is something that pretty much all pro players use and casuals don't. So if you're watching this, insert the radar bind into the console. Thank you.
Thank you, both.
Stage 1 is in full swing here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major, with 16 games going down yesterday. And Stico, in true best-of-1 fashion, there was a little bit of chaos in the mix as well, right?
There are a couple of upsets, and upset is the great word, because I think it upset a lot of pick and pickers, right? And it has to be coming from the teams from the land down under, especially Australian teams are making big swings, especially in these best-of-1s. They win both their openers games, but also there were a couple of moments where I felt like, damn, this team should have been doing better, and they're not. So, for example, MIBR fumbled a little bit, but then we had also some teams in a 0-2 bracket that I didn't quite expect there. Heroic, Sinners.
Yeah, and we also have a Tyloo and Gaming Gladiators in that precarious position, potentially the last time we see them in the server here in Cologne. But Stico, I want to talk about the positives. I want to talk about the teams that could potentially already be netting their spots in Stage 2. Who do you have as favorites in those qualification games?
Funnily enough, both my 3-0 picks are facing each other. So BetBoom and GamerLegion are there. And I'm actually thinking that this will be a little bit of a edge towards GamerLegion, because, well, BetBoom, they have the stand-in situation and they're playing a little bit more puggy, which is fine for Stage 1. And they're going to be taking away some wins, but it's best of 1. Now we're going into best of 3s, where these weaknesses are quite exposable, let's say. And for the second match is going to be B8 against M80. I think that is honestly a coin flip. They're going to be very close to one another. I'm pretty excited to see that chaos.
Well, let's not wait a moment longer to get things started. Let's kick it off at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026. It's day 2 of stage 1 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026. And that haul looking pretty ominous because as some teams will be booking their ticket to stage 2, others will be booking their plane ticket home. 2 gentlemen that aren't going anywhere. We've got Yanko and we've got Ash returning. Ash, it was an absolute pleasure to pick your brain yesterday. I'm glad this guy didn't scare you off. Did you have fun yesterday?
It's only day 1. It's fun, yeah. Intimidating, but it's fun.
What about you, Yanko? Kicking off Cologne Major again. It's nice to be back here.
Yeah, I got a bit of goosebumps, right? Being back, Cologne being a major again, kick things off with a bang, as you would expect. A couple of upsets. It's normal for this stage, this caliber of teams, and the best of ones. So, yeah, excited to see who can bounce back today.
Those pesky BO1s upsetting a lot of pick'ems, as Stiko just alluded to. Should we take a look at yours and see if they're still alive? Because I think mine are gone. Well, they're not totally gone. Okay, I'm going to admit something here. We did go out for a meal after we came for rehearsals and everyone was talking about the pick'ems. I did change my Gaming Gladiators for some reason to FlyQuest because of a certain somebody. I'm not going to incriminate who. So I'm out. I'm out of the 0-3s. How are you doing, Ash? You're also out.
Well, you see today I'm not wearing a hat. That is out of respect for all the dead pick'ems out there. And you could say as well, Ash, that's your fault. I copied your pick'ems on stream the other day. And I say, that's fair enough. If you want to send me an angrily written email, that's fine. That's ynk@gmail.com. And I'll respond to that whenever I can. That's ynk@gmail.com. And when I get a moment, I'll send a reply to it.
I'm still alive. I really need the GamerLegion to win and Gaming Gladiators to lose. Because obviously I have BetBoom as making it as a 3-1, 3-2 team. I think if they lose to GamerLegion, they'll be able to do that. And then the B8 M80 conundrum, right? Liquid MIBR playing each other as well. So a lot of head-to-heads for me. So I'll need a little bit of luck as well.
I was going to say, how does MIBR look for you right now? Yeah, okay.
I mean, not as strong, obviously, as I expected them. I had them as 3-0, and one of the reasons was because they were playing TDU in the first game, right? But I think the nerves came through for what is still a young squad, right, that only went international this year. And then even against Tyloo, they had a scare, right? Like they had a big lead, couldn't really close it out, went to OT, but then that's a good sign that they were able to get it done. And another tough best of one, you know, I think now MIBR, if they go down to that 1-2 bracket, it depends a little bit on the opposition, you know, like that's when the pressure really mounts. And I don't know if this young squad has enough at the moment to deal with that pressure.
I think we should talk about the 0-2 teams because Ash, you brought up a really good point in the green room. Maybe Heroic is a little bit of a surprise to see them in that 0-2 position, potentially being eliminated today, but it's not like you haven't been in that situation before. What did you do to turn around your fate?
Well, it's happened twice before. We've made it through from 0-2, and one time we didn't make it through. And to be honest, I think the main thing you need to focus on at this stage is keeping the morale up and just getting everyone together, because you are playing against a team that's also 0-2, and sometimes it's quite hard to remember that because you're so focused on yourself and you're thinking, what a terrible day, and there's the pressure and everything as well. So you're a very young team. I kind of want to see more from them, to be honest, because Nilo's kind of been missing completely. They've been very underwhelming. I think it's 8 out of 9 games have lost now, recent form. It's on Toby's a lot now to really lift the confidence up, make a good environment. And if they win, the bonus you can have is every game you play after that, you're playing against a team that's already lost. So there is some positive you can get out of that, but this today is a difficult one. They're very lucky that they're playing against Gaming Gladiators, who I think the less said about them, the better.
Maybe reevaluate your veto strategy as well. Feels like leaving your opponents their best map in a best of one might not be the way to go. They did it twice in both of their opening games against Sharks and Linvision. So yeah, I think Gaming Gladiators, a blessing that they're facing then. They're the team that's looked the poorest out of the field, I think it's fair to say, and Heroic should be able to bounce back today.
Let's talk about, well, actually, normally we kind of phrase a match of the day. I guess you want to phrase this as the missed match of the day. Ash, a game from yesterday, what kind of stood out to you for the wrong reasons, I guess?
Well, this is the game we thought had the most potential. And this is just kind of how things kind of went wrong for Liquid. So the rushing B here, if you want to go B, it's usually because you're hoping to run into one person. You run into 2, it's a bad call. You run into 3, it's basically the team's cheating if you play matchmaking. So for sure something weird's going on. So rushing watching B here. They also did a pistol round where they ran into 3 players on B. This game was kind of a non-starter just because, I mean, when you start like this in MR12, the game is pretty much over. And if anything, there's a bit of a fake comeback at the end. I think it was 12-5 or something. It just didn't get going in these MR12s. You need teams to split pistols, have a couple of close rounds. When this happens, it's just a nightmare.
This also feels maybe like when the prep comes back to bite you. You know, I think it was also a reset round, if I'm not mistaken, when this call came in. So you're really trusting it. If that's when you're calling it being down 5-1 right on the T side and completely backfired, and that's just how it is with these set calls. If you're wrong and you get the wrong read, I mean, it's just going to be a slaughter.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal for you. I just wanted to pick your brain on an individual very quickly. I'm just talking about Flammus because obviously GamerLegion is kind of where he made a name for himself, right? He was kind of put on the map for everybody after that Shanghai major. What was he like to work with? Because I spoke to him at Atlanta and he's so smart. Like, I don't think people give him credit for how smart this guy is. Like,
I think you're just surrounded by company that like makes other people really smart in comparison.
Just incriminating yourself there, Yanko. You're the guy I work with the most. But what is he like?
I was referencing Jacob, by the way.
He's a really nice guy, one of the nicest people I think I've ever met, really caring for everybody. He never stops talking all the time and lifts the atmosphere. I think one thing that stood out for me is when we were talking, I think it was in Shanghai, he was talking to Virtus Pro at the time. He came to me and said, Ash, look, Virtus Pro, they're interested in me, but I don't want to go because I think I'm not ready yet, and it's a big step up and all these players wants to play with. And he came back later, they went back to talk to him and went, okay, we'll give you this time, we'll give you this trust and everything, and then I'm checking 2-3 months later, he's lost all the positions and he's been benched as well, and now he's been stuck on the bench forever. But now he's back here, he's beaten Vitality already this year, standing in for BetBoom. He's changed his roles all the time as well. He's just a versatile player, really young, he's got a lot of talent as well. I think he's got a really bright future, but he needs to kind of get off the bench at the moment and get onto a new team.
No, it's an unfortunate situation I think he finds himself in. Shout out for BetBoom for obviously picking him up in terms of that standard situation as well. Speaking of individuals, though, I think it's time that we talk about our all-star rosters. Now, there were no rules for this. Maybe for you, Ash, it was just don't pick the entirety of GamerLegion. But for you, Yanko, who have you gone with? Who would you build a roster of players from Stage 1?
Yeah, I went for a mix of experience and youth. I know Rez is going to be on Ash's team. He thinks he's the best player of this stage. I think it's Insani, right? And especially with the way he's been playing lately and the form that he's had, I think is a great pick for those star positions. And then Oppers were a bit more difficult. I was in between like Klim and maybe Story. I think Story has a higher floor, but I think Klim has a higher ceiling. So I wanted that. I went with him. And then as the IGL, Snacks, the experience coming in, the calming presence, right? You need some of that veteran presence. And also, I just love Nav, man. I think his performance is a bit of a consequence of the state of Liquid and how it's been for a couple of years now, and not necessarily of how good he can still be as a player. And you want that guy who can just be a great closer. And then, yeah, I wanted to round it out with Malbs, because people tend to forget because of the later G2 stint, you know, how good he was initially on G2. And just as someone who can play the anchor roles on CT side, like not have too much responsibility moving players around, and then on T side just be a little bit of a turret, right? And there is some overlap because, you know, I would like to have him in the pack, but then you also have Insani there, you have Snacks and the Opper, obviously, so it would be a bit map dependent how you get him involved the most, but this is a mix that I felt, you know, good with, that it could mesh together and work potentially against tier 1 teams.
That's a fun one. I like that you've gone for Klim as well. That's a cool one to be picking. Why him over Story?
Yeah, I think just the ceiling, right? And he's young, like he will still get better and he'll still improve. And if we were really like going deep with it, you know, he has a teammate on this team as well, so you know that sort of chemistry would be helpful. But yeah, and also on the other side, like there's not a ton of Oppers at this stage where you can really be like, oh, this guy's going to be sick at tier 1, isn't he? Like Hypex has been decent too, like to mention him, but I don't know, just Klim's ceiling sort of is why I went with him.
You've really thought about this. Maybe you should try coaching one day. I don't know.
I'm good, thank you. This is pretty chill.
Ash, I just wanted to pick your brain on the whole like Malb situation. Remember when he kind of entered G2 and it was a whole conversation about, oh, one day he'll kind of he'll be the next Nico, right? Like, how did you feel about that, putting that kind of weight on a player when he's coming into, you know, first tier 1 organization? Really, like that's got to be hard for him to be dealing with.
No pressure, right?
Yeah.
Wow, so I mean, he came in kind of not as that player at all, though, didn't he? That's the weird thing. Like you brought in as one thing, and then hey, you're the new Nico. Like, I think this is unfair on pretty much everybody. So
similar to the Flamus conversation, like it's fine that the player changes position, but you need to suit his personality. Like Flamus is a talker, right? So he can play rotator roles and have those. Like Malbs is more of a quiet guy and like not necessarily as comfortable like telling other people what to do all the time. You can't just put him in and say, okay, now you're gonna play connector on Mirage and you have to call every round on CT side. It's like, well, give me a break, right? And I think he was the 12th ranked on HLTV that year when he played anchor positions on CT and was, you know, map control on T side.
Ash, who have you gone for with the strict rule that it can't just be GamerLegion?
Well, this is how it started for me. So I got told, yep, we're going to make a stage 1 dream team that needs to be functional and be in the top 10. So I thought, okay, I'll pick GamerLegion then. That's easy. All 5 players. And Phil was like, Ash, you're so boring. You're old. You're bald. And I'm like, hang on a minute. How about we pick either no GamerLegion players or just the core? And he was like, no, we'll go for 4. I can change 1. I thought, okay, I need to talk to some of these guys again, you know, because if I don't pick one of them, I'm going to have a talk again. So I went with Rez, who's the best player here. Sorry, Yanko. I've got the eye test, unfortunately, so it's going to go for Rez.
No bias.
And then I went for Hypix. I think he's been the best AWPer so far. Clune's been a little bit underwhelming in his first 2 games. I mean, the best of ones, but I like the way Hypix is playing, and I kind of want to pick aggressive riflers for this team. So a more passive AWPer, he's good at clutches, and then PR is my boy. I think he can play like kind of all the roles. A couple of poor games from
great year so far for PR.
Been up and down, but actually his last few events have been much better from him. He's finding himself. He would be the guy that's kind of, he's going to suck it up a little bit and play some anchor positions, but he's going to be that closer and everything like that. MPL I think has just been like very good so far, standing out. And then for in-game lead, I think Boomich is doing a great job. Snacks is there as well. I went with Boomich here, and again, if you have any complaints or anything, you can send it to my other email account, freyaSpears@hotmail.co.uk. I will reply to that whenever I'm not busy, which unfortunately, as a coach of FaZe, Aurora, GamerLegion, whoever else nowadays, I'm quite busy, so I'll be a bit slow on that one.
All right, rest your case as to why Rez is the best player of this stage. Like, it's all good talking about it. Give us some evidence, Ash. Why?
Well, I think that his decision-making is there along with the mechanics, and at this stage you kind of see one or the other, and I kind of want to highlight some rounds here. So this is a reaction towards an apartment spot. You see very quickly the Molotov goes down, he finds 1 kill, repositions on the bomb site, second cheating kill for the smoke, you report him instantly if you're playing against that. And I kind of want to just kind of break down how fast it is. So the smoke comes in, he isolates the Jules, and it's very common for the first player in an apartment spot to jump out towards the shot position, everyone else goes on the balcony, and he just knows this really fast. So instantly back, spam the smoke, check for the bottom 1, kill the other guy. And then in this situation here, it's a kill that looks like he shouldn't really have got it, but it's his movement that's really important. You see how he's kind of crouching backwards and going the back away, and for JKS it's an easy kill, but actually he follows crosshair, he misses 1 bullet, and suddenly it's very difficult because you're moving from the left, and now you're moving to the right, and Rez is just really good with this stuff, and also he can do things like this where he can just tap away. So he's really understanding how to abuse this movement, which Donk has made really like popular this year and made it really important.
I'm so happy he's here because, you know, in 10 years, I've never made a clip like this about Nico. So finally, like, I'm not the biggest glazer on this desk. I think Rez is I think he's a great player for a team like GamerLegion. I wouldn't put him on a contender team though. If we're talking about beating the best teams in the world, I think his ceiling is below that, but I think his floor is pretty high, and as a veteran rifler, so on a presence on a young team, I think he was the perfect fit.
When we're talking about, like, you know, improving as a player, like, obviously we always talk about the practices and the theory, all that sort of stuff, but like mechanically, what would you recommend people doing to just get better at mechanics, or is that something you are just born with? You're just gifted with that kind of mechanical style?
I think some people just for some reason can pick it up really fast. Like, I know that PR is kind of a person he doesn't even need to play that much. He just kind of has the natural ability to just snap onto people's heads, and maybe it's the simplification in his head of just I need to click on people, and just it's just more natural. Some people overthink it quite a lot, but you need to practice, of course, being more accurate. And I think with the mechanics, like watching your games back and looking in the Jules, am I moving in the right way? Is it obvious here that I should have wide peak? Should I have crouch peak? Should I be shifting here? Like, trying to question your game and apply the logic to it all the time, and eventually, like, it will come together. Like you saw here with Rez. Rez is not like crouch peeking, moving away for the times he's one tap in.
Yes.
He's just taking a long range Jules tapping. So it's lots of logic applied in there, and then the reps of just putting it in. So this is why it takes people 14, 15, 16,000 hours to get really good at the game. It's a lot of knowing the angles of shadows and how to take Jules.
Unless you're 9-10, apparently. Let's give you a chance to defend your case of just being a GamerLegion glazer, because you've actually looked at some MPL rounds as well. So this is why you selected him. What's so solid about his game here?
Well, so far he's been very good in these games, and I just want to highlight again the movement. So we see here, this fade in the smoke. He's moving whilst it's fading. He sees kind of, again, he's shifting back the other way to where he came from as he's fading the smoke. So for Mercury, it's very difficult because you're aiming in one position and suddenly the guy's moving backwards. Here's just two very clean kills, to be fair. Like second bullet, I think, for the first guy, and then quick transfer, deletes that, and from Messiah's point of view, Messiah, however you say his name, it just looks like you have no chance, and cleans it up even with a 4K. So this is kind of nice, showing his mechanics, but I think also, we have another clip coming up in a second, to highlight like his initiative. So in this round, it's a 4v3, the round's kind of cooked, and I think they talked about this post-match interview as well. Like he calls like the other teammates calling to save. He comes up, he sees that the player who should be holding the window, who was holding the window, isn't looking there. And you see the timing, Mercury was holding this position, and there's a little gap that he goes through. He realizes now he has the timing. So he comes behind, you see Messiah very quickly, that gap was there, and it was when he understands he's got behind him. Delete the first guy, no problem. Again, we're going to see this movement from Messiah's point of view. He just kind of shifting, crouching backwards, and then again, the understanding, pick the AWP up. They think the AWP isn't in play anymore. He's picked up G's AWP, he's holding this, a nice easy kill, and the impact's there from around. They were thinking about saving, and we heard in the interview.
Super clean. Jacob hates to see it.
Yeah, I know. He even, you know, he was seeding making that tweet, you know, about MPL, how he should be on the radar of better teams. You're not fooling anyone, Jacob. I'll tell you that. But yeah, when I was making my team, I was considering even like, because I also really like MPL and how he's been playing, I wanted to maybe, can I like mind game this and put him as the IGL and do something? But there was not enough space for all these players, you know, the same team. So he's been great, and he'll have to be great today if B8's gonna go through 3-0.
100%.
But probably you don't want to do that because then you're playing Spirit.
Yeah.
Pick'ems, though.
Think of the pick'ems, Janko. Think of the pick'ems. You guys at home, you have an opportunity to think right now because we have 2 games running simultaneously over on the B stream. That's going to be Sharks versus Limvision. We're going to get to hear from Koala, courtesy of Stiko. If you would rather hear from the side of NRG, we're going to be getting a few words from Nitro ahead of their game versus FlyQuest. That's on the A stream. If you choose that one, we'll see you on the other side of this break.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. One round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Hey Nitro, ahead of your game in this pool, I want to talk a little bit about yesterday, okay? How would you rate your performance as a team? And don't look at the result. Tell me your vibes, your emotions. What happened on the server from your IGL's perspective?
It's kind of been like the story that's haunting us recently is just like losing the big like 2v4s and like some clutches. But all the games have been pretty close. Like if you look at the results in the past few months, like all the results are pretty close matches and it could have went either way. If we were able to like close some rounds, but overall we're in good spirits and we feel good.
I think Desk mentioned it as well, that you guys have been struggling with one side particularly before the event, and there was like a big disparity in T side, CT side, but yesterday it was actually way closer, and obviously this is caveat, low sample size, just 2 best of ones, but is this something that you guys focused on, or maybe you are being helped more on T sides by initiative of the teammates because they're communicating better, giving more ideas? Is this something that you're feeling as well?
I mean, yeah, we like our T sides were dropping a lot. I think around Inferno was like Pro League or something, but in a couple months ago they were getting pretty bad, so we put more emphasis on it. They got better, and then our CT got a little bit worse because we were putting more time on the T side. So right now we're trying to find a balance of like how to make both of them consistent, because right now it's like one or the other, it seems. But yeah, I think during the boot camp, we put more emphasis on our CT sides, and it's been working out, and we feel a lot more confident on our CT sides, adding like micro details to our plays and whatnot. So yeah, I think it's important that we like have the conversation of how we should divide the workflow and all that. So yeah.
So dividing the responsibility, so to speak, right? I want to scope out a little bit and talk about the displays particularly for you. This is where you, in 2019, I believe, clinched the Grand Slam, the only Grand Slam for North America, done in 63 days. That is definitely not going to happen again. So you're the record breaker just by the virtue of, you know, the rules and everything. What does this change? How does this place affect you, performance, mood-wise? Is there anything that you're feeling a little bit more spiritual around this?
A little bit, I would say. I mean, it's kind of like the same vibes, same hotel, you know, same place and stuff. So definitely feel like comfortable in that. Like routine-wise, like getting into the game is easy for me. I was actually like thinking about, I was like, oh, I won like the tournament here, like, you know, like coming into the tournament, same hotel, we took the same train and stuff, same stuff coming into the tournament. Obviously different team, but yeah, I think when I saw that Cologne had a major, I was really excited. This, you know, it's like probably the best tournament, and now they have a major, so it's even more special. So I wanted to go as far as possible in this tournament, for sure.
In this CO run, I was on the receiving end of it most of the time, so congrats, but now it's time not to beat me, but beat FlyQuest, so good luck in this best of fun.
Thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
It's NRG versus FlyQuest in our first best of one of day 2 here in Cologne. Both teams with a loss versus GamerLegion and win versus Sinners to start off their Cologne campaigns just yesterday. Similar results, Janko, but how are these two teams different? What kind of stood out from yesterday?
They're both here courtesy of GamerLegion, right? Took them down both on Inferno, but I think these teams are a little bit similar in the sense of they have some veteran players, they have some talent, they have experience, right? But they haven't had the results lately, and they've struggled in FlyQuest's case to even play top tier opposition and get good practice in, and that's why you see sometimes the contrast between some good moments that come from preparation and practice and some poor Counter-Strike from situational Counter-Strike, and those moments where you're having advantages and are just not communicating very well and not closing out rounds.
I don't know what that's doing. Pam? Who's that? Never heard of her. Who is she? Anyway, yeah, let's talk about GamerLegion and the fact that they were almost beaten by FlyQuest. Almost, Ash. But it didn't.
Yeah, I think there was some weird game plan going on the T side, because they were kind of brute forcing B over and over and over, and kind of in Snack's style, they just kept doing it, even though it wasn't working, and eventually it did work. So it was a close one there. I think the game that was closer for me was the NRG one, because it all turned on its head with a forced buy loss, and at that point NRG had a really bad start. They turned it around, it looked like they were going to win the game. With FlyQuest, I felt like they were kind of given some rounds because their game plan worked better, and then eventually Snacks outcalled them at the end of the game.
Yeah, let's dive into some of those examples then from FlyQuest yesterday. You've got a couple to look at from both games, right?
Yeah, so example of good preparation, what a boot camp can do for you. First gun round, this is set in the game plan before the game started. If you're 3-0, we're doing this round. Top mid smoke early on to deny some vision. You're going to see 3B opening. Maybe they see this. GamerLegion, like a lot of teams, if you're down 3-0, CT side, Inferno, you're going to open 3B for that banana control. Just some utility smoke, molly HE to sort of try to keep them there as long as possible. This is a nice little HE so that JKS's teammates can walk through the smoke with vision, and then just the A execute sort of comes in. You can see that it's only 2 defenders in the bottom side as they're hitting it. Third one will have to come through the smoke. Not the cleanest of executions, but they get it done and win the round, right? And the GamerLegion players save, and that's it, and that's very nice. And we have another example of you know, how things can go south for them when rounds sort of break down. So here, early aggression from backside, gonna find a double kill, 4v3 situation, right? They have the man advantage, as we see Sinners going towards that B bomb site. They even have JKS on a flank, so they have them contained. They know where they're coming from. JKS going to find this kill and make it a 4v2, and now it seems like an unwinnable round for Sinners. But here the communication breakdown comes in, and individual mistakes. Natic giving a 1v1 fight in a 4v2 situation, big no-no. You see Inns do the same. Now JKS, and all of a sudden you went from a 4v2 into a 1v2 for Vexite, with Beastic finding the final kill, and you could tell the frustration also on JKS's face after this round. And these are just the fundamentals that come from rust, you know, not having the official reps in, maybe a little bit of nerves, you know, at the major and whatnot. And we've seen sort of the same thing happen to some extent even for Energy.
Yeah, and that's the thing with FlyQuest, right? That was a narrative coming into this is, okay, I think they were boot camping for a couple of weeks in Europe prior to this, but it's been a season of literally having to compete in Asian tournaments, right? Which, no surprises that you might be a little bit disjointed, a little bit outside of what's going on the server, right?
Yeah, I think they also mentioned that they've been doing theory whilst they've been in different regions, and I think that like that's the sort of thing you can't do on a server. And I noticed in their T-side Ancient, they had lots of nice rounds. It was varied and everything, and I think all those things you can do on an empty server with no position. But when it's like a 4v2, you're here, you're not playing much games, like you feel more emotional in some of those moments, and that's where you think, I have a timing, I'm going to peak, I'm going to be the hero now. And in a close round like that, it can kind of go the wrong way. So just lack of discipline. That's just from not playing enough, not analyzing enough of your games.
And that's going to be key for this map, because Mirage, a lot of it is going to come down to, you know, post plans on how are you going to handle things, how clean are you going to be in your retakes. And I feel like with the way these two teams have been playing so far in the tournament, it's going to come down to who can minimize the mistakes, right? Like who can mess up the fewest of those rounds, and the team that can do that will come out on top.
I feel like it's going to get a little bit scrappy. It's kind of classic in a best of one as well. Do you have a clear favorite coming into this, or do you think it's pretty 50-50?
Not a clear one, but I'm leaning towards the side of FlyQuest a little bit.
Well, Yanko has spoken, so maybe we should get the game started. It's going to be Jason and Dinko to be guiding us on through NRG versus FlyQuest.
Who does Jason have, I wonder?
Oh, don't you worry about me. Don't you worry about who I'm taking in this game. I'm just here for the fun. I'm here for the party. I'm here for the action. Yeah, I'm here for Grim. He's got that dog in him, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. Yesterday, he was quite beastly, Jason, especially in that second game, right? He was able to farm. He looked really strong.
Yeah.
I'm hoping we get to see that level of Grim today, because this is a conversation about NRG. It's like the move for Grim seems like it's a no-brainer. That move should make them better, but they've been struggling to implement him into the team properly. But when he's playing well, they look so much better.
Yeah, it feels like this team is going to kind of escalate based off him becoming the star player of this team. He's got the star roles, but it doesn't feel like he's fully taken on that like responsibility of being, I am the guy. Maybe we see it develop here in Cologne. Other side of the server, FlyQuest. Some of their impressive win yesterday, their impressive play yesterday to put them in this situation with NRG, and now we go live on Mirage.
Yeah, plenty of utility coming into this one for FlyQuest, heaps of it for Story, and Inns. We'll see what they decide to do as FlyQuest go heavy towards B. Bro's going to get up into the apartments. He's got the dual Berettas at the ready.
It's the bait setup with Nitro as well, so Nitro wants to take the attention. Sonic will have a fast rotation also from the window. Good kill from Nitro, nice bait.
Yeah, backs away. Now it sets up Bro. Can he get anything done with the Berettas? The answer to that is no. JKS able to take him down. We've now got Vexite moving into the site, and Nitro cut away from the defense. A quick flank from Sonic around the backside, but this really feels like this is where the round lives or dies for NRG, and now he's spotted.
Yeah, he has to get a kill from this flank. OC and Grim going to start making their move, but there's so many crossfires. They're going to peek out. Good shooting from Grim, and we're in a 2-on-2.
Yeah, Beretta is getting kills. Now Sonic pops out of the apartments. Okay, even though they know about Sonic, he still steps up with 2 from Apps, and Grim and Sonic get them back into the round for NRG to steal away the pistol.
That's actually wild. How does FlyQuest not get those kills? Grims goes untraded. Sonic saves the day. That kill out towards
Sonic
the corner.
one is the crazy one, right?
Yeah, well, he knows. I think he realizes when he's getting in this fight, he's coming on this flank. That play, well, let's start here, because this actually should have been a much cleaner defense. Nitro gets that kill at range. Man, when you see your dualies player close up like that in the position of Bro not get anything done, you're really, really worried. But that kill is everything, because he knows Story doesn't want to commit to the fight on him quite yet. So he takes that one window of opportunity that he has to have a quick shot and just drills it. Lovely pistol, but that's early frustrations for FlyQuest. Yanko just mentioned, like, minimizing the mistakes you're going to make. And that's a round that slips away from FlyQuest they absolutely should have had in their pocket.
Well, because they have some extra cash to play with after that first round, they at least get a Galil out in Tech9s and Kevlar, so they can go into this round with some potency available, and they're going to be going directly towards the A site with the 2 mid smokes now fading away.
A lot of M4s on NRG, so you're missing kits. There's only one of them available on Nitro. You're going to be missing utility to activate a retake if this hit is successful from FlyQuest. And most of your attention at the moment is pulled towards middle.
Well, all that mid utility's gone, and now you'll start to realize, NRG, that nothing is there. And it's going to be a direct hit towards this A site. So we'll see all those blue dots on the minimap start to move back in towards this A defense. And FlyQuest have got to go now. So they pop out of the palace, they drop into the site, they put flashes, layer upon layer of them towards Bro, and that holds him back. But Sonic's got the kill on JKS. So first blood drawn, that was the one player with the rifle. So now FlyQuest left with just pistols to fight towards CT. And OC's going to hold that range advantage, and he's got the help of Bro as well. Not even like it's needed, because OC gets all 3, and then Grim comes in for the final. So NRG do not concede a player.
Yeah, nicely done from them as well. No panic when the hit comes in, realizing they're out of position, also understanding they're playing retake, so nobody needs to try and do anything crazy. Grim just holding on to stairs the entire round, and OC with the triple. So you get the bomb plant, but I think you're feeling, if you're FlyQuest, it's not entirely worth the investment of the armor of the Tech9s.
No, you would have liked to have done
kills,
some
not limiting
damage at least.
Yeah, not limiting any economy from the NRG side. That's a painful loss, but at least you have the plant to kind of recoup some of those losses.
Yeah, plenty of cash built up here for NRG in reserve. That should only get better here if they're able to keep casualties at a minimum. And we were hearing Ash talk about it in the pre-show today, you know, highlighting some of the games for some of these teams in the opening. And the MR12 BO1s, when you start in a hole like Liquid did yesterday, it's so difficult to come back into the game. So if you're FlyQuest, you pretty much have to win immediately when these gun rounds start coming out and get some sort of foothold in the game, especially when you're letting NRG build a mountain of cash up.
I think the thing with FlyQuest is going to be, you know, watching that GamerLegion game last night, probably felt at various points like they should have been able to keep control and actually win that game and outlast GamerLegion and take that win to go 2-0 after their overtime victory over Sinners. I think, you know, like you have a situation where, yeah, I think they can dig themselves out of some adversity, but missed opportunities is the name of the game, it feels like, for FlyQuest, and we've seen the similar things out of NRG over the course of the past few months.
Slight block there, the smoke from OC, so he can peer over the top right of it. As they're coming out, so begin to spray away with his teammate in Bro. And together they've taken the first 3 kills of the round, but net tick, double deke inside of middle. Some damage at least being inflicted. But Sonic goes out, drops in, so it's all Netic, and then he gets peeked by OC. He'll take his second of the round. That's 5-1 start here for OC, 4-0 for Sonic.
I like watching NRG at the moment, these past 2 rounds, and granted they're up against pistols, unarmored in round 3 and armored in round 2, but they're being very, you know, aggressive at the point of attack. They're peeking, they're fighting, they're shifting over, coming up with plans. That's like a mid-round, mid-clear with 4 players kind of swinging from different positions. So I like seeing that out of NRG. We get the first look at FlyQuest's offense as the guns come out. Full buy for both sides. 5 AKs across the board. And a little bit of mid-presence and mid-aggression for the side of NRG. Sonic's got deep information. Bro peeking off short. But on timing of seeing nobody from FlyQuest swing top middle, they just kind of bail out of the setup. So no harm, no foul, just some spent utility. I think FlyQuest as well maybe put a little bit nervous on the back foot to start this round with that aggressive stance, seeing that smoke down underneath window, wanting to back off and let the aggressive stances fade away, but it's chewing a lot of time off the clock. NRG didn't get any kills for it, but I mean, this round is basically being played at the 1 minute mark now as FlyQuest make their first move.
And just going through the motions, getting utility in towards connector, and then boosting JKS up into the window room. While that smoke is still up, but it fades away now. JKS looks the wrong way, and that's gonna free up Bro. There's Twin getting the kill. Now Story able to find the follow-up at a 4v4. 35 seconds. Nitro coming forward. Ins gonna fall to nothing because he gets both kills and fells Nitro and Bro in one foul swoop. So you've now got Vexite stepping in, and much better here for FlyQuest in the killing department. You've got Sonic now, the only player that can do anything about it, and does not deny the plant, but certainly does damage onto the planter. And then catches Story under the wood. Information picked up on Ins, and I think Sonic starts to realize just how difficult it will be just to round this corner. So
he knows he's got the planter tagged up a little bit, right? That's who he's trying to flush out into the open. I think at this point, it's not so much about going for the clutch. It's get that kill and see what happens afterwards.
Go on, pause the angle, but he gets across. Gets by the scope, and a lot of damage being done here by Sonic. He's got a kid on his back, but no utility, time ticking. Oh, he's got an angle for a grenade. Utility all flies in. Sonic going to be forced off that defusal, but keeps them pinned, keeps them busy, and takes a few kills on the way out the door.
Yeah, not too bad of an attempt from Sonic, making it a little bit dangerous, a little bit worrying, but that's a nice round from FlyQuest. I mean, that's them looking at that early aggression, backing off a little bit, and never throwing an execute. This is FlyQuest kind of taking space, losing a player, but then just kind of sliding into spots, right? Like just walking up con, traversing in towards window room, walking up short as well. This is a nice opening kill, but Inns is the winner of this round. Just takes down the peak. The follow-up kill is unbelievable. Bro can't trade it off.
Yeah, it's crazy. Inns gets away with a second there.
Yeah, frustrating, I think, for NRG in that round. But again, with the way that FlyQuest played it, there was no indication of what was coming. Everyone was kind of silent on the FlyQuest side of things.
Well, great to see FlyQuest get that start that they were looking for once the guns come out. It was a little bit worrying when JKS in such a powerful position dies without a fight. But you've now gotten rid of all that residual cash that NRG built up over the first few rounds. So if you win this, you can break them and start really settling into this first half. Nitro being put under pressure at this B bomb site, but he's just going to respond with some utility of his own, and FlyQuest are going to start retreating those players back.
Yeah, didn't want anything to do. Just a two-man unit applying pressure to the B bomb site. I think they recognized Bro sliding over from short here in the footsteps. Don't want to commit to anything. Didn't get the fight they were looking for. And FlyQuest readjusts back into something a little bit more default. Again, right around the 1 minute mark. Two players top mid, Story and Vexite. Netic and JKS coming through the underpass. Inns is going to be waiting outside of the A bomb site. So it looks like Grim and Sonic going to get a little bit of love headed their way.
Oh, Sonic has that bottom con smoke. Will be broken open. His cover taken away. Story gonna make quick work with the Galil. 2 kills picked up. Good peek out from Nitro, but it's not enough to feel comfortable if you're NRG with the final 35 seconds. The pack of FlyQuest players inside of Connector and 1 inside of the ramp, but Grim has just traded position, walked right past him. And so Inns is going to go down. A strong position for Grim, but they're going to start looking towards him. He's alone. He's the only player here. He has to play his life. He has to stay alive and make it uncomfortable here for FlyQuest.
They think he's going to be in the ramp. They think he's going to be inside of a ramp. An aggressive stance, 1 for 1, but now the rotation is here.
Yeah, they're all towards CT, so Netic being sent forward. Flashbang up. Doesn't need it for the first, certainly needed it for the second. So it's JKS against Nitro. Nitro goes in, charging, not wasting time, but JKS tracks those steps, goes into the fight, but it's Nitro to win it in the 1v1.
Nicely done from Nitro. Calm and composed, swapping out to the AK-47. Good trade on OC's death. And the captain's going to step in for a big-time clutch. You mentioned it. This would have been a reset round, breaking the economy of NRG. So a huge save from Nitro to step up here in Cologne.
Also, Nitro was mentioning ahead of this game, the story for them has been losing the important clutches. And every clutch matters so much in these best of ones. And so Nitro's just picked one up for his team against JKS. You would favor JKS in a 1v1 against Nitro, but Nitro confident moving forward, getting into a strong position.
Yeah, I mean, I like the aggressive play, too. He knows with the bomb being planted, only 8 seconds left, it was likely just going to be a stick. So make sure he pressures forward so that JKS can't go anywhere, can't leave those boxes. The fight is, he dictates that the fight is going to take place at the plant spot. And very nice for Nitro. 4-1.
You've missed that chance to break the CT money if you're FlyQuest, and now you've taken the economic hit, so you're down to 2 AK-47s and pistols on 3 players.
Not ideal, is it? Not ideal in any way. But saving up a little bit of money for the next round. There's still money in the bank for FlyQuest, so on some level, a plant and economic damage here would be great. If they continue coming to this B-bomb site, I really want to see OC have a nice round with the off of short. He's going to be able to turn and help Nitro out, and Nitro's going to need that assistance.
And they come. Straight into the B side. It's going to be OC taking the first contact. JKS dead. Netic also, and OC's got a second. Finally, Vexite and Inns getting involved here for FlyQuest, but it's going to be difficult for them to actually get anywhere near the bomb site with that bomb because OC is still here cutting off the apartments and they're out of util. They've spent it all, so OC can't get flashed, he can't get blocked, and so he gets a free kill, leaving Vexite on low HP. And no bomb plant again here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, there's the round I wanted out of OC. Nothing crazy, obviously. Like a nice pistol rush, pretty simple. Oh, that sucks. Shot in the face. But just hitting the shots from short, getting that op warmed up, and the support over to Nitro is very well done. Now, Vexite can win this.
Yes, he's got time for it now. 45 seconds. So
it's the HP, man. It's the HP that's going to be really hard. He's got to pre-fire Grim's position.
He's got the AWP, and Grim's already in the market, so he's got up the angle here. flash into the market. I think the tougher angle is actually dealing with Bro here, just on that tight left with the AWP.
That's what I expected.
Yeah, and Bro's just going to be in such a strong position to close out that fight against Vexite. So yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for FlyQuest not to even get the bomb plant. So they're going to have a buy, but that would have tipped them just a little into a better territory in terms of being able to get more utility on Story, and Netic wouldn't have had to go to a Galil, but...
Well, they were trying to double push to peek the angle of Cat that OC was holding. You could see kind of Vexite with the Tech-9 just barely seeing his shoulder, but not getting a clean look at it. So they wanted to at least force him off the angle to be able to get the bomb plant, but again, OC hitting some nice shots in that round with a triple kill. So punishes him at the end of the day. First time out for FlyQuest as they talk things over. They had that like $1,000 to $1,500 residual cash in the bank after investing in the previous. So going to be able to bring out a pretty intimidating buy. 3 AKs and an AWP. Galil on Netic. But this offense has yet to get cooking in any significant way. 1 round win, 5-1, 4-round lead for NRG.
Yeah, part of the conversation around NRG as well over recent months has been their T side, so it's been pretty weak for them. They've been really trying to figure it out and improve upon it.
Both of them, I think, for NRG, we heard from Nitro. He's like, we're just kind of seesawing. Like, sometimes we put all the time into CT side and then they look great and T sides look terrible. Then it's the other way. So now we're just trying to find the Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, is there a balance we can find? Oh, so far so good on CT side, 5-1 up. Let's see if FlyQuest can get back on the board again. Been a number of rounds where they've just thrown utility middle and sent no one there. This time, a lot more pressure being put into middle from FlyQuest. 2 through top mid, 2 through the underpass.
NRG's tried to be disruptive and mess with this. Nades, last round they tried to break open half the smoke for Grim to get a good peek. They got a sound cue on the Molotov. And now information on ins at top middle. So middle of the map firmly in the control of NRG, but will it last as Story steps up to the plate?
Oh, they walk right into Con, so OC into the scope. Barrel spotted as well. The silencer of Grim just peeking around that corner, but it's pulled Story into a false sense of security as he steps into the open. Sonic's ready for 2, racing his way to a double. Now here comes JKS, trying to alleviate some pressure from Palace. Lands that shot towards Grim top stairs. Now Sonic has to come back into this with Nitro and recover a 2v3.
Yeah, and actually they seem a little bit confused on where things are going. Sonic picked up the AWP. Wants to get that shot, double scope, just sees the top of the dome, but can't land it.
And there's the flank coming in through the apartments. It's still a long way off over in that B site. JKS inside of Sandwich. Nitro slowly stepping towards clearing it. JKS into the open. Nitro wins that fight. Netic has to hold on. His teammate now arriving on the flank. It's the insurance policy. Sonic is preoccupied looking down onto default. But you've now got Vexit out towards CT spawn, and Sonic jumps up on top. Smoke is the factor here. He throws it down. He's going for the last chance on the defusal. Grenade into the smoke. Sonic going to be taken down by bullets instead. And a second round secured. It's close again from FlyQuest, but at least breaking through to the round win.
Yeah, now they've put actually NRG in a really awkward decision that they have to make because their money is right on the edge. So they're going to have to decide if they want to buy or sit one out here.
Boys, I just want to give us time to break the momentum and give us time to breathe, okay? I can feel like it's getting a little bit hectic right now and stuff, so just feel free to call what you want to do, Josh, but just take this time to breathe, boys, okay? It's getting a bit hectic and whatnot, so yeah, take a sip of water or breathe.
Aaron, long-time, or Azra, I should say, long-time teammate of JKS and Australian legend, I guess I would say. Coaching FlyQuest, calming him down. Now we have a very fast hit into the A bomb site. It's about to get hectic again.
Very hectic because Sonic has just taken 3 kills in quick succession. Sonic is having a great game right now on Mirage. 12-3, and he goes into the side of the smoke. Vexite going to be taken down. Nitro with a CZ through smoke. Vexite dead, Ins alone, has to pull off a wonderful clutch, and he goes inside of the smoke. He's still got his health. He's got another kill, and he's got that cover, but he took 90 damage through smoke again.
Man, NRG just trying to win the round right there inside that smoke, because you have an advantage. Why are we trying to just spam down? Now Inz has gotten a crazy situation where he might be able to steal it away.
Oh, but it's the damage that he takes, right? It's the fact he goes down to 10 HP in the last second, but he's picked up information on OC.
Yeah, but it's all about timing now. Like, now he's gotten away to the B bomb site. He'll have plenty of time to plant this bomb. OC's not going to realize it's at the B bomb site until it's already gone down. Nitro's far away.
He's got nades too. Smoke goes down towards short. Oh, but he steps before the smoke. And OC's going to love that.
It was always going to be tough, but yeah, that's a nice one to give over if you're NRG. You're loving the ease at which that closed out, because that clutch is feeling very tense for you in that moment.
Well, Sonic again, another great round from him. He really has been a really strong player for NRG since he's returned. And 12-4. I mean, this is a massive step up. He gets away with 3.
He plays some really scrappy positions as well. He's done a very good job. We saw him in the mid setups, the aggressive mid setups. He's that guy who kind of like swings between aggression, right? Based off who takes contact, looking towards underpass, turning to fight top mid. Doing very, very good in that role. JKS there head in hand, 6-2. Frustration for FlyQuest mounting as this lead continues to build. And Sonic's just chilling.
Well, Hero 8K for Story. Everybody going to be on Tech 9 here for FlyQuest. Not really catching any wind here. Just very stop-start. And the T-round success. Here goes Story down middle. That's the one. 8K gone. Again, it's Sonic just ripping the hearts out of their chests. Nothing FlyQuest can do against this guy.
Yeah, he's one of those players I feel like has those games where like you see him like when he starts having success with these kinds of pushes, it just continues to build and continue to mount for whatever reason. He's just so good at building some of that momentum. And obviously right now it's a nightmare for FlyQuest to deal with because he's taken 2 of you every single round at the very least.
Smoke fading bottom con. Sonic ready for his next fight. Jiggled out, got the information, doesn't put himself in harm's way, but Grim certainly does. He puts himself in a position where he's completely exposed. So again, it's Sonic you have to rely upon. He's having to deal with fights on multiple fronts. He's doing a decent job at challenging, but unable to get another kill out of it.
Boys, it can't be like this.
And yeah, you're missing out on a lot of opportunities here, but still a 2v3, it's doable. As Nitro slips into the smoke, Bro comes out from short, plant from Netic. Ooh, spam is coming through, and he gets it, but the headshot from Nitro at the last second will denial his reposition. So now you've got JKS, a 1v2 coming through. The M4 now picked up, and he slipped in behind them.
They're taking so much time, the smoke is going to fade.
Yeah, it fades away. Bro considers looking towards the jungle, but JKS does not peek. He does not give away the info easily, and now they're looking the wrong way. JKS out with 1, challenges against Nitro, but another 1v1 falling in the favor of the American.
Oh man, so many timings. JKS plays that so well, had their back turned twice and just couldn't get the double spray down. Nitro just moves behind the boxes. I think JKS thought he might have got him low, might have got him into red to switch out to the Tech 9, commit to that fight, but equally remember, bomb's no longer planted for him, so doesn't want to get into that game of is he defusing, is he not defusing. But another round that's so close that just goes against FlyQuest.
And you can't keep missing out on these opportunities, right? The fact that you're in this best of 1 territory and you're letting NRG pull away. They're winning these clutches. You're missing out on these chances to break them.
I mean, this is one of those games that's really frustrating if you're FlyQuest. Each of the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds of play have come down to 1 or 2 players surviving for the winning team. Every round has been close, and if you're FlyQuest, you're sat there feeling like this game is close, but the score doesn't reflect it. You're just waiting for that 1 round to turn the corner, and the really angering thing is you had it earlier, and NRG won the 4 spot.
Well, this could be it. This could be the round again, because NRG had to call a timeout ahead of this, and they don't have a lot of residual cash left over. So if FlyQuest can get the break here, they can still make something of this half. 5 rounds still possible.
Okay, well, we're going back to mid, 4 players. This time we're not getting that aggressive stance out of NRG. Sonic's not swinging for any kind of crazy fight at the moment, just chucking nades into the smoke, but the timing of this might just wreck NRG.
Look at this position. Inns just slipped straight through jungle. Sonic surprised. Inns couldn't double up, but Vexite's right there behind him. And now panic in the comms, I'm sure, for NRG, realizing, okay, we've lost a lot of the map very quickly. Nitro's going to backtrack. If he does, he exposed himself to that story AWP that's waiting for him. And Grim taking off top wood. So you have to rely upon OC to go massive. Now he reveals his position, and just the one. He's close to JKS, but Nitro wins the fight as Story sticks around. And look at the HP here for FlyQuest. Yeah. Nitro could clutch again.
This would actually be crazy if Nitro's able to come over and put this together. Very, very cool round from FlyQuest, but surely not another one with an advantage goes against them. And I think with a low HP playing this smart, JKS hiding up in Palace, Nitro's going to have to commit if he wants to clear that position. Vexite disappearing into CT spawn. Both of them not even toying with the idea of taking fights with this HP.
Well, they've got to be thankful that those utilities go towards the wrong positions. So low that at HE, if it goes towards JKS, the molly, it removes him, but it doesn't. So JKS comes out off Palace, eats the flash, but eventually gets that kill on Nitro, and FlyQuest have finally broken through and brought that money down low again here for NRG.
That was much more akin to their very first gun round of this game, where they just kind of walked into position and walked into map control without really indicating too much. Here they're just throwing out utility a bunch of different places. I think there's a miscue here. Sonic watching window. He's got a teammate up in the ladder room as well, so both of them watching the same thing. Nobody with eyes on Khan. I think it was OC's responsibility, and he got smoked off, so he had to move position. So causing some miscommunication, causing some mistakes on the NRG side. FlyQuest able to take advantage of it, and you've broken him again back to pistols.
Well, Sonic just nips in the 5-7, a quick opening kill. Even in these rounds, he's still a threat, and now he has an AK-47. Nitro steps up next with CZ, but spotted, and will retreat. And gets back to safety.
Yeah, I like that for the Mo. I can't believe Sonic still wants to fight. Playing behind the Molotov, though.
Let's see. Oh, can you? Oh my God, Sonic! That's nuts! He gets away with both and perishes in his own flames, but that might just be enough to give his team the chance. Now, they haven't been able to get better weapons, but that's huge.
You still have to play it so smart if you're NRG because of the pistols, because of the utility. But I think what you see right now, everyone hustling over to where Sonic gets that triple. Plenty of AKs on the ground there, so who cares? Let them take their time working into the A bomb site. We're going to have a 4-on-2, and we're going to have rifles when we come in for the party.
That's some action movie shit right there from Sonic. That's nuts.
I mean, he knows if he falls back towards middle, he's likely dead. There's going to be some kind of FlyQuest presence. He's unarmored with an AK-47.
I've got AKs now, Jason.
Yep.
Grim and OC have just picked up 2 AK-47s. This round is on. Ins and Story, plant coming through. FlyQuest have to pick this up. Sonic is about to be their nightmare.
Yeah, but you still got to play this smart.
Oh, steps up first, Grim. Alerts himself, but here comes the Palace play. Grim goes out first, the spacing not great. So OC's trying to spam through the wood now. Bro, he's got the USP, should take the next fight here. Ins does go down, USP's Ins, gotta be Story for the clutch, and the CZ from Nitro silences FlyQuest, and it's Sonic, who's just a superhero right now.
Yeah, he's having one of those games, isn't he? That's an unreasonable way to get a triple kill in a round like this. 2 force buys that NRG have won. FlyQuest have now lost 2 clutches to Nitro. You've lost 2 rounds where you have rifles up against pistols. This one has no armor behind it. This is just insane. You just don't ever expect it. JKS is chucking the flash for the end of the Molotov, and he's just, that is the craziest idea, to swing into the flames for the fight.
Last hope for FlyQuest. A 4th round, you can do something, but a measly 3 just seems so unlikely. And P7 for Vexite, Tech 9 for Netic, the rest on AKs. There's Bro. First kill's good. Vexite to trade it. JKS waits inside smoke. Body's taking tags. JKS on the hunt. Trying to spam away, but Grim's going to win that duel. Now Story's moved out into the site. Grim now gets eyes on it. Can he win the fight? No. Story moves up. CT spawn taken. FlyQuest into a 3v2.
All right, Nitro's still here. OC, behind him in middle. You can see Vexite looking for somebody. OC's trying to hang on. Nitro connects the spray, brought very, very low. But you still now have a 2v2.
Util gonna go down onto default. Netic is starting to burn, has to back away into the firebox. Story with the rifle, low HP. OC finishes him off. He's still got his health. He's still got the AWP, but he can't connect the shot, and Netic will grab a 4th. Yet to be seen if it's gonna be enough from FlyQuest, but it is the South African that has springed NRG to an 8-4 lead.
Oh wow, there's the first bomb frag. Hiko gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no health on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Hiko do it again?
Well, I was a little worried coming into this major with the results that NRG have had recently, but things seem to be turning around now that we're here in stage 1. 8-4 lead over FlyQuest in the break. Sonic, a life game, 17 and 8. This guy can do no wrong. Everything he chooses to do inside the server right now is going his way, and it's ruining everything for FlyQuest.
Well, it's MR12, Jason, and it's an 8-4 lead, and now NRG switched to the T sides, which they've been open about, have been a bit of a struggle recently. So it's not over just yet, but it definitely can go the other way. We'll see if FlyQuest can get a pistol round to allow themselves that dream of a comeback. And we're going to see NRG go heavy towards B, just like we've seen FlyQuest in that first half.
Let's see how brittle or how strong FlyQuest can be. Remember, they've had some heartbreaks. They've lost advantage rounds. They've lost multiple clutches. But now they at least got the attack coming right at this aggressive setup with Vexite and with Netic.
Oh, Vexite first off the Charon. Oh my God, off the ripper. It's going to be Bro taking that first headshot. Netic going to be taken down the bench, and a very strong entry here from NRG. That's 3 kills, clearing out the site, and Sonic is definitely not slowing down.
No, he's having no issues, is he? Happy to just step into every single fight. Fearless, he's been all day long, or all game long. So a 9-4 lead, the pistol round victory on the T side, the economic advantage. It's starting to look bleak for FlyQuest.
Oh yeah, that comeback dream becomes a lot more difficult to see happening now with this situation panning out.
Yeah, losing 2 clutches, losing 2 force buys, or against 2 force buys. It's been a very difficult game for FlyQuest. They've never got any kind of momentum. Sonic ends this pistol round with a quad kill, just because why the hell not? 21 kills now for Sonic.
Losing both pistols as well, Jason. Why that?
Yeah, we were gonna get there. Yeah. A lot has gone wrong. Actually, now that I'm holding tab, FlyQuest have yet to win 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
It's all been just isolated, and they've had 2 breaks, which is the crazy thing. Like, you felt like there was moments where FlyQuest could have gained control of this match and kept it close or taken a lead, and those opportunities just slipped away. Yanko highlighted on the desk, I'll bring it up again. The team that makes the least mistakes, the teams that, you know, that isn't causing the most, or isn't making the most errors, they're gonna have a great shot at winning this, and right now that's NRG.
Sonic isn't making mistakes, man.
No, he's making mistakes, they're just, it's fine. He's just getting that game.
Yeah.
Where you can make mistakes and still kill everything.
Yeah, they aren't punishing. One of those ins gone. Nitro over the top. Netic going to drop him on the 5-7 and spam down by Sonic, of course.
Oh, it is unreal, isn't it? He's going for 30. So Story and JKS at the A-bomb site. Nitro has called 2 aggressive rounds in this anti-eco over towards the B-bomb site. These guys have had nothing to do.
We were recording one of our podcasts with Flom ahead of this, and we were talking about NRG and our expectations of them. He was saying, you know, Sonic, the problem with NRG is Sonic is their best player and he's not supposed to be. That doesn't seem like a problem right now, I have to say. It feels like a very good luxury.
Yeah, I mean, the concept is like he's like the really aggressive like space taker, playmaker that kind of sets up the guys coming in after him. But when you have a game like this where everything works on the plays he chooses to make, so it's like you don't need the guys coming in afterwards. So he just gets to take all the glory today. 10-4. Double digits for NRG. 3 rounds away from moving into the 2-1 scoreline of this Swiss bracket. NRG yesterday going 1-for-1, beating Sinners, losing to GamerLegion. FlyQuest as well, beating Sinners, losing to GamerLegion. They've had identical first days.
In a way, yeah.
In a way.
But day 2, looking much better for NRG.
Yeah.
I got Sonic flying out. It's powered up.
I mean, that's the next thing that just gets hard is like, how do you wreck his confidence in this game? How do you stop him from being willing to just hard swing out into the open and take every single fight?
You've only got really a couple of rounds to do it. And Sonic with another one. JK is going to die. Bro's got the other. And Sonic not too far off, dropping Netic as well through that smoke spam. OC's with him. And that'll be 11-4 for NRG.
And not even inflicting a whole lot of damage in these two rounds after losing the pistols, FlyQuest. So money's going to be in a very happy place for NRG. So FlyQuest have to begin this comeback on Nightmare mode, where you got to grind down the economy, and you're going to be 7 rounds behind when you eventually get started.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see this game be as one-sided as it is. Nedic going out, he's going to get caught by OC. Not even allowed a piece of mercy.
It is the missed opportunities. It's like the gun round win for FlyQuest in round 4, but then losing in round 5 in a one-on-one clutch, and then breaking the economy and then losing to a force buy, and then 2 rounds later breaking the economy and losing to a force round, and then losing another clutch. Like, you've had the moments have been there. The opportunities for FlyQuest have been there. Capitalization and execution is not. Round 16. FlyQuest have their buyout, but it has to begin here. All in the hands of Story. M4's otherwise.
Util deployed into middle for NRG. Smoke towards connector and window as Nitro moves up. Vexite's just walked out. Bro's got that kill, so Nitro doesn't even have to reveal how close he is up short. Has to be reactions instead for Nedic, and certainly reacting fast enough. Story combining. Inns here holding out the apartment's push, and it falls to OC and Bro. So a strong hold here from FlyQuest.
Yeah, really good hold. Not really a whole lot of clean looks for the NRG side of things as they shift back to the A bomb site. Bro and OC hustling on their way over. Story, Inns, and Nedic committed over towards B. So just JKS here playing top con. Inns and Nedic can have support from short. And Bro needs to get this kill on JKS very, very fast. If you can knock him out and have an easy avenue into the bomb site with that kill, you have a chance. But a smart play from JKS to drift away and play it safe, preserve his life.
Molotov up towards jungle, flash towards the stairs. Bomb plant going to be coming in here for OC. You can't drop this if you're FlyQuest, and they won't. So Inns and JKS come in and clean up the final 2. And it will be the 5th round secured here for FlyQuest.
And a very clean first gun round for FlyQuest on the CT side. That'll give you a little bit of hope that they can make this work. Pretty convincing victory in this first gun round in the second half. Story gets to keep his op, upgraded to 3 AK-47, so defense is going to get a little bit stronger. You've chipped away at some of that money on the NRG side of things. Still going to have a very strong buy, still going to be able to drop with plenty of cash, but a little bit closer. No access whatsoever inside the B bomb site. Late play towards A in the 2v4 doesn't work out whatsoever. So Energy buy back up for round 17.
Just hitting the brakes for the time being here for NRG. You've got 3 players positioned outside of A, 1 in pallets, 2 at ramp.
They're giving some time for the defensive utility to get chucked out and burned. They're letting kind of milking those nades on the FlyQuest side of things. This is always, as you can tell, finished towards the A bomb site. Bomb is dropped there. Letting Bro have some time to try and find a kill, but that op scares the hell out of him. Good damage dealt. OC steps up next.
Yeah, Molotov's going to force him a little further back. He does take a tag of it as well, so audio cue given out.
Sees the trajectory, though, from inside the bomb site.
Oh, JKS actually steps out bravely into the fight against OC. Takes an op shot, but through those bricks. So JKS is able to take some damage on board, but remove the AWPer of NRG. Now with 35 seconds left, Sonic's come out with a headshot. Story's dead. Sonic's got another, and he steps out into the open, finally put to an end, but Vexite has to step up, and he does. He gets 2, but he's still hiding away. Bro searching for it. He's got 25 seconds. If he gets this, it's a 1v1, but the CT rotation has arrived, making this so much more difficult for Bro. He maneuvers it well. Big headshot. It's so close to Nedic, but just about standing tall enough to get another round here for FlyQuest.
Big save for Nedic. FlyQuest building back into this, and that's finally, I think, the opportunities for NRG to keep buying and keep challenging this gone to waste. Bro, a very admirable attempt. Lovely shot into the bomb site, but can't transfer over in time.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they had the information that both players were low. I think OC recognized that he tagged JKS, so they wanted to apply the pressure right there. Really hard fought to get into this situation, but a lovely clutch from Netic. Finally, one goes the way of FlyQuest in a 1v1.
Yeah, it's good as well because it takes everything away for NRG, right? They're just down to Deagles, so you'll see a 7th here coming in from FlyQuest. But still such a long road back into it. More buys you got to deal with coming up eventually here for NRG.
But starting to build up some confidence for the first time in this game. You know, the heartbreaking thing is this is a best of one, so you don't really get a chance to recover in the series. But probably for the first time in this match, I would imagine, we heard the timeout called by Azar earlier where he said it feels like things are getting chaotic, feels like things are like going too fast, everyone needs to calm down. It feels like this might be the first time where he feels like things have settled down, where FlyQuest can just kind of chill and play their game. So a lot of time being given for these Deagles to find some clean looks, which gives plenty of time for FlyQuest to chuck a flash and allow Inns to get a double kill.
Yeah, get Sonic up into the window, but Inns is waiting for it. Waiting for this push out from Sonic. Do some body shot damage to him. And just drop back into the murdered hole. And let Storage start to pick them apart. So 2 towards Connector, OC and Nitro both dropping. It's just Sonic who gets caught eventually by Inns. Goes out to finish off his prey. So 3 from Inns, 2 from Story, and a 7th round for FlyQuest.
Starting to feel like you're going to need a second player on NRG to step up along with Sonic now at this point to get this game over the finish line. He's still done some good work in some of your pieces and some of your executes, but you're going to need a couple more, one or two more guys to step up in those rounds to be able to actually secure the bomb site. 11-7. Grim towards the A bomb site in Palace. 3 players coming middle, OC, Nitro, and Bro. For FlyQuest, it's an aggressive round. They leave middle wide open, no presence whatsoever because they want to activate Inns and JKS down ramp. Grim is going to hear that from Palace and call it out. So NRG just falls right back to the A bomb site to see if they can exploit the information that FlyQuest gained. FlyQuest call nobody home, and you can see Inns, Story, Vexite all backing off towards middle without any presence from the T side. They feel like the attack is going to come elsewhere.
Execution flying through the sky.
It's all about how clean can you get through this smoke.
It's a much more direct hit from NRG. JKS starting to backtrack. Bro getting hit by utility, but he's already out. 28 HP. He drops down to the side. JKS preoccupied. So Bro able to get the trade. Needs a second, and he can't get it. In stepping up now, really looking much stronger on this CT side. He's going to do what he can, but trying to slip out towards the site with bomb in hand. And Vexat had already moved forward to get the better position. And FlyQuest starting to feel like they're actually in this game now.
Might be a time for a timeout if you're NRG. Have a little conversation, because these direct execs and hits onto the bomb sites don't seem to be working. They got mopped up at the B bomb site early in this half in the gun rounds. Now a couple times they've tried to hit the A site in these 5-on-5 executes, and it's just not going anywhere. Struggling to find some opening kills on them, and now might be the time where you kind of spread things out, play a default, look for some picks early on. You've been doing that regardless, but there's been nobody taking initiative or being proactive on trying to find like a 2-man play to get some map control, to find an aggressive player, someone from FlyQuest pushed up. Everything has been pretty standard out of the first 30 seconds. Pistols for NRG. Tech9's bought up with armor, Deagles, a little bit of utility to try and activate this team on a low buy. They won 2 of these in the first half, but this is a different FlyQuest, it feels. They've powered up during this stretch. It's been 4 rounds in a row for FlyQuest.
Oh, there's the peek out. Inns, good nades landing towards Sonic. Bro also dead, and FlyQuest started to get some confidence too, getting aggressive towards the ramp, and have just cut apart the game plan there of NRG. Yeah, immediately have to fall back to plan B, and I just don't even know if they have that available.
No, not in a round like this. Not with just these pistols. Like if you had a Hero AK, if you had an AK-47, a couple of them, you could maybe see yourself clawing a kill back and forth, but at this point with the pistols, you're kind of just going to have to commit in the 3v5. And poor fights everywhere you look. Grim waiting for the smoke to fade in Palace. Nitro's going to get flashed in by OC.
JKS. Oh, gets cleared. Good shot from Nitro. Good trade from Inns. Sorry, waits from Sandwich to Palace. The kill will ring out from the AWP. And OC up next. Good shot on the D goal, but is there anything else from the Dig itself? It's landing towards him, removing a good amount of his health. If you're FlyQuest, not looking to give him even a slight chance at this, and eventually bringing him down is Netic. So a 9th round for FlyQuest. They have found themselves a way back into the match. If they do this, if they can win this round, they're truly here.
Oh yeah, I mean this is actually crazy. I think you got to be really nervous if you're NRG at the moment. This comeback has happened so quick. 5 straight and really dominant. Not even really, I mean, 4 rounds in a row, not even close to a plant, not even close to the bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact that you highlighted it last round, the fact that these direct hit rounds where they're just hitting into the bomb sites, you're just getting broken the second you walk out the first choke point.
And they haven't switched it up still. It kind of feels in a way like it's all they've got. AKs are out. Now they're going to pick up the pace towards middle, jumping right through the smoke. Vexite is aggressive, but I don't think he realizes how... Oh, no!
Oh, Vexite is going to be so frustrated about that. JKS trying to pick it up, but Sonic has come in, and this change of pace here from NRG into middle has worked out perfectly. Nitro in the murder hole. They're not ready, and 2 go down. And we were talking about the comeback for FlyQuest, but they've been uppercut by this mid push.
Wait. How are they going to handle this situation? They don't know where Story is. So Sonic is just going to have to run far ahead of the bomb. I like this. Low HP, he'll clear things out. OC's following it up to come to the B bomb site.
Doesn't pull the trigger.
This could be okay, spotted. Now they know where he is. No reason for OC to spend any more time here.
Yeah, I can shift that bomb, and Story also took damage from Sonic, so he's just going to hold on to the AWP.
Yeah, but ooh, that was worrying me a little bit. If they had committed to that,
or
if Story had had the trigger discipline, let him pass. If Sonic hadn't seen him, that could have been real weird.
That is literally a jump scare from Vexite. Like, he jumps up, boom, headshot straight there. He spots him all up cat.
The reaction shot from Bro has got to be nasty. He pinned him against the wall in the middle of the air. It's crazy. Nice switch up out of the timeout from NRG, though, just cranking up the speed and the pace that you attack with.
If you're FlyQuest, the objective now switches to overtime.
Yeah, the nice thing, I mean, look, it's never going to be in a good position when your opponent's at 12, but the nice thing is that 5-round run at least got them close enough to where a 3-round run to force OT is believable.
Especially because the way NRG squeeze out another T round is by the fast play in the middle of the change of pace, catching the
and
ball.
You hit that shot.
That shot was ridiculous. Oh, it was literally the last second as his head was going back down again. And then Nitro gets the lineup as well, and you've just won the round with that.
On that rotation, you always feel like you have the time, but when your mid defense gets taken out so fast the way it did with the shot from Bro, with the trade in at the top con, you kind of lose the sense and the information of that scaling of how fast they can get in towards window room and be prepared for you at the murder hole. So a chance, perhaps the last chance for Azza to talk to the team here on Mirage in this best of 1. FlyQuest, they have 3 chances to force other time. Otherwise, they fall to the 1 and 2 scoreline in this Swiss stage of the Cologne Major.
There they go. Now and again, at least FlyQuest had plenty of money built up, so another strong buy to give this a good go to try and come back into the game again. It's aggression this time up middle from FlyQuest, and it's working out. Ains has got the first, the second follows, and Nitro falls down. We've got Story trying to hold on to this beat pressure, and they're already out the windows. They're already down into the site. JKS is out of position, but he gets back just in time from short to get that kill on Grim. So Sonic steps out. JKS has won this fight, and OC is left alone 1v5. So FlyQuest changed the pace this time. And NRG don't handle it. Their reaction is to try and get out towards the B bomb site. But FlyQuest had enough reinforcements of JKS coming back in on short to make an end to that attack.
It's the correct response from NRG to pick up the pace and go towards the B bomb site with that level of aggression, and they had the room to work with. I think they were a little bit surprised at how fast FlyQuest rotated and readjusted to close the gap. I don't think they were expecting those fights as soon as they hit the ground at the B bomb site, but that's where they were. Lovely shooting from Inns, good layered utility in mid for that piece of aggression.
This is it, really, for NRG, right? You've got a buy here, no money in the next, so this is the fight for overtime, essentially. FlyQuest can do this. They'll have a great chance to close it into the bonus rounds. The pressure again, fast up middle. Inns gets his gun out. Smoke goes down, and these last few rounds have just been an absolute brawl. This time, no early deaths, just early damage towards Inns.
Well, I mean, that's how it's worked on the T side for NRG. The kind of more calculated strategic rounds have gone against them pretty emphatically. When they've gone brawly, when they've gone just straight, fast, up middle, has been their most success.
Look at this from Vexai. He's pushed down through ramp. He's got a good position early on into the round here.
Now the question becomes for NRG is, do you have a game plan when you don't find kills off that very, very fast push down mid?
So you're closing the gap because Nethic's moved up into the apartments as well. He's not super deep in apps, but he's got a strong position. Inns is still in the window room, who's now just leaving to drift over to B. Well, you've got an aggressive ramp play, so you've got early information when NRG decide to, if they want to go for a split.
Well, FlyQuest is actually playing without intel at the moment. They have some good advanced positions, as you're mentioning, but you have no idea in the middle of the map of how they're grouping up and what they're kind of aiming for. Here's the salvo of utility popping right around the 45-second mark. Everyone has shifted away from the B bomb site, but now with Netic's push because of this position, now they have some true information they can act upon.
Well, Inns is coming back into the murder hole, and they've already got Bro in the window. Oh, this is going to be tough for Inns to make anything happen here. Even if he gets one kill on Sonic Crossing, Bro should just peek out. In fact, Bro has a chance for both, but Inns, quick reaction. So important, he finds that headshot. 4v4, FlyQuest trying to fight on, but Nitro's arrived towards jungle. Netic with an essential kill, but Vexai has died towards ramp. Grim turns and fights towards CT spawn, but it's a 1v1 for the map. Grim trying to close it. And time, just enough of it to put that bomb down for Grim. Netic, can he save FlyQuest? Can he give them one last chance? Grim taps out. Flash over the top, and Grim will close it for NRG. A 13-10 win for the North Americans. That first half was so strong, led by a brilliant performance from Sonic. It looked like it was all collapsing in the second, but not enough from FlyQuest as Grim closes out the 1v1 clutch.
Yeah, really nice. I think powered by Sonic is probably the key word there. He was a beast in that first half, and you could tell they needed that kind of a performance today. Lovely clutch from Grim to get him over the finish line at the end. FlyQuest, I mean, it's another one of those things where it feels like talking about them in the second half, admirable, was looking good, looking clean, building into the game, but the hole they were in that first half, so tough to overcome. And again, all thanks to Sonic.
All those 1v1 clutches as well from Nitro. Can't forget those two, right?
2 1v1s, 2 force buy wins for NRG in this game, a couple advantage rounds that FlyQuest let slip away, and that's the story for them, is the missed opportunities when they had them in this map, they were not able to achieve it.
And if you're FlyQuest, you had JKS in those clutches. You had the play you want in the 1v1s.
Yeah, you did. And I mean, look, that's the way it goes. Those are the breaks some of the days. I think Nitro played them very well, very confident. I feel like individually, NRG came into this game feeling very, very confident with the fights they're going to have. We got Stico down with Sonic after his electric game.
Sonic, congratulations, first of all. I don't know, I don't have this confirmed, but this might be career high, or at least for CD side career high performance. Tell me what is going on, why this happened to you today. Was just feeling it?
Well, I don't think it was my career high. I think I had a better half as Falcons. All right. Dust 2, I think I was 21-5, I think, against them. But yeah, it was a good game. I think I owe it to the HLTV commenter. He told me that he has a feeling Sonic's going to have a live game, and I read that, and I was like...
HLTV is always right? I have to ask about this play in Underpass, which kind of swung the whole game around. You burning in your own Molotov, was this intentional? Did you just mistime it? Because while burning full HP, you killed 2 guys, and those were kind of those important kills that swung the whole round.
Yeah, no, I calculated it because I knew I was getting pinched from mid. Because Bro was like in window, and he was smoked off, and my other teammates were like pushing up a B. It's the call I made. So I knew I was just going to get pinched. So I had a feeling they wouldn't just, they would probably be fumbling some nades around if I had my molly up. So I was just like, fuck it, I'm going to die. I may as well just go out with a bang. So I swung and caught 2 of them.
It worked out really well, but I have to say, because in the end it got pretty close, and again, the same situation that NRG is being plagued with, those T sides are a little bit rowdy. So how are we working on this throughout this tournament? I spoke about it with Nitro as well, but give me your own opinion. Are we sticking to the game plan, individual prowess, what is there?
It's a little bit difficult because, I think for us as a team, maybe the individuals faced a bit of pressure. Some guys... I'm the kind of player, like, I can't always, like, stick to the book. Like, when you're playing against an opponent, like, you got to tweak your strategy a little bit, maybe like change your timing on the strats and stuff, you know. And when people are timid, they tend to want to, you know, just stick to the strat like on the book. But that doesn't always like work out in the end, and you tend to look like you're playing a bit robotic. So I think that's a bit of the trap like we fell into this game. You could tell like FlyQuest had a very good read on like where we were going. We were running into the A stacks. We weren't playing the whole map out properly, you know. So yeah, that was a bit of an issue, but I think it's just a bit of nerves.
A lot of value from this interview. Let's see what the desk has to do with that, and enjoy.
You hear that, chat? Maybe if you say nice things about players on the forums, they might indeed come true. Things looking incredibly nice for Sonic in this one, as Stiko was just saying, an incredible CT side from him. We'll get into that insane moment in just a moment. But yeah, for FlyQuest, it looked like they were turning the tide. They made life incredibly difficult for themselves, Janko, and NRG capitalized on that.
I mean, they ticked about every single box of what you cannot do in a best of one. You cannot lose, you know, both pistols. You cannot be losing anti-ecos. You cannot be losing all the clutches all the time. And unfortunately, it was too much for them to overcome in this series.
Yeah, and NRG taking full advantage of that. Some great starts, some great moments from them. Ash, did you expect NRG to be coming into this one as fired up as we saw them in Sonic as well?
I had them down as favourites because they won the last game, and I also felt like they were better against GamerLegion than FlyQuest were. However, I don't think the best team won here personally. When you lose both pistols and you lose 2 anti-ecos and you're still in the game like this, like they only needed 2 rounds on the T side basically to win because of like the momentum they had.
Yeah, 100%. Let's talk about the moment from Sonic, though, because this was insane. Go, like, imagine having this audacity to go, I'm going to run into my own Molotov. I'm going to have the time to actually spray down 2 of these players as well. This is insane.
I mean, despite everything, it seemed like FlyQuest finally caught a break towards the tail end of the first half, right? They were able to break the economy of energy, and now you're looking at the game and thinking, all right, if this ends up being 8-4 all of a sudden, right, they might have a chance. If they win pistol and convert, they're right there. They've almost tied it up, actually 7-5 really. And Sonic just, you know, good spawn, 5-7, I'm gonna go down. All right, get the first kill. Not too surprising, 5-7 can get that done. And then as he said, he felt the pressure from mid, sort of threw the molly, just risked it in a sense, rolled the dice that they're not going to be ready for this. Caught incredible timing because JKS was also just throwing the flash, kind of expecting a player or knowing that a player is there, and he just beat them to it. And after that instant story, unable really to clutch out in the 2v4 scenario.
How tilted would you be, Ash, if somebody put that off against your boys?
I mean, that's the sort of thing that just kills the game for you. It tilts your players instantly. It's a huge swing round as well. Like, it's probably the worst thing that can kind of happen a lot of the time. So I'll be fully tilted.
And you could tell it from JKS's face.
Yes.
And man, they could have really used him to step up a little bit in that half. I mean, there were a couple of clutches in there that you sort of feel they're destined for JKS to win. He's done it so many times, especially the early one against Nitro, you know, in the reset round. I mean, that could have changed the flow of the entire game for FlyQuest. And unfortunately, you know, their players just couldn't necessarily deliver when it mattered the most.
That's the thing, like, credit to them for trying to put up a, I'm not going to call it a cosmetic comeback, because there were some kind of more compelling moments on that CT side, but the fact that they started off so lackluster, we can talk about it, Ash. You had a moment from that first half from FlyQuest where even if they had the advantages in certain situations, like more players remaining alive, still kind of slipped out from under them, right?
Yeah, things were just going wrong. So I think actually the NRG game plan was conceding middle at the start on CT side, and then later on coming back to fight it, and actually it wasn't working at all. I think this is one of 2, maybe 3 times where the trades go in favor of FlyQuest, and it looks like the round is just there to be taken. Go finish it out, and this I think it comes back to a 3-3 because of a very unlucky time in here where Grim finds a kill and ends. And it just feels like the decision making again, it's just off, because the reaction is good. Come to 8 towards CT spawn, and here you want to go plant default, make sure you can't die from the ramp, you have compensation. But it's strange because Vexite takes the path in where instead of using his smoke to like pass around with his teammates, he runs up towards ramp, but then he runs like backwards, not clearing it as well. And it should be just an easy plan, 3v3 CT spawn, and instead it comes down to 1v1 and they lose it.
Like, he seems completely oblivious of Grim, who's, you know, still alive, just killed your teammate, right? I mean, so yeah, just some communication breakdown lapses in judgment as well at a key moment, right? Like in a best of one, these reset rounds are so important, especially after you lose pistol, and then in that 1v1 in the end, just Nitro getting the better of JKS.
With FlyQuest now being in that 1-2 pool, how much is your faith dipped in them, Janko, considering you thought they could be taking this best of one?
I think it depended, you know, I said they had to have 2 wins from the best of ones, whether that's 2-0 or 2-1. I think in that scenario, they would have been able to make it through, but I think now having to win 2 best of 3s, and there's still some good teams that will be decent teams that will be in that pool or potentially in the 2-2 game, right? It just feels like they're making, you know, too many mistakes to be able to win 2 best of 3s in a row. And also we are unsure about the depth of their map pool, right? At the moment, like, granted that they did play 3 different maps already in these best of ones, but, you know, they did lose 2 of them.
Well, best of one haters, you can almost rejoice because we've only got one more coming your way. That's going to be going down after the break between Liquid and MIBR right here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026.
Bro, you're baiting every round talking about. I had so many trades. Trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable! Something special to pull up this decoy, and that's exactly what happens. Katowice! We are back!
Letney, the coach of MIBR, is here with me ahead of your best of one, the last best of one of this stage. I wanted to talk to you about yesterday because it felt like that was not the MIBR we know, and I wanted to ask you what happened from your POV.
Yeah, like it was yesterday was a bit like roller coaster of emotions. On the first game, I just felt like we were not in there, like present with communication, with individual decisions. We were not proactive, like in the map, and some individual decisions also like made the games harder. Like we threw a couple of rounds with advantage, and then it's B1, and they just kind of snowballed into bad city half, and that's it kind of.
Can you give us a little bit of an insight? What did you do or say to the team to make sure that into the best of 3s you go with a 2-1 score?
Yeah. Like, I wanted them to reset most mentally because, like, it was a tough loss. Of course, we expected to win this first game, like, a bit easier, but we got stunned, right? So I wanted us just to be, like, on the same level and with communication and to be present, like we were on PGL Bucharest, on CAC, like, so we kind of know what we need to do, like, in those situations. So I think we're also kind of growing and, like, it's just mostly for us, it's mostly about communication, being present, making pre-plans and being proactive. And if we are, like not good at this at certain point, like then we are struggling a bit.
I want to scope out a little bit and talk about your coaching profile because that is pretty impressive. You've been part of 3 big organizations. And when I look at the regions, every single one was different part of the world. So it started with Tylud and G2 Academy team. Now you're here in MIBR. Does this give you kind of a better understanding of how to build rosters from different regions, because right now as well you have different region and chaos to thrive in? So do you see this as an advantage, because it's quite uncommon what is happening with you?
Yeah, I mean, working with different regions, you can see like different cultures and how people are reacting, how, for example, like the way of thinking, the way of living, and like emotions and everything, for example, now like in Brazil, Brazilians are very emotional, and like when it, like I never felt this like in previous teams. This like I don't know how to explain, but fire, like hype, you know. But yeah, passion, I would say. And I mean, yeah, like it obviously gave me like some experience, you know, like. But I think it's international team, so it's kind of common.
Yeah, it's time to show that experience right now, though, because best of one ahead of you, and good luck. See you on the server.
Yeah.
Hey.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Stewie's on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds of blood at one! They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play! Stewie's won the round! We go to overtime!
It's Liquid, it's MIBR. It is time to dive into our final best of one of Stage 1 to see who will inch closer to that coveted Stage 2. I want to dive right on into this from maybe a slightly different angle, because we have the pleasure of having Ash, who was playing, or coaching rather, Shuei for a long time in GamerLegion. It was almost a year on that roster, obviously making incredible waves in Paris. But I just want to get to know him a little bit from outside the server, right? He was in MOUZ NXT, didn't get promoted to the main MOUZ roster. Why did you guys want to pick him up on the side of GamerLegion?
Well, it's actually that exact reason why you just said. I had a talk with him, and it felt like he had a lot of fire and motivation. He was pretty angry, I think, that Mousepart hadn't taken him. I think there's maybe some promises in there that they would take him. It didn't happen. And I just love that motivation side of him. And I think the way that they were playing as well, they were very successful, but the way they played the style, it looked like it's something that could transfer to Tier 1.
And it did, right? You made waves in Paris. Talk to me about that moment, that you knew you were making it to playoffs and then making it all the way to the grand finals as well. That must have been incredible for both of you.
Oh, it was magical, and then having that upset against Heroic as well in front of the crowd, and everyone cheering for us because they obviously didn't want Heroic to win, and we had Kios. That was, having that crowd behind us was an incredible experience, and I mean, he was a massive part of that. His calling was incredible for the whole event.
Was it surprising how well he was doing so early on, right? Because it was only, if I'm getting my maths right, it wasn't like, you know, too deep into playing too many Tier 1 events as well for him. Like, how did he keep so calm in that moment? You think anybody would crumble under that pressure, no?
I think he has a really good personality, for it to be fair. He's the kind of guy who it brushes off him a little bit, and I think he has that leadership quality where he's a bit of a leader of men, and you can see it in the server. Like, he'll say things, he'll hype his players up, he'll say like, I need this guy now, guys, and these sort of things. Like, he knows what to say to people to fire them up when you have a close game.
And then Yanko, MOUZ come crawling back, as they always do. They took him off you. Was that all right? You forgiven them for that?
Maybe.
But I think that's where we were kind of shocked, right? With the whole beginning of last year, MOUZ removing Shuei. I don't want to get into the reasons for that, but we were all looking at him and thinking, okay, what is next? Surely somebody is going to be picking him up. And I think that's maybe where we've been a little bit disappointed in this Liquid project, because for the name value, should be delivering more, no?
I think we were shocked by the timing of the change, because the season has already started.
Yes.
For one, like, why didn't you just do this during the break? But there's another thing as well. Like, your stock is incredibly high if you're an IGL and you're young and you're not a complete bot, right? And I think that's what made acquiring Shuei very enticing for a lot of teams. And Liquid got him on a loan deal, and after a month they signed him to a long-term contract. So they must have seen something, you know, in that short span of time that gave them a lot of confidence that he is their guy for the foreseeable future. And this was also before they made the coaching change. So, right, so Flashy comes in and the IGL is already set. That can sometimes make for a weird dynamic if you don't see eye to eye in the way the game should be played, right? And it's just been such a turbulent time for Team Liquid. They haven't had, you know, they're like the anti-vitality. We talk about the top 4 streaks, the historic run. Like, Liquid has the historic run of not making top 4, you know, at this point in time. And the one time they did at Fisher in Belgrade was Twisted's last event, and they were just sending it. Like, they were 0-2 maybe, or 1-2 in the Swiss, and they just decided, listen, we're gonna play fast every round, like on T side. And they made the semifinals by doing that, and just sort of letting caution out the window and everything like that. So it's definitely been problematic for them to find their footing and just find any sort of consistency in terms of results.
Just going back to the flashy point as well, did you always see eye to eye with Shuey? Were there any points where you kind of had to step in and go, hey, this isn't how we should be doing things?
I mean, this is always going to be the way it will be on every team, to be fair. Like, you want to have disagreements as well as coaches and in-game leaders, because if you're not having disagreements, you're not giving your opinion enough, and there's never going to be a time where you're thinking like, he's doing the right thing, or he should be doing more of this. Like, you need to be constantly communicating.
Wouldn't it be bad that sometimes you think he's doing the right thing?
yeah.
Sometimes some alignment would be nice.
It would be nice. Speaking of nice things, I was reading the NAF interview with HLTV before coming on set here. He was saying, nice to start off with a win, I guess, but like, bro, I just feel sorry for Liquid because like anything is up. Surely this is rock bottom. Like, surely what we saw in Atlanta, that was rock bottom. No?
It's hard to judge because they made a roster change, right? But just in terms of like looking at the body of work over the course of the last couple of years, like it's just been sliding around that bottom really in a way to the point where, no one really, we've even gone past like, oh, it's Team Liquid, so we always have expectations from them. No, like, you just don't have any more expectations of them, really, and it's up to the team to sort of earn it in a way, right? And then to get some good results under their belt, to actually just play some good Counter-Strike for starters on a consistent basis, where you can be like, all right, finally this is moving in the right direction.
I guess that's a question I want to pose to you, Ash, because sure, we saw Shuey having success with like the newer up-and-coming players, obviously coming from that academy, but when you look at Liquid, you've got your veterans on there in Elysian, NAF. Do you think, obviously he's got a lot more experience now since the GamerLegion days as well, but do you think he has the authority to be kind of dealing with some of those players that have really been there, done that, won here in Cologne as well?
I think having success with that Mouse lineup will have given him that authority, and they will be listening to these things, but there's so many different things that can happen. Like, you need players who kind of fit into the way that you want to call as an in-game leader, and if you've got full of players who, I need to do this, I want to do this, or I don't have enough of a voice, like if you don't get the balance of the lineup right, it doesn't really matter sometimes how good you are as an in-game leader, because the team is just built in the wrong way. And I think we even saw it last year when, the year before, so when Vitality was struggling, they had the pieces, Spinks was there, it felt like they were saying, we can't work with this guy, and the results for what they were expecting were really far down, and that little change in there, I know it's ROPS, which is kind of a big change, but it can make all of the difference because it just fits the dynamics that much more. So they should be understanding the more they're with him, what they're lacking and what they need to bring in, and that's up to the management and whoever's making the changes to fix that.
Balance is really important, but then there's also a case of, well, Mao's became better once he was removed from the team. Like, you had a makeshift IGL
to a point.
You had a makeshift IGL in Braun, but no, they were better. Like, they were more consistent. They were the second best team in the world.
Yeah,
they were not that with him. Granted, they struggled to win events, but I don't think they would win that Pro League if there was a Vitality of the caliber that no one is winning a lot of tournaments in this era outside of Vitality. And for me, it was always a little bit of a red flag. Like, if Maus removes him once the season is started, like that's a serious sort of conviction, that's a serious call to make, and what could be so terribly wrong where they decide to do that. So that always makes you, raise your eyebrows if you're considering and if you're a different org.
I love how the dramatic video music just came in for that.
It made your point a lot better.
Mirage, no surprises, a best of one favorite. We should probably talk a little bit about MIBR as well. Yanko, you put them through as a 3-0. Obviously not going to happen, but what have you got as a prospect for MIBR on this one?
I think it's just they've started to put things together. An international roster communication was going to be an issue. Alan Z coming in as an IGL, right? Like, instilling his system and his way of playing the game. Brazilians getting used to that, and it seemed like they were starting to hit their stride. I thought they had a good balance of playing events and then taking time off so they can review and practice. I thought they were going to get boosted by their opening game against TDU, right? And then that was going to help them get through as 3-0, and then also just some of the firepower, right? Like Insani first and foremost.
Yes.
They said maybe the best player in this stage, and Clem still maybe somewhat inconsistent, but when he's on, he's really good.
Well, we're fired up to get this best of one on the road. Jason, are you believing in a little bit more North American magic?
Well, I'm getting there. I'm glad that you're on the camera still, to be honest with you, for an extra 5 seconds. That was fun. Yeah, I don't know. Let's party. I like what I saw yesterday in terms of Naf and Elige, the top 2 performers for Team Liquid. I like that the veterans coming into this major and delivering amongst all the difficulty that this Liquid roster has had. MIBR yesterday when we casted their game, I felt like we lost the individual powers by like a really strict adherence to strategy and game plan. I'd like to see that change today.
Well, they're going to be going heavy towards B, so that is going to be the first call here for MIBR. But they're walking into a setup of Elige and Naf. Looking to hold on to this B side. Now Elige is out. Oh my god, Elige has got 3. He just ripped him apart in this pistol run on his own. That's damn quick. Team Liquid handle the B rush.
Oh, look at it too. Like you could see, he understands the situation. So many times when you see a player there, they can't hold back on that first shot. The player jumping out window. Elige just waits. He's like, there's a better fight coming.
It might be GG.
Might be GG. Is that the one?
When Elige starts strong, best of 1. That's it. He's feeling good. Everything for step 1's going well. Might be over.
Liquid, listen, Liquid have a magical way of, turning that on its head. But yes, I'll tell you as someone who stood behind the Liquid team, when Elige has a pistol run like that, it made me feel a lot more comfortable as a coach.
Yeah, well, let's see how he keeps it up. Or if he can. For MIBR, I think I came into this stage, and I think a lot of people did, with high expectations of MIBR. This is a team that a lot of people have had 3-0 after, looking at BetBoom and having to play with a stand-in. I think a lot of people went towards MIBR maybe as a team they felt more confident in. But yesterday, they just looked so flat, as you were highlighting. Like, we didn't really see that individual level that we know they can get to. We didn't get to see Insani play very well and Klim show what he's capable of.
Yeah, I think a lot of that confidence in MIBR came in the previous 2 events they played. CAC and PGL Bucharest made the semi-final, or got 4th in CAC. Quarterfinals at PGL Bucharest, lost there. But outside of that, it's been mostly kind of like regional qualifiers and regional events. So, I think people saw those 2 results and are like, all right, they've put it together after this long season, but it's just seeing some inconsistency right now with a team that has probably language, communication issues with all the different rosters, gone international, brought in some new people just 4 months ago. Good trade from Venom Zera, but with just the Glocks, there's really no chance at anything past a bomb plant, which does go down. That's very nice for MIBR. Yeah, they're going to love that.
All right, some extra money. They only lose ultimate. I think for Team Liquid, one of the weird things you see on Mirage out in Atlanta is maybe some of the more inexperienced looking plays came from the likes of Naf, and that was very strange for us.
I don't want to talk about that game.
but that's the last Mirage I have in my mind of Team Liquid. So I'm hoping things got sharpened up in between then and now.
Yeah, that was a brutal one. That was the one where they just that one against GamerLegion in Atlanta when Rez just walked out the B halls with a Tech 9 and just dry killed Naf and Elige, and I was just like, those 2 players, really? That's how we're gonna lose this game? Well, let's see if the fortunes have changed as they head into the major.
AKs are out here for MIBR. And they're going to go quite heavy towards middle. 4 players towards top mid at the moment. Klim going to be supporting with utility. Sending his players out around that top smoke. LNZ the first to wrap it. Go straight through the cloud. All the way down middle. His teammates starting to move up through short now as well.
Liquid's prepared for this. They don't have any crazy aggressive trap setup, but people in place to slide in to fight here for mid control. Ultimate blinded, but Elige over. Oh, that's a nasty clear from Venom. Nair's 2 more kills coming in from Liquid. Back and forth we go.
And well, Naf now MP7, trying to position himself well enough to take a further fight, but he just runs into the open, and Venom handles that no issue. So Team Liquid collapse on that B site. MIBR into a 3v2.
Smoke up in the window, Ultimate and Malb sliding over. There is a kit on Ultimate, a little bit more utility to work with, Flash and Molotov, but they're just going to have to make their play now, and already been spotted.
Now Ultimate's at least in front of the smoke, but that'll just cost him his life. Out goes Mobs. Oh, running out of bullets. Mobs able to get it done. 2 kills picked up. He has to go for the reload himself. Time is ticking. No kit on his back. He's got this 1v1 against Breno, which he will not win regardless. And Breno steps up for MIBR's 1v1 into their first round win.
Yeah, that's a big time clutch. Well done from Breno. Just holding the line. Molotov doesn't bother him whatsoever. Unfazed and drills the headshot. Very close round as MIBR runs out of bullets down the stretch to make that retake possible. Elige is going to be kicking himself here, feeling like he should have gotten at least 1. What a snap from Venom Zera. Naf under so much pressure, forced into the open, and Malb's unable to complete the clutch. But another buy for Liquid. They've got the AWP in Ultimate's hands.
Bringing the energy early on with their first round victory for MIBR, but They're going to be going, it seems, pretty quick towards this A side. They've got utility lined up, ready to go, and the smokes will start to fade away soon in middle. That top mid smoke fading now, the window smoke to follow suit.
It looks like there wants to be a point in this round where MIBR, once they get Insani and LNZ into a comfortable position where it's going to start looking like that constricting, that split onto the A bomb site through Con with LNZ coming. It's where Ultimate's AWP is positioned for the A ramp.
Well, they have got them into Con, well, LNZ at least, and now Morb's moving forward to deal with the ramp threat. He's only got the one. Trade out from Klim. AWP for Ultimate needs to chime in, and it's done so quickly enough there onto Breno. Now Insani has found the gap to move through into this B site.
Yeah, this is actually the next phase of the round. This is going to be MIBR going all the way back to the B bomb site. Naf is just sliding over now, but if he tries to force himself out of market and is unaware of the possibility, this could just be a free kill for Insani.
Oh, he looked away.
He's not checking, missed shots. Naf doesn't realize it, and now Liquid's got to scramble. 3-on-3, no kits, and you're not going to want to risk the AWP.
So you gotta rely upon the rifles of Shue and Elige. And the issue is here, that bomb is being planted now. You're still a long way off, and you've got no utility, and you've got no kit.
And Ultimate still hasn't budged from the A bomb site. He's starting to move now, but as soon as someone goes down on this flank...
Yeah, you imagine Klim gets one, at least. Maybe even the second as well. Yep, he's gonna pick up both Shue and Elige. That's the round dead. And you've got to go save this AWP here for Ultimate. So he's gonna march away, carry that scope on over. But MIBR, that's a strong start from Klim that he's going to be feeling good about. And a 2-2 scoreline now found for MIBR.
Almost too successful on that initial defense between Mobs and Ultimate at the A ramp because MIBR realizes they just kind of stuffed this attack. We can't get up Con. 2 players went down at ramp. We just need to back off and find something different. Naf had cheated a little bit too far. They fully kind of committed to the concept that MIBR would be committed to that A hit, to the A bomb site. And Insani finds the escape route. Really nice play from him. Plan B in the round for MIBR, and it saves the day.
Yeah, good to see Insani in the play to make plays, get space, and find the fallback plan there for MIBR.
You can feel again you're locked in, just like yesterday. Just keep it up, guys.
All right, Ultimate with the AWP. The only weapon that Liquid will have in the round. Smoked out in the window. It's going to get broken for him, but nothing to see on the other side. And Ultimate, really the only player has a chance of turning this round for Team Liquid. See where he chooses to get aggressive. MIBR out of spawn has called a heavy lean towards the B bomb site. Doesn't look like they're interested whatsoever in changing that idea. Bomb site's wide open. It's just Naf back in market, but the priority for Liquid will be keeping Ultimate's AWP on the board. So no resistance really at this B bomb site.
Well, the Utah flying into the B bomb site, no resistance whatsoever. So MIBR can have an easy time of things. Marching into the B bomb site, Venom Zero now going to be unleashed with a Mac 10. Can make himself some money. And that'll be MIBR taking the lead here on Mirage.
Yeah, 3-2. Very quick since the gun rounds began. Rattle off 3 straight. Money comes back for Liquid, so around this AWP they'll have the M4s. And see if they can change up how they want to approach this and put a stop to this attack from MIBR. Yesterday, MIBR lost to Thunder Down Under in their opening game, and then went on to beat Tyloo in overtime. For Team Liquid, it was beating Big in their first match of the day, but dropping a close affair on Dust 2 to BetBoom.
Let it go to Dust 2 against BetBoom, who...
I think teams are starting to learn that, right?
Yeah, they're
looking. It's funny, we were watching that
with
back at the hotel, and we had just got done casting BetBoom on Dust 2, and the question that Stico asked him was, why do you think they're letting you have Dust 2? Don't they know you're really good on it?
Yeah, honestly, I guess they're just also feel comfortable on the map, but BetBoom...
It's one of the issues for Liquid as well. I mean, we just kind of laughed about it too, going to Mirage. It's not like any kind of crazy win rate for them. 56% win rate in the last 3 months for Team Liquid, but it's the best win rate they've got in their map pool, which just isn't really there. Still trying to find out what their home comfort is going to be.
Yeah, you know, second best there is Inferno, 50% win rate, and Dust 2 at 36%. So, yeah, Team Liquid have been taking quite a few losses recently, as we all know. Insani going to be waiting around the top mid-smoke. Moves out after that nade break. In the meantime, though, some util and some players now dropping it towards this A site. You've got Venom Zera. who's leapt out of the palace, straight to a kill on Morb. So you've removed the default player, and now you've taken over the side. That plant's coming in. MIBR made this happen very quickly, and Ultimate couldn't get away, so he burns to a crisp inside a connector.
God-tier flashbangs from MIBR in this round. Malbs was so blind as well inside the bomb site. Wasn't even firing bullets as they streamed out of Palace. Couldn't see a damn thing. Ultimate so blinded he had to back off. Didn't even realize he backed off into a Molotov. This is a completely different style of game from MIBR than what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, I felt like they didn't have any ideas. They didn't know how they wanted to open up any rounds. Didn't have any ways to get some opening kills or an opening play. Now it's just been like grouped up, timing, aggressive hits.
Cologne just sent off to catch a couple more Liquid players with no mercy, at least. Naf being able to hold on to the AWP for the time being, and he will carry it over into the next.
Not dicey, though. That smoke was about to get broken open, and he was well exposed on the other side of it. So he gets out with the AWP, but nothing else for Team Liquid.
Here's the flashes being sent out. You see Mobs blind, as you were highlighting, Jason, and Clem's flashbang proves to be the God Flash.
Yeah, I mean, having those openings, that style of opening kill entering into the bomb site is just God tier. That makes the hits so much easier to work with.
Now a timeout taken here for Team Liquid, letting Flashy get on the mic.
Yeah, they need to figure things out quick or else they're going to get buried. We saw the difficulty that FlyQuest had kind of crawling out of a hole from the first half. Well, this is Liquid on the CT side now getting buried by MIBR. So again, you have that AWP that's brought forward. It's managed to survive the last few rounds of Team Liquid losing. And at least in this round, with some of the money built up and the losing bonus grown, you can put some MP9s in the hands of Elige and Naf around it. 5-7 for Shui. And you've got a few pieces that can work with that AWP to be dangerous. Problem is that the style that MIBR is playing, and they're bringing it out here again, remember, just staying grouped up, is Ultimate doesn't have any like real opportunities to get a pick and alleviate and make this easier for his team. It's just, you need these MP9s now to deliver for you.
And well, Elige is going to stroll on into the crosshair of Insani. Flash will set up Morbs going forward, P250, and Morbs has got both! Tries to get away, but his hard work is done.
Ultimate's here.
He is going to step to the side of that smoke, but the Molotov comes in to prevent that from happening, so it's got to be Shui, and that 5-7 rings out into the kill feed, buying time, playing his life, and Ultimate uses that distraction to devastating effect and puts Klim into a clutch.
Yeah, that is the exact kill they needed out of Shuhei, to give Ultimate the courage and the timing to walk through the smoke. Now he realizes that Ultimate is still there as well.
We've heard a lot about Klim. A lot about him. Expectations are high. Hasn't necessarily had the opportunity to show it yet, but now in a clutch into the open, and surely not. Ultimate backs away to the top of the stairs he goes, and Klim has to be precise, has to be perfect. Now down to just 2 bullets. Ultimate in the open, and the Opera of Team Liquid does pull through, does prevail, but Klim comes damn close.
They needed that clutch, Liquid. They absolutely had to have Ultimate deliver that to him. After the heroics of Malbs with the P250, Shui under the balcony, everything falling into place for Liquid. They needed that win. Perfect flashbang provided by Shui, and then he relocates underneath the balcony, and Ultimate is able to step through the smoke, save the day. Liquid right back in at 3-4.
Oh, but Klim does look pretty sharp right now, and he's got his hands on the AWP. See what he's able to do with it now. Heads out towards middle. He'll be checking towards connector, but no one from Team Liquid coming to challenge him just yet.
Ultimate starting to get mobile on the map, starting at the B-bomb site this time. Letting Naf stack towards the A-bomb site, playing inside the cubby. Hidden from the kill feed, Elige is going to be on short. And MIBR still yet to make a move, make a decision. Klim and Insani going to rotate back through T-spawn, joining up at the A-bomb site. Again, it looks like another hit of this A-bomb site. And it feels like at the moment, Liquid are kind of like more worried about the mid-pressure than anything. Naf has slid back to stairs instead of being in cubby. So Malbs is all alone and isolated when the utility eventually comes in, and this attack is going to be more focused on the players streaming out of halls.
Util goes in towards the A side. The pop is out. Malbs got the first, Naf on the follow-up. Strong start here from Team Liquid. Klim doing what he can, but it's not enough to keep his team competitive in this round. 40 seconds left, and Team Liquid at 4v2, and they've stalled out MIBR towards ramp.
Yeah, big difference now is the opening kills go the way of Team Liquid on these A hits. They're the ones peeking in during the execute. So Klim's got to back off with the AWP, caught in the open. LNZ was just about to shift back, but Klim couldn't get away. So 1v4, and Liquid about to tie things up.
And Ultimate just to peek out and get the final kill of the round in back-to-back. So that's going to be 4-4, a timeout force from MIBR.
Yeah, money's disappeared. Money's gone away for MIBR in those 2 back-to-back round losses. So Liquid have broken the economy, given themselves a little bit of breathing room. Very strong, convincing win there in round 8. And a chance for them to string 3 together, build momentum, and really solidify their stance on this CT side. $11 kills on Klim, 10 for Malbs. Those 2 players leading on the scoreboard for their respective teams. And this time, no one can get anything going coming out of Palace, jumping out with the execute. Flashbangs this time not blinding anyone. Naf is prepared for the fight. Stepping into round 9, it's a tie game. And MIBR are going to be fighting with pistols. No armor, just a couple Deagles upgraded.
These pistols move into middle as a pack. Shuey not wanting to expose himself to being peppered by 1,000 paper cuts. Just stays behind the wall.
Yeah, no movement from MIBR either. We're just chilling. We're hanging out.
Well, Shuey once again just peeking out for info. This time Malbs from Con will join him and display a little bit of damage towards Klim. It's been an enjoyable start to the game, to be honest, in both teams. There's been good individual moments.
I'm curious what MIBR is going to look like in their next gun round, right? Like these, now that Liquid's shown they can stop these hits, they've stopped it with a force buy, now they've stopped it with a full buy. In the previous round, like, does MIBR continue going with that, or do they feel like it's kind of run its course? Do they want to shift things up and change to something a little bit more spread, a little bit more default?
There's Malbs out, mowing them down inside a Con. That's going to be 3 for Malbs. He'll go again, and this time Klim is his victim. So Malbs on the cleanup takes 4 kills. He's 14-5 at the moment. We're getting to see a great showing out of Malbs.
Yeah, I'm down to do 9Z if you want again, John.
Okay. Nice. Shuey and John coordinating a little. I'm trying to think of the last thing I saw them do together.
Like I see we are just you know, like a bit going before the flashes. I see we are tilting a bit. Just bro, stick.
Okay, so a little bit of tilt showing in the MIBR side. I think Shuey and Elige, the last thing I saw them work in tandem was some aggression up middle. Didn't really work out. So Elige going to be on short. Shuey's dropped down. They wanted to swing and take a paired fight against anyone swinging out top mid. Oh, smoke break didn't work, and Elige never spotted it. And a perfect flashbang, and at that moment, Shuey had just left and evacuated out of Con, so he wasn't there to fight with Elige.
I mean, we heard Letney talking about the fact that they're maybe going 4 flashes at the moment. And
yeah, that one made him feel good.
Yeah, that one definitely was a good one. But also, if you think back to probably the best round from MIBR so far, was that A execution with Klim's flashes. And the flashes were the strength we were talking about for them. So MIBR just tightened that up. They're looking good in the flash department. Ready to go into the B bomb site. You've got Ultimate, who's backed off now to short, but his eyes turn towards the apartments as he realizes they're charging in. And Ultimate is picking 2 apart. Out of the sky, 2 MIBR players fall. 55 seconds left. Bomb going to be planted. Insani the man to confirm it. And now a 4v3 with Team Liquid having to recover this and retake this B bomb site.
I think they kind of know the position of Insani inside the site. They're saying one might have crossed over to market, but all 4 Liquid players are here on short, blocked off by this molly. Now, it seems a little crazy. So many players bottlenecked in one choke point, but MIBR will never expect this.
Flash goes around, LNZ dodges it, turns back, crosshair lands on Shuey, goes again, can't get the second. It's going to be Naf who keeps Team Liquid ahead on the player count, looking to clear out Insani as well. Naf doing some heavy lifting, but Klim back into the clutch, time ticking, it's gone. Klim's won it on his own, out from Van. He needed to get on the defuse, an extra insult to injury. It's Klim with the final headshot as well, down short. He is really showing us what he's made of here on Mirage.
Big boy round. The time was so deep into the bomb that Liquid didn't have all the seconds they needed to clear out every corner and every angle. They had to hustle to get that defuse started, and gives Klim exactly what he needs. Elige goes down, caught in the open, blinded as he's committing to a spray. Ultimate does everything he can to bring this round back into contention.
And then Naf, his 2 kills on the retake. You think it's looking like it's going to be enough. They had to get on the defuse. The time was ticking so far. That smoke was blocking them for a long period of time. And Team Liquid run right into Klim, who takes 2. But Ultimate straight back to opening. That's going to be Insani, who stepped behind the top mid smoke. It should be pretty safe behind that, but Ultimate is just blasted him right through it.
Yeah, I think Ultimate just took a shot. I think their window smoke was up as well. He just fired one off. Elige grabs a kill. So 3 players left alive for MIBR. There's the swing from Shuhei inside the flames. He just wants to survive and get away. Naf chimes in as the double up setup comes to fruition.
And much better here from Team Liquid. You're now down to just Venom, Zero, and Klim. The round has basically just started, but it's the AWPs that have proven very effective. MIBR's Bane. And I've got Klim who's going to play underneath the window, but he can't do anything about it, so he's going to slip away into the underpass. I mean, I want to see that from Ultimate's perspective, to be honest.
Yeah, like exactly how that kill came out. Maybe it got broken open. So 6-5, Liquid will take this lead. Snap nails it.
Oh, okay. 4 kills on the AWPs in this round.
That's a good piece of information over at MIBR. Unfortunately, I mean, well, maybe fortunately even, they're only on pistols, so against the double op, right? The solution usually get into the bomb sites, force those ops to retake into awkward fights. I think when you go to a low buy like this for MIBR with all Tech 9s and upgraded pistols, you're kind of thinking you're going to go fast anyways. Yeah, he just took a shot. He just took a shot.
Well, you're going to take that, aren't you? So that's giving Team Liquid the advantage, the lead of the game, 6-5, and they really should be taking 7-5 here. You've got MIBR on Tech 9s.
I like this. I think this is the right call, too. Get the Tech 9s, attack NAF. Your secondary opper, not as experienced with an op at the B bomb site. Usually, it's going to be one solo defender, just the opper, because they want that rifler to be able to shore up elsewhere. So NAF's got a lot of pressure coming his way.
Oh, he's sticking around. He really wants at least one jewel. Red is out. And he is going to lose his life quite quickly. Fastest rotator is Elige. He's right, but he's not in position. He gets overwhelmed. And now you've got MIBR flooding into the B bomb site. Felt like the most obvious idea that MIBR could have thrown in, but it's worked out very well for them. And Klim downrange with the deagle. It's going to be 6-6. Ultimate and Mobs have to pull off a 2v4 retake.
Oh, that was the one. That was an opportunity there that they needed, and Sani finds it coming through the smoke. That's Ultimate going down last. A brawl, back and forth battle between Liquid and MIBR ends tied 6-6 headed into halftime.
once again, the first base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double from Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole is save luminosity with the all play.
6-6 heading into the second half. MIBR and Liquid facing off. One of these teams goes 2-1 into the Swiss stage. The other goes 1-2 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026. This was a brawl between these two teams.
It really was.
Really, both these teams fighting back and forth through the first half.
It was very clutchy. It was individuals popping off. I mean, Klim obviously leading the charge here for MIBR, but you had Elise step up in the pistol round, then Mobs and Ultimate took over for the rest.
Look at the hard carry mode that Klim is in right now.
Yeah.
16 kills. Next closest is 6 on Venom and Insani.
Yeah, it's crazy right now from Klim.
Speaking of a brawl, it's about to happen right here.
Now straight away into a Shuei. Elise gonna get the trade, but Insani's next up. Elise gonna hand out a second kill in this pistol round. Nap is out from Palace, and that was the combination that won the first pistol here for Team Liquid as well. Nap and Elise stepping up over towards B on the CT side, now towards A on T side, and Elise is locked in, but finally stopped in his tracks by Klim, and then LNZ into the open. Ultimate hands busy. Mobs gonna get the trade, but he's now running away back turn, so Klim once again. Could it be another hard carry to a round win? He's up against Nap, who's hiding, cowering behind the triple boxes as Klim has a shot at this. Jewel Beretta is tracking him as Nap has slipped away, but there's a smoke and the bomb is not planted, but he walks into the open and the bomb is not planted for Naf, so he realized he had to be confident and step into the open, and Naf closes out the pistol round.
Naf needed to win that round because that round might have actually just destroyed Liquid if they ended up losing it. And these are the kind of the situations that I think have like kind of capped how good this Liquid roster can be, that makes it not reach the heights that it feels like this roster should be able to. Is what are we doing? We've just secured the bomb, so we've just forced the defense back. We're in a 4-on-3. We don't need to take this. Why are we aggressing? Why is Ultimate out in the open dropping his smoke? Why is Elige pushing in towards jungle? Boys, secure the bomb site, get it planted, and just play the angles.
All great questions, but Naf has just saved him. But MIBR with the damage they inflict, they feel like they want to go for this and get a good force buyout. So 3 MP9s, 2 the Eagles arrive. Team Liquid going to go for a simplistic hit towards the site with the majority of their players, while smokes are up in middle. And Shuei trying to join them from short. So he's already up here with a Mat 10, but he gets stopped by Venom Zera. LNZ has dropped Elige, and Team Liquid, they're crumbling as they try and get out towards the B side. There's too many players here for the CT side. You've got to start carving them up, but it's Brennan who's on the boosted position. This boost box is going to be strong until he's cleared by Ultimate. The Naf comes in with a headshot, and Team Liquid have recovered it, but again, it's down to a 1v1. Can Klim win this one? Again, it's against Naf. Naf had the better of him in the pistol, now looking for it again. I used the word brawl to describe this game. Well, again, it's continuing into the second half. Klim getting ever closer. Naf just waits at bench. Changes the position again. This time Klim's got it. Klim wins it. What a recovery. A 3K from Klim. And that might just be the one that breaks Liquid. You know, you win the pistol just about, but that round Klim is stolen away.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you just run right into the stack if you're Team Liquid. Yeah, you know, not even no finesse to it whatsoever. This is exactly what MIBR did to you in the first half as well. Like hitting into this B bomb site a couple of times, especially on low buys, but you just get stopped cold. Naf can't win this one. Klim is a monster, dude. He hits the long-range MP9 on Ultimate as well, all the way up towards the balk at the B halls.
A brilliant performance from Klim, who, you know, I said yesterday, I hope this is Klim's breakout event. Like, I hope the major will be his moment where he can show all the hype that's been around him, because he didn't have a great Budapest event. Obviously in the major last time, you know, went out 0-3, but he's actually showing us much more is capable of here against Team Liquid today. 21-10. He's got an AK-47. He's also the utility bearer. So let's see what he can do.
Maybe not a breakout performance yet, but certainly eye-opening. Doing to Liquid what Sonic just did in the first match against FlyQuest. No aggression from Liquid, staying far back with these pistols. It'll end up with an exec towards the A bomb site. MIBR at this point feels like they kind of have cleared out the map and know what's happening. Breno playing Balk, Insani shifts into the bomb site. Klim is going to be in con.
Yeah, 40 seconds. As Team Liquid get ready to walk out into the A site. It's going to be the majority of the thrust coming out through ramp. Insani and Breno first 3 kills, make it 4 for the defenses, putting it all on ultimate at Tetris, and Klim's going to move out and take that final kill. So MIBR into the lead of the game. Team Liquid do not get a bomb plant. They do not have enough money for a buy in this next round, and so they have called the timeout.
Yeah, starting to get to that point where if you're Liquid, you want to see this offense really get cruising. You want to see this offense give you like 2 or 3 really good rounds so you can feel like you settle in, especially to recover from losing the second round of this half after winning the pistol. So Flashy wanted a chance for a talk. Shuhei gets a time to align the team together. They're gonna have a talk this next round. Not so much of an investment from Team Liquid, likely just Flashy calming things down as they head into a round with only Glocks. They had to concede the back and forth economic battle.
I want us all to take a deep breath and do a little water break because we are getting a bit frustrated for nothing. It's a best of 1. We need all our effort into winning.
All right, everything focused on the win in this best of 1. Too much energy being spent on complaining, on being frustrated, being angry.
Heard Azza take an identical timeout on Mirage in that last game we just seen from FlyQuest.
Even heard Letney take one for MIBR at the start of the first half as well.
Emotions starting to really pile up here for Team Liquid. I mean, you can understand there have been a lot of frustrating rounds. A lot of intense moments, but this is definitely a breather. Slow things down. Return to a state of calm, and so MIBR will be taking a 9th round here. I mean, this is wild, isn't it? Like, look at that kill feed. Like, I mean, look at the kills. You got 22 on Klim.
Oh, it's
no one else is double figures.
Yeah, yeah. He's the engine, start to finish. And I mean, NRG needed a second player to step up behind Sonic to get over the finish line. It's feeling at the moment like Klim's still keeping it up. Here's the move from Liquid. Utility drops, and it should be an easy shutdown for MIBR from here. So we'll go into round 17. Guns will come back out from Team Liquid. And we'll see what they were able to kind of work through in the timeout at the start of this round of how they want to play these rounds moving forward. There's no AWP on the field for MIBR. Liquid will be aware of that for the moment. That'll change moving forward, but for this one, round 17, they have an opportunity to work the map without having to go up against the AWP.
Oh, Klim up into the ladder room. Wielding that AK. Shuhei. Flash into the top mid play. He'll get in behind the boxes just as that smoke fades away.
A very quiet round so far. Alicia's in position, looking for a jump. Lovely nade from Insani. And now we start being proactive on the map. Breno and Venom clear out A ramp, see nobody home. Naf is playing it very passively, out of vision. Mid utility for the next step for Shuhei Ultimate and Elige. This trio meant to take mid control, but there's a lot of bodies from MIBR coming for the fight.
Oh, first 2 go the way of MIBR, make it 3. Oh, it's so disappointing. Such a long build up here for Team Liquid. And it's just fallen flat. There's nothing in the round. Mob's doing what he can, but it's just one, and he's pinned in the corner of the apartments, and the NAF will be unleashed, but 30 seconds left, and the bombs drop the middle, completely surrounded by the remaining MIBR players. So this round goes absolutely nowhere for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it actually looks silly, but I mean, that's due to the proactive nature of MIBR. I'm not going to put it all on Team Liquid. I mean, you go in and clearing out A ramp, you see nobody home, you feel no pressure at A, you feel no pressure at B, it's quiet on the map, so everyone's kind of aligned for a mid trap at that point, and as soon as Liquid throw that utility, the window smoke, the con smoke, that's when the CT flashes start raining over. And Liquid's making their play pretty much immediately in that first salvo of util. So everyone's exactly where MIBR expects them to be as they collapse down in the middle of the map. Here's Shuhei calling for a half buy around the AK-47 of NAF. I think you could see on the face of Elige as well, Liquid starting to run out of opportunities, getting to the end of the runway.
Yeah, it looks like they might just crash and burn. Now towards top middle they go. Venom, oh, clean headshots coming in from Venom, spraying down 4. Mobs will put an end to Insani, but Venom has dropped back with that low HP. The round's already won. This again goes nowhere for Team Liquid. 11-7. Klim just stands in the fire, confident to take the fight. He also survives.
Yeah, just took a breath and he's like, I'm swinging for this fight. Screw it. Whatever. Timeout for Liquid. Their third and final. Previous one just to try and calm the team down going into an eco round. Now you got to do something tactical if you're flashy to get this team to the winning ways. 4 rounds behind, MIBR 1 away from securing overtime. And you got all the resources you could want. AWP is going to be out in the hands of Ultimate. You got 3 AK-47s full of utility. Naf's going to be back onto a Galil due to saving the weapon previously. Problem now is that you don't realize it quite yet, but the AWP is in play for MIBR too. There's the switch up for the CT side. He's been rifling for most of this half. Now brings out the big green for the close. 5 rounds in a row for MIBR after losing the pistol in this second half. Liquid have not shown up on this T side.
Not at all. And strong individual performances as well that we got to see in that first half have just died out completely. No one's here to save them. To even give you a glimpse of hope. You just have 3 kills outside pistols. You have 3 in the first half, 2 in the second half pistol, and
stuck on 8.
It's not what you like to see. At least MIBR giving Team Liquid a little bit of mid-control to work with this time. Instead of being so suffocating, at least Team Liquid will have that to work with.
Well, I mean, the last time we saw it, they gave him this kind of space, right? It's almost like they wanted him to take it and then in the mid-round slid into that mid-trap. Here, they've kind of focused on the extremities. Cleared out A-ramp yet again, just like the previous round, but that aggressive flash and peek from LNZ to kind of see what's happening at the B-bomb site. Now, Elish hears it and is going to at least go show some presence. Make sure nobody's pushed. This allows Insani to rotate back and play like he's going to be quick, rotate towards the A-bomb site. "35 seconds as Liquid throughout the next round of utility and start making their move.
Bruno forced into the open with utility. Mobs is going to take Klim down. Mobs doing again the second kill, the third as well. Mobs has just won the round.
All right.
Yeah, that's just brilliant for Mobs. Okay, I was just highlighting how there was no one there to save them for Team Liquid, no glimpse of hope, and then Mobs arrives.
Well, did the execute when they actually start attacking in? Everyone, I mean, Mobs gets the first 2 kills. I think both of them are distracted looking elsewhere, looking for different fights, right? But yeah, lovely to see him step in and just grab you 3 quick kills, make it as easy as possible. Here's the first. You could see the Alper train towards Khan. Breno fighting towards Khan. Venom fighting towards Khan. And Mobs is able to get 3 kills with nobody paying attention to him. So 8 now for Team Liquid. First gun round of this second half on the board. 4 players survive. They get to keep plenty of money in their pockets. Fortunately for them, MIBR's got way more.
Yeah, they've got plenty of money. So a buy coming up right about now. Get that AWP out for Klim if you desire.
I mean, if Liquid ever get that break, that economic break, it's going to be at a really painful timing for MIBR, right? Just depending on how like weapons are saved and stuff, but they could break them at a scoreline like 10-11, and then it's weird.
Let's just, I love that you're all contributing and calling, guys, but we need to stick with one direction. We cannot have 4 people calling different stuff, okay?
There's the other side of the pressure too. Some people shut down, some people just start rattling off all the different ideas as they go. Everyone feels like they've got the winning call. So LNZ saying, I appreciate it, we need it, but let's keep it in check. A-exec from Team Liquid.
Oh, Breno forced into the open again by good utility. It's once more Mobs with success towards the site. Now, they're going to move out with a broken smoke. Klim trying to connect with AWP, but he ends up just taking a lot of damage and being forced back. So Naf steps out. He's got 2 this time. And that's the side taken. So MIBR have to retreat. There was not enough defense.
They have that same idea that I have, where it's just like the economic break would be an absolute disaster if it comes to pass. So save as many of these weapons. You've got so much money built up for MIBR. Make it last as long as humanly possible. Good support, Naf, all that experience. He's been playing Palace for what feels like over a decade now for his team, so he's just well prepared on when he's supposed to peek out to support the team scaling into the site. Double kill for him. And now Liquid's starting to go to work. Closing the gap on the scoreboard. 9-11, Elige wants to take some weapons away. Klim, they've switched into a double op setup. Klim was a beast on the AK. Might want to get it back in his hands. 2 rounds that he's been using the AWP, these last 2, and both of them have been wins for Team Liquid.
Yeah, hasn't been able to get involved. I mean, this round he tries, you know, to have that smoke break towards CT, and it's a good idea to try and pick away, but they were so ready for it. And once they just sprinkle with him with utility and damage, he can't do anything for the round.
Yeah, it's also chaotic, and when you take that peek as the opper, you're also cognizant of as soon as you fire that shot, that's kind of a signal to the Palace player for Naf to like swing out really wide and punish you for being in the open.
Yeah, and also 2 rounds back-to-back now where Bruno has been mollied out of his position immediately. He hasn't really been able to get comfortable.
Venom Zera.
I like this. It's risky.
Yeah, well, I'll go out on a limb. Elige is a really detail-oriented nerd. Oh, and he's blinded, and he's taken down. Doesn't matter. Yeah, if you can't see a thing, oh well.
Well, a 2-man advantage now for MIBR, so they've gone out and hunted that down and been disruptive towards Team Liquid's T side that is finally starting to get going.
They've been
handed a 3v5.
That's been a really cool philosophy MIBR has had throughout this half. Just a lot of that disruptive play has been more geared towards a ramp, double nading, flash peeking it, getting that information, mid-round traps over in mid. This one is just brutal, though. Liquid's starting to feel like they build some momentum and just get annihilated in round 21. 3 versus 5, you're going to have to try and recover.
But luckily, Alive is the 3 players that have been doing something on the server. You've got Naf, Ultimate, and Mobs have really been the only players getting a huge amount of impact. So if there is to be any 3v5 possible, it would be this one.
Well, B-Bombsite just got smoked out. Footsteps to run away. Naf and Ultimate going to come back to it, which leaves Mobs to his own devices in middle. So how aggressive does he want to be? You have to make the decision if you're Mobs to try and be a distraction or just try and be a lurk for the late round. And it looks like he's chosen lurk.
By the scope, so Mobs actually gets into the ladder room, missed shot from LNZ, so you may have 2 ops, but they're not connecting, they're not landing at all. Ultimate's Will, Naf with a headshot, here's Team Liquid, pulling it back, there's Ultimate again, and it is a 3v5 that is happening right now. Klim has come back over with his op, but he's missed the chance straight away. And Sani now arriving towards short, Ultimate has eyes on it all the way down short side. He lands the shot, and Sani finally finished off by Naf, and Klim has nothing to do here, he can't win this on the AWP. So he's going to start retreating, and Team Liquid with a massive 3v5.
That's unbelievable that's actually come in. That bomb site was stacked as well. There were 3 players there, one coming short quickly. That was not an easy 3 versus 5 to win. They done it with style. Everyone survived until the tail end, and the double up setup that MIBR switched into has now been, what, 3 round wins in a row for Team Liquid against the AWP and Klim, double up for 2 rounds straight, and this time both AWPs miss critical shots. That switch into the dual op has just, it feels sold MIBR down the river these last few rounds. Still so much money to play with, still a buy coming in. But this will be a round they look back on and wonder how the hell it happened. And a timeout that makes a lot of sense for MIBR. If we thought they might have been frustrated and panicked earlier, a round loss like that is going to crank it into overdrive. So a conversation to try and chill them out in a very important round right around the corner. The money for MIBR now after these rounds stretch from Team Liquid 3 in a row has been brought low. A very strong buy here for the MIBR defense, but cash is gone after this on 4 players.
Flash blight into the ramp. Not gonna spot anything early on. But Team Liquid, here they come. It's direct, it's simple, and it's straight towards the A site early. Trying to get out of the ramp. So the overview on the right side of your screen, just watching how those smokes land into the site. Couple
4 defenders here.
MIBR plays in front of the smokes. They're gonna go into the open. And they're really doing a good job at stopping Team Liquid from getting out of the ramp. But here they come now, scaling over Tetris. It's going to be a Liege taking Breno down. Shuei's falling without anything. Venom Zera and LNZ lining up a couple. They've spotted Ultimate head into a sandwich. They need a kill here, Team Liquid, and they need it now, and they just can't get it. So MIBR do a good job at holding the wolf at the door and not letting Team Liquid pass Tetris.
I'm surprised Liquid executed just as MIBR cleared a ramp. They had to have known the defenders were going to be close by, but I think MIBR said, you beat us here a couple of times earlier. You've burned Breno out a number of times. He's having a tough stretch here at the A-bomb site. Bring some extra bodies over. So well prepared for this, and Liquid never got a kill that allowed them to take space. Every single fight they took is stuck at that same choke point right at the top of the ramp. MIBR just keep them funneled.
And a huge relief as they get to map point here. MIBR at least confirming overtime at a minimum. Oh, there's going to be Ultimate. That's a great opening frag here to catch Klim, who definitely is slowing down since he pulled out that AWP.
Yeah, and those opening kills worth their weight in gold at this stage of the game. Liquid, after the first day, towards the bottom end of teams at finding opening kills and rounds, finding entries.
LNZ slipped in towards the apartments. An aggressive play forward against Mobs as that smoke will soon fade away. Who is going to react faster? Well, it's LNZ who reacts faster as Mobs is more accurate. And he charges in though. Venom Zera got both. He got both the Liege and Mobs up in the app, so that double kill has flipped us right back to even odds again.
What a huge advantage, just hand right back over. Thinking maybe that with that push from LNZ, they had shifted a fourth player to the other side of the map. They saw 4 defenders at the A-bomb site last round. Maybe that was the line of thinking. Another tough recovery of a round. Breno slides into the bomb site. Off angle, doubles up. This time, no utility to burn him out, so he gets to make his play, and he gets to close it out. 13-10. MIBR shock Liquid right at the tail end.
Yeah, brutal from Breno. The fact he's out from default, multiple targets right in front of him. Perfect accuracy, breaking apart Team Liquid. Just a slow start in that second half. Klim won some essential clutches from MIBR. And that was enough to give them just that little bit of an edge that they were able to close out versus Team Liquid.
And they did need a second player to come step up with them, so a shout out to Venom Zera in that second half. Really climbed up the scoreboard, 21 kills for him to join up and help MIBR sustain this victory. Tough loss for Team Liquid. Good fight for a number of times, but the T side really sketchy early on. They seemed like they were getting a hold of it, but just a little bit too late. We're going to head down to the desk as Freya's ready.
We are indeed, yes. Stylish end out to this best of one from MIBR. Cements them 2-1 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026. As Dinko aptly said, kind of a slow start to that second half for Liquid. Ended up costing them, Janko.
Definitely so. That second round was just a disaster, really, after winning Pistol. You know, Klim winning that 1v2 with a long-range MP9 first, and he had an absolute blinder of a game. I'm feeling good about my all-star team, Freya, I'll tell you that. And then, yeah, it was a little bit deflating from the side of Team Liquid. If it weren't for that 3v5 sort of miraculous conversion, MIBR would have just closed it out even sooner.
Yeah, MIBR now in that 2-1 pool. We've got LNZ joining us up here. Congratulations. Tell me about closing that one out. That was a pretty nice ending, right?
Yeah, it was quite nice to be carried today. Very useless individually, but my teammates, they played very good, so I'm very happy to see that.
We were just talking about the Klim clutch that obviously didn't happen in the second pistol rather than the round after he manages to get that 1v1 versus NAF. What was that reaction like in the comms?
That was a really good feeling to see him pull that off. And yeah, he had a really good game, so I'm very happy for him that he had this in a major, which is obviously nice for anyone, you know. It's just a joy to see.
I just wanted to ask you before we dig into this game, you know, yesterday you lose the opener, right? Then against Tyloo, you have a big lead, it goes into OT. How important was it that you were able to sort of not let that one slip away as well and come back and win it? Yeah, just tell me about that.
Oh, it was obviously very important to like bounce back on the Tyloo game. Like we almost lost it in the end, like getting comeback almost. But I said to the guys that I think it was almost good that we got a bit smacked in the face by the Australians, because then you kind of, you know, you wake up and you realize like you need to step the fuck up, you know. And I think that was maybe the best thing that could have happened, you know. And in the end, it's only a best of one, and you have to win 3 games no matter what. So I think it didn't like do that much to us.
I just wanted to ask as well, that round near the end, I'm not sure what the score was, where you had the B read with 3 of you there. So a bit of hobby hopping maybe going on, as Isaac would say. What kind of were you feeling then after that round? Because that's the sort of one there. The game feels like it's won, you have all the information, the rotations were really good, and then everyone was just missing the shots and the round gets away. What were you kind of saying to the guys after that?
You just had, it's fine, like we played good, but we just fucked up the advantage. Maybe gave them a bit too much space, like almost leaving the whole map for them. And then like I just missed every shot possible. And it's just, if you don't kill them, you lose. So it's just simple as that. So it didn't really bother us actually. We kind of reset it insta.
These guys were pretty hot on your T sides as well. I think we can go into a round. You've picked out Yanko. What have we got here?
Yeah, we can forgive some of the individual performance because some of the calls we really liked them. Were really solid on the T side. You know, reset round early on, right? You guys go for this sort of setup. I don't know if Insani has all the freedom to go wherever he wants in this round, but it turned out he just found a ton of space towards B. You guys have shown bomb on A as well in this round, so talk us a little bit through it.
I mean, we started with this default because we knew they didn't have op, or actually they did, but I think maybe the call was that they didn't. So that was at least the initial thing. And a lot of people push ramp in these rounds, in this meta as well. So that was like the starter. And then in the end, we just kind of wanted to go into an A split. And usually Insani has this like space to do exactly what they did now. And it, like the call itself wasn't what we wanted initially, but it was kind of like an adaptation in the mid round. And then we just had like to go back, which worked out perfectly.
Yeah, it was such a huge round, right? With the 3v4, and then if you lose this, like you're out of money. The round before that was 1v1, so like he just took a lot of initiative. Didn't have like the most frags on the server, but you know, it's moments like these where you know don't see it all on the stat sheet, but that have a ton of impact.
You were complimenting it a lot, Ash. You're very fond of it, right?
I think the round we just saw then was probably the best round we've seen all tournament on the T side. Like, I like the way that the pivoted round, the bomb goes back towards B, Insani's activated then. I think that was nice. But actually, in general, I think the calling that's the best T side for sure I've seen this tournament. I don't know how, if we've got another round ready, but what I kind of loved was, I think the first round was a mid exploitation, like a prep round where you went to a B split. The round we just saw then, and after that, pivoted straight into this A execute, went out, and I think it was a great timing. But I also love as well the protocols on the back of this. I think it's coming up on screen now. Is it's just the space is taken really quickly. So Insani's in middle here, and I think he's the one activating you guys and telling you when to go, because I think the Molotov comes in the second one in a second. So I'm not sure if this is a call that's from him at the second, or when this Molotov misses now, but I love that it's just straight into CT spawn. There's no hesitation. The util's there set up for it, and the space is taken. I think in the games we've seen so far, this has been lacking this like secondary part of the round.
Yeah, like this thing was one of the things we had in the game plan, because we knew that they usually like to start like mid and ultimately it's like rotating around to ticket, and then this round is like perfect for that, and we kind of expected Malbs to be alone A, especially with like what happened in the start of the game with the money going a bit back and forth. At least that's for myself, where I feel like I maybe thrive with my calling, where I kind of can get a good feeling of like what will they actually do in this, because with the economy, if you call your basing or if you base your calling around it, it's kind of easy to read the game because they can only do so much, right? And now we just went to like a straight A exec, and yeah, he was alone like we wanted him to be.
It was a good time, and I just want to say as well, like, you were having a pretty rough game individually. How did that feel for you as calling? Because I know in general, when in-game leaders are kind of down, I think it was 0-7 maybe at some point. Yeah. Usually in-game leaders can go to the shell a little bit. How did you kind of feel in that moment? Because you were winning rounds still.
Yeah, no, it's something I worked on, like since I'm still kind of young and inexperienced. Like it do happen sometimes that you get into the shell, but it's something I worked on last year in Heroic, for example. This game I didn't maybe feel it. I don't get it like calling wise that I get affected by it anymore. But maybe these games is where you realize, okay, I don't need to do any good plays for us to win. I can trust my teammates to do it, and I maybe focus a bit more on the supporting. You know, maybe don't try to take too much space from them, which is usually what I try to focus on in a game like this.
I want to ask you before we let you go, you know, real quick, how has it been working with Letny, my old teammate, as your coach?
No, it's been nice. Like we kind of now built this like foundation together from the start, because we were both new pieces in the organization, and we have a really good relationship, and it's really easy to work with. Like I think he's very nice that he wants everyone to be a part of like the part of the what you build, you know, like everyone is contributing, and he still has, you know, what he wants from everyone, but he's also very open to like, you know, what people are kind of feeling, you know, which is maybe like some people are more strict, like for example Saw that I had is very more like strict, and Letness maybe a bit more like giving you space, and for us that's working kind of good because we're very young players. You kind of have to like, you cannot play a full structured CS if you're not experienced players, so I think that's suiting us kind of well.
Obviously, you've got an opportunity. We've got two opportunities to be making it through to stage 2. At the moment, we don't know your opponent, but there's NRG, there's Linvision, there's Big. How do you think your chances are now moving into best of 3s?
No, I think it feels good still. Like we've been having a good uprise like the last few weeks or the last 2 months since Bucharest. So we feel very comfortable in this like level that we're playing now with all these teams like Big and what you said. So we're just kind of looking to like grind ourselves up and like prove that we're actually better than those teams. And then obviously we want to make it as far as we can and like try to get tested by the bigger teams.
One last one before I throw to break. It's GamerLegion versus BetBoom coming up after this. Who do you think is going to be the first team to make it through?
I think GamerLegion. I think they've been playing very solid lately.
You've got an extra fan in us. There we go.
Who's better in practice?
I think actually GamerLegion. Yeah. I don't think BetBoom has played so good versus us in practice.
Right. Okay.
But they've also been switching players a lot, and I'm not even sure who is in the actual roster anymore, if I'm going to be honest.
It's been a bit chaotic over there, to be fair. Well, we're going to throw things to a quick break before we let the action ensue. And this is going to be a big one, a qualification best of 3 between GamerLegion and BetBoom. It's going down after this short break.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Here with Rez, GamerLegion won 1 out of 4 pistols yesterday. Let's talk a little bit about that, Rez. I know I said it would be a little bit harder of an interview, so let's talk a little about yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, best of ones is always harder, I think, when you don't get the pistols. And that's something we've been working on a lot for this major. And we had a really good stats before this. And, I mean, a weak start, in my opinion. But hopefully we can take them all today.
What was the breakthrough at 5-1 when down to FlyQuest? What was the momentum shift there for you guys? Was something said? How did you guys come back right there?
We took a timeout, and we just said we had to be more aggressive and show some balls. And that's what we did.
And sometimes that's exactly what it takes. You've seen a lot of CS since the CG Epsilon days. What is it about this GamerLegion lineup that's got you all on the same page? What's making you feel right at home?
Right at home. I mean, I think I have a great group of guys next to me with a lot of experience now. And yeah, I just feel very comfortable with the experience, I think.
You've done the Cologne play and dance, albeit a few years ago. What's different about this time for you, Rez?
This time I'm going to hold the trophy.
Bet. Anything you want to say on your own behalf or GamerLegion before we get this one going?
No, I mean, it's a good start in the major. 2-0, that's what we wanted and expected, I think. Now we just want to finish it off. We are 3-0.
Thank you so much, Rez.
Thank you.
I'm here with Zorte before their matchup against GamerLegion on the other side. How you doing today, Zorte? How you feel?
Today, I feel good, actually. Like, it's the best day, like, maybe like yesterday or some, I don't know. I feel like flu a bit and sick, but today I feel good.
Why is it when BetBoom needs someone, they're always calling you Zorte? They're always saying, hey, Zorte, come help us out. And how is it going this go-around for you?
I don't know. It's actually a strange run. For some reason, we pretended to be like not the best, but we actually did a great job at last tournaments. And I don't know. It's feeling strange for me because like maybe 4 months ago, I just chilling at home and I I didn't think that I'm able to get a major, and yeah, I'm really happy with it.
So how does that system work for BetBoom currently? And what did you guys learn from the Atlanta side?
System of like standings. So basically, it's all the same stuff. You just like need to do some changes in rounds. And for this event, I think it's the most hard because like we didn't practice with Lamos at all. Maybe just we played 4 practice and that's it. And we have to do some preparation before the game, and we don't have like a chill time after the game. We basically all the time on the PCs, and yeah, this is kind of hard, but it's not like something special. Inside the game, you do some like rounds if like every unit inside the server does a great job, and after that we just have a good communication, and that's it.
You've never played in Cologne before. You've got a good chance of moving on in the stage. Is that correct?
Yes. Last time I moved in Cologne with Mirage. Actually, we traveled here, but 2 or 3 of our teammates didn't get the visas, so unlucky.
Not optimal. Anything you want to say before we start this matchup?
Good luck.
Good luck. Thank you, Zorte.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Welcome back to the IEM Cologne Major, where we are finished with the best of 1 and we're heading into the best of 3 series, which also means that we now have 2 teams in contention to be the first to progress into stage 2. I'm joined by a major brain and a major champion in Peter. How are you guys doing so far?
Fantastic, you know. I think it's interesting now that we move into the best of 3s, where we're going to be expecting a little bit more of the teams and the whole randomness. You know, a lot of people don't seem to be liking best of 1s too much because the game seems to be finishing too fast, and I even think the players are excited about the best of 3. So we are moving into an interesting.
How about you, Martin? You also enjoy the best of 3s?
Absolutely. Best of 1s were good, chaotic, but best of 3s there where true prowess, I think, and structural thinking of the teams are going to come into the light. And, you know, I've been interviewing around and I get a good glimpse of how teams are feeling. So it's good to be grounded in one position and right now analyze with you.
Listen, it's nice that we all agree that best of 3 is superior to best of 1. We also have a pretty cool matchup to begin the whole best of 3 conversation. GamerLegion taking on BetBoom. Obviously, the winner will progress into stage 2. Loser still remains in stage 1 and have a very good shot at still qualifying. But specifically for this matchup, it's a game that we've seen before, you know, roughly a month ago, where it went the way of BetBoom quite handily. It was a blowout, to be completely honest. GamerLegion could do nothing against BetBoom. Did any of you guys take any note of that?
I was taking a note of that because I was interviewing that game as well. And honestly, I think I spoke with Snacks throughout the event and they were talking about their inability to just be, you know, a unit as a cohesion, and they were struggling with a little bit of health issues as well, and that plagued the whole team. And it was visibly not the GamerLegion that we were seeing until that point, and then after that point as well. I think very much this major is showing that some teams came prepared top-notch, and this is GamerLegion that we kind of know, and they're pretty much S-tier to what they were at that event.
And I guess the caveat to that, Peter, is that it was also a different lineup that BetBoom played with. They're coming into this tournament with a stand-in situation. Flamus, Dilladis, no Siren as well. You know, in terms of re-preparing, you know, and if you're GamerLegion, you have this experience where you got blown out of the server. Now you have to prepare for a team that is essentially coming in with a stand-in. Can you even use that result for anything? As a player, like, would you put stock into it, or is it just one of those where, forget about it, this is a new game?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's about forgetting the fact that it's a new game, but as Stico just mentioned now, you know, it is also about, you know, the preparation coming into this tournament. I think that despite yesterday looking at GamerLegion and even Rest saying they didn't play that well. Hypex said there was a 6 out of 10 game. I still think GamerLegion has what it takes to beat BetBoom. It's not like BetBoom is a team they cannot beat, and I'm also fairly certain, specifically with this matchup, whoever ends up losing this one is still going to qualify for stage 2. So obviously this one matters to get more days off, but I think it's a team where BetBoom, even Boom is saying themselves that they're more like a mixed team right now. At this point, the visa issue is just piling on them. They can't seem to be healing their own team, and they just gotta work with what they have. And I actually think that they're doing a pretty solid job in terms of just bringing in players and having to be used to playing with a stand so many times. So BetBoom is an interesting team, but I gotta give it to GamerLegion. I think GamerLegion is still also, in terms of the ranking, the best team that we have right here. So this is also an important game for Gaming to keep up and pick up the pace to go into stage 2.
As you could see by the results, BetBoom didn't really break a sweat yesterday. Two relatively relatively clear victories, whereas for GamerLegion, they really had to fight for it. I know, Martin, you picked out a round from yesterday's game, GamerLegion versus FlyQuest, round 22. Something that we have to look out for here?
Yeah, I think this is perfect example why GamerLegion, in my opinion, deserve to be in stage 2. It's the fact that FlyQuest here, for example, are fumbling a little bit of a top banana retake where that smoke just missed, I believe, and it's supposed to be on the top wall. Snax immediately sees this gap and he just walks by, and as soon as this all happens, Ins cancel the take because they're, seeing the failed smoke. Snax immediately takes on the initiative, going in, and look at the score. 10-11. This is high pressure round. This is almost what makes them clearly win the whole game. And this is something that inexperienced teams aren't going to be really afraid of doing, but not GamerLegion. And this is what I want to see them doing in best of 3s, because this is clearly the difference maker between stage 1, stage 2, and potentially even stage 3.
See, I'll play the devil's advocate then, because I hear you both saying GamerLegion is a great team. They'll definitely make it to stage 2. They're the favorites in this game as well. Yesterday wasn't necessarily the greatest of days for GamerLegion. I know they got 2 victories, and that's all that matters, especially in the best of ones. But in terms of what you saw on the server, Peter, the quality of Counter-Strike, we even spoke to Hypex. He also admitted to it. It wasn't the best day. It wasn't the I guess, best shape that we've seen for GamerLegion. Should we be worried about that, or could it just be, nerves of the major and day 1 starting?
Yeah, it definitely could. It's in the end, it's about getting the best possible start to the major, and you just gotta clinch out the best of 1.
A win is a win,
and a win is a win, right? They have a 2-0 now, and they have 3 chances of best of 3s of making the next stage. So, I mean, you got over the limb, over the hump, right? And now you're in a favorable situation, and you put yourself there, and it doesn't really matter too much how you got there. The thing is, it's about them also getting better and better and moving into the tournament, playing themselves in. They have some young guys that need to get used to the whole idea of playing at a major as well. So it's obviously a team that will pick up the pace, but it's obviously a team that needs to do better than they did yesterday, especially if they move into stage 2.
See, both teams played the 2 permabans yesterday twice. Inferno was played by GamerLegion twice. Dust 2 was played by BetBoom twice. Now we get Mirage, Martin. This video Mirage is our 3rd deciding map. We get Nuke and Ancient as the first 2. Not playing a map you haven't played in a tournament, is that gonna, put a spanner into this game, or is it just gonna make it even more exciting?
I think it can be both curse and a blessing, because obviously both teams played only 1 map, and that means that they haven't shown any playbook anywhere else. But however, there's a caveat to this, because they could have very well played their best map, meaning that we have kind of, not the correct assumption of their true skill, and it might come handy in a best of 3s. It might completely blow it out. I'm wondering what will happen, because it blows my mind that BetBoom played 2 Dust 2s yesterday, their best by far LAN map of this year. I think they have like 16-1 at this point, and it blows my mind that both of these teams they played let it slip.
Nuke, Ancient, and should we need it, Mirage. 2 teams who so far have looked great. 2 teams who are 2-0, and 2 teams who will be fighting for a spot to progress into stage 2. Instead of us rambling, instead of us talking, I think it's about time that we get this game started to see who will be the first team to progress into stage 2 at the IEM Cologne Major 2026.
Yes, indeed, Pimp. It is time to decide who is heading to stage 2. GamerLegion, BetBoom. I would say both of these teams, it's not surprising to see them in this spot, but for BetBoom, they had a standing coming into this, and I think that was able to shake a lot of people's confidence in them. Then they got Dust 2 a couple of times, as Stiko was saying, and now they find themselves here. But absolutely, GamerLegion should be taking this chance to go 3-0.
Well, certainly the advantage in terms of cohesion, in terms of game plan, is going to be in their favor, isn't it? But let's not doubt the BetBoom individuals, because they can pop off.
Well, we got Rez already here with a USP. He's just going to be playing in front of that squeaky door. His 2 teammates lying wait in the side, trying to draw attention away from him. And so Rez will be able to make that happen. So he's got the first, goes out for the second, nips in behind the CT vent until finally being traded out by Boomich. And they fled into the site now, BetBoom. They've got to deal with Hypex, and Zorte will do exactly that. So brawling their way forward here, BetBoom, but yet to get closer to the bomb plant.
Waiting for the next play as well. Then OPR's up in heaven. They haven't really seen Snacks yet, who's been biding his time over towards Mini. And you can tell Zorte and Magnajez, they're still just like, we want to find out where he is before we commit to anything at all. There's the peek. There's the information. And there's the kill. Now you just leave PR. 13 HP in a 1v2.
Trying to get over the top. It's just the low HP of him on 13 health. He should not really be winning this now as Magnajez transitions just below him while he's distracted. And that's going to be Magnajez winning out the pistol, closing it for BetBoom. And a really important round picked up, the T-side pistol on Nuke.
Now, these two teams played a couple months back in April at the stake-ranked Episode 1 out in Barcelona. That was a win for BetBoom over GamerLegion. 13-5 on Mirage, 13-8 on Anubis. And that was also with the stand-in. Flamus was playing for him, but he was playing for Dilladez. Siren was in the lineup, so it's just one of the various BetBoom Pug lineups that we've seen thrown together.
One of the Flamus rounds.
Yeah, one of the Flamus lineups.
Yeah.
One of them.
He's always that. Grenade lands on towards Hypex, 72 health.
It's going to be fun to watch him follow up after Atlanta. I think Atlanta was a performance out of him that I had a lot of people saying, okay, here we go. Now we're seeing some of the, no, sorry, for lack of a better word, some of the hype around him. Some of the excitement
Some of the
going
X
on.
Factor, you might say.
Yes, you might pick a different phrase. Maybe not.
Some of the hype X Factor.
But yeah, now we get to see if he can follow it up. Now we can see if that was legit, if there's going to be a follow-up, some consistency to that play.
Opening game was good. He really showed up in that, so good to see it from Hypex. And just making their way into the lower bomb site now, BetBoom. They're
I think
clearing out the double doors.
What's nice about BetBoom with the stand-in situation has been, you know, you're right that it casts some doubts with them coming in the stand-in with Flamus stepping in. But at the same time, it's like the Death said, I think it was Sticka who just mentioned, yeah, like the doubt is casted not so much on them, you know, qualifying through to the next stage, more on them being a 3-0 team with the stand-in.
Yes.
Like this team has shown us enough over the past few months to make it feel like this is they're kind of a lock for stage 2. Same with GamerLegion.
I think it's good that they have Flamus, who's able to be the stand-in. I mean, he's obviously had a couple of events with them now as well, playing different players' positions. But when you talk to, when we had Ash on the desk this morning, he was talking about Flamus as a player and what he brings, and obviously he was the coach of him for a little while. And I mean, everyone who has played with Flamus, or apart from VP, it seems like, really values him.
Apart from VP.
Yeah.
What are they doing over there? What are they up to?
Not much.
Not much. 2-0. But because it was a very just chill round, all the weapons invested into round 2 for GamerLegion are right back into the action. Nobody falls on either team. A rare pacifist round that we get to see in Counter-Strike. So we come back into round 3 with the same setup. 2 scouts, MP9, UMP, and a 5-7 on Rez.
Flash towards Flamus. He's going to handle PR. It's nice to have the first BO3 of the major underway.
You're going to see a lot of them as well. Obviously, the big news, stage 3, all best of 3s. A nice change up for that most intense of the stages we'll get before the playoffs begin. BetBoom moving slowly outside. Rez wrapping around him, but they're well aware of the possibility. Might have heard some footsteps. Mac 10 from Flamus doing great damage. He's got low HP, but it was 2 scouts in ramp room that he was bullying the whole time. Eventually, Taliesin picks him off, but BetBoom now know the image on the map. Easy plants, easy third round.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of start you want on Nuke on your map pick, right? The T side, winning the pistol, converting.
I think I mean, it's not the biggest deal like losing the scouts. You could keep the UMP. You're not going to care if one of the scouts gets taken down. Taliesin now showing his position.
Well, he's made it work with the scout onto the head of Zorte. Now, unlikely he makes it past anything other than this. He's getting flanked at heaven. You know, you've got one player in carriage as well. So, BoomX will remove Taliesin. Next peek is up from Secret Stairs. It's Snacks is going out to do a little bit of extra damage, and everybody will go down for GamerLegion. There's Bai is coming up next. And we've got BetBoom here with a very strong start and a lot of money built up. Zorte could even get the AWP out if he desires, and he will. So purchases into that straight away, then sells it back for an AK.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see him pick up the AWP right out of the gate for T-side Nuke. I thought he'd stick with a rifle a little bit longer.
Oh, Boomish, if I'm reading this correctly, has
3 armor.
3 armor.
Yeah, he's playing a dangerous game, isn't he?
All right, Boomich. Kind of tells you how...
I'd never let my armor get that low. I panic when it's at like 40.
Tell how well it's been going, though. He's managed to get armor down to 3.
Well, you managed to chunk res down to 50 with the PC utility. This time, the flashbang is eaten straight in the eyes of Zorte. Flamus was able to find a timing last round to step behind the wall. Zorte doesn't have that same piece of information. Bet he wishes he bought that AWP.
Hypex. Line and wait. AWP in hand. And he is going to drop away just as they arrive.
It's the timing because of the smoke wall. Magnus crossed quietly, and they don't have the information.
Coming back up to deal with it, and it works out regardless. Dilladez dead. Missed shot from Hypex, needs to get away. Now, PR was towards Hell, but he's been mollied, and Hypex's back was exposed. Oh, yeah, that's a big flick. Hypex to the head of Boomich, finally dead at the hand of Flamus, and that B-bomb site is finally compromised. But the issue is, so are BetBoom. They're down to 2 players.
Yeah, but they actually have pretty good positioning. Like, a win is still extremely unlikely, but the economic damage they can do in this round is pretty crazy. This is not going to be the easiest retake in the world.
All the steps charging down towards Flamus. AK-47 primed and ready in search of headshots. Utility deployed from GamerLegion. Moving closer. The rattle of the Galil, but it's about the AK. And Flamus has finally got his moment to strike. And strike he shall onto 2. Can he deny the defuse? All the way, Magnajets gets it. Snack's dead, no defusal, and BetBoom have pulled it off despite being down on 2 players.
Everyone goes down. What a hold. Good job from Flamus, and that's less BetBoom winning the 2 versus 4, but GamerLegion played that so slow. They had the 1 kit on Snacks. Towson knew coming down vents was a risk, but he played that dangerous game. He was stalled out, and coming into this retake, he had absolutely no impact because of the pacing that GamerLegion took. Lovely work from Flamus and Magnajez. That's going to fire up the team when you see 2 of your guys work together like that to win a disadvantaged situation. Makes you feel like everything's all good. 4-0 start for BetBoom. And gotta be crushing for GamerLegion in that scenario.
Absolutely, because it now puts him in a position where you invested in the AWP. The AWP gets 2 kills in the initial defense, but now you don't have it. And so you're going to have to go down to a half buy and get a couple of decent weapons out, but a real chance now for 5-0 for BetBoom.
Yeah, the pain of the first 5 rounds when you lose the pistol, you can't convert in the second, then you lose the first gun round, and you just economically just feel like you can't. Okay, I think Snacks might have shot at his teammate. Just a timing shot, but it looked funny. Spots 1 up on Silo. That's Boomich. He's not giving him another look, so Snacks just kind of standing here waiting. PR over in secret stairs.
Oh, PR waits. 5-7 in hand. Good flashbang from Boomich. Allows a free kill for Magnajez. Advantage BetBoom.
Still looking for Snacks. Still not committed, BetBoom. Happy to just kind of stand and take these fights. They know it's weaker weapons. They haven't put themselves in any crazy disadvantage, just waiting for the right moment to swing into the fight. Boomich falls behind single. That's an AK recovered, but not for very long. Good trade from Dilladez. And now the round should be much, much easier as BetBoom get control of the outer yard.
Magnajez. I'm going to back off now towards the top of the stairway. You've got Towson lying away at CT Van. Now, Flamus just rips his head right off his shoulders, and the plank comes in here for BetBoom. That's going to be 5 in a row collected quite easily. And we were wondering, you know, is it just us 2? But nope, they're looking just as strong here on Nuke.
That's the thing, like the stand-in situation is one thing. I think in this stage, like you can still overcome these teams. GamerLegion isn't some unbeatable force, right? Like even though if you kind of think with the stand-in they'll have the advantage in terms of being on the same page, protocols, rotations, how they want to handle different situations, like there's still really strong players on the BetBoom side, and it's not like Flamus is some kind of like throwaway stand-in situation. A lot of potential, a lot of skill, a lot of talent.
In fact, you might want him for the roster if you can get him.
Yeah, at this point, if he's filling in for everyone and still doing an admirable job, just keep him. Keep him around. Round 6 begins, up in the hands of Hypex. Headed outside, wants to be aggressive towards red box behind the smoke.
Good kill from Hypex. Magnajet is going to be taken away. Flammer's trying to get down the vent, is caught by Towson, and here they come, charging in. 3 players of BetBoom trying to overrun this ramp defense. Now PR is dead. Snack's taking heavy utility damage, and that is going to force him to fall back, but BetBoom also falling back, this time into the lobby.
Well, they know those kills came out, and they know that there's an extra, GamerLegion has so much more time to get to that lower bomb site, so now going to try and exploit that fact as they rotate back up the vents. Smoke still up over in Squeak Door, and Rez is going to replenish it.
Up they go, Rez. Oh, he's fallen. Look how quickly BetBoom are able to turn these disadvantageous situations back to equilibrium. Now the plant is going to be going down. Diladez committing to it. And Boomich is looking out towards the HUD, flicking back towards heaven. And now his eyes only trained on Towson. And they now spot him. Grenade, that should kill Boomich. He actually steps forward, so he's going to survive. And then Zorte peeks out with a headshot. And again, this is a round where GamerLegion have all the advantages in the world, but they've conceded it to BetBoom.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lovely call from Boomich and BetBoom. I love that. Like, you're pressuring over towards ramp room. You've lost 2 players. You showed every sign that you want to go outside. 1 player outside towards red box, 1 player trying to drop vents, 3 towards ramp room. So you understand the defense is going to shift to rotate downstairs. That's the idea that they're working with. But going right back to the upper bomb site just exploits that. Just a really lovely call that put GamerLegion out of position and also separated. 3 players trying to retake the upper bomb site from 3 different positions. BetBoom is multiple steps ahead of GamerLegion at the moment. Nightmare of a CT side so far, down 0-6. A 2 versus 4 loss, or I should say a 4-on-2 loss for GamerLegion. Now a 4-on-3 loss for GamerLegion.
Utility going in, and here comes BetBoom, charging in quicker towards the A site this time. It's Diladez, Boomich, and Sorte with the first 3 kills. PR doing what he can. He's done quite a bit. He gets 2 from Rafters. Hypex getting aggressive, has to clutch up. They know exactly where he's coming from, but will they expect him to be so rapidly through the doorway? It doesn't matter because his back is turned to Zorte, who just patiently waits, and Hypex will topple as he moves out desperately into the site. 7 in a row from BetBoom.
That's such a statement round from BetBoom as well. Like, whenever you like switch up and call those like upper bust uppercuts when you have a lead like this, that's just you saying we're just far ahead of you. That's the statement of just being like, we're just so much better at the moment that we don't even care. We'll come right into this upper bomb set that we know you're going to have utility specifically to stop the rush, but we'll make it through. GamerLegion still yet to find any resistance on this first map of the series.
There's Flamus. Oh, it just gets worse, doesn't it, here for GamerLegion? Great start to the round from Flamus.
But it's nothing crazy. Like, this is what's kind of cool about this. It's like, it's just basic understanding of the situation. Just kind of upper rush and knocked them out. You know they're going to be frustrated. You know now they're low on money. So you wait for that lobby crunch, that push. You just wait for the eventuality, the chance that it happens.
Yeah, the decisiveness as well from BetBoom. When they decide to do something, it just seems like they're moving as one organism, and it's great to see that from BetBoom.
Well, it's kind of scary when you think that's kind of the area where we point to with the stand-in that we say GamerLegion should have the advantage, is looking more like a team, is being on the same page a little bit more. As BetBoom at the moment is looking like a real complete team.
Trouncing GamerLegion at the moment.
8-0.
Yeah, but it's 8 T rounds on Nuke as well.
I know.
Like, your life is just becoming so much easier.
It's 8 off the rip.
Yeah.
They haven't even had to get challenged yet.
I mean, I think they have been challenged. It's just...
Sure, I mean, they've been putting some awkward... They've overcome
They just lose 5v3s and 5v2s. It's crazy. This is just beautiful stuff from BetBoom. And they've got so much money as well. So down the line for the rest of the half, even if GamerLegion start winning a few rounds, BetBoom will start full buys.
I mean, the economy for BetBoom is fine for the rest of the half. They
Yeah.
shouldn't have any more issues buying. Shouldn't be too many scenarios where someone is missing a piece of equipment. Second timeout taken from GamerLegion. So pretty important conversation going down on that side of the stage. As they talk over how to get started on this CT half. What exactly are they getting wrecked by? Because the answer is kind of everything. I think this is where you almost have to still work up that motivation to make plays like Hypex did a few rounds back with that aggressive stance towards outside. I feel like being disruptive is going to be important because BetBoom, when they've been able to control and work the map, they've had their way with you. The new timeout button brought in for Cologne. I kind of like it.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I like
the Ash's tweet.
Stiko's tweet. About,
tweet?
Yeah, about the fact that the coaches were kind of using it as a tactic, like seeing when the other one was standing up. That was interesting. To save them.
All right, he's back to it.
I don't want to press it, Jason. I want to press the button.
Hey, when the show's done, we'll head over there. Three players outside early, Rez, Snacks, and Hypex. So really wanting to put some emphasis on grabbing an advantage outside early on.
MagnaJazz, here he is. Ooh, sound cue, smoke hit the boot. MagnaJazz in the midst of the smokes. PR getting one on the hold. Snacks his first kill. It's going to be traded though. 3v3.
Okay, but 3v3 with two players low. Surely you can't drop this one. Okay, Rez is going to get backed away. Bomb is downstairs. That's going to get planted at the silo. Zorte's got an angle with the AWP deep.
I don't know. GamerLegion have lost more favorite rounds, haven't they? They've lost 5v2s, 5v3s against them, and now this one is going against them as well. And it goes against them cleanly. BetBoom, 3 players stay up in the 3v3 and a 9-0 lead.
How is it happening time and time again? BetBoom playing some nasty Counter-Strike right now. I want to see how Snacks found MagnaJazz. Did he see him coming through the smoke on the other side? Did he just... Yeah, he was trying to make his way through. Okay, spotted the shoulder. But in the 3v3, everyone on BetBoom gets one. 9-0. We haven't... I don't want to say it yet. I'm not going to say it.
I know what you're trying to say,
I'm not going to say it yet.
You're not allowed to say that.
Hold it in.
I think you all at home know what he's trying to say as well. But we don't say that here.
Not yet.
Grenade towards MagnaJazz. Boom. Makes it across, of course.
Yeah, that's actually terrifying. They've already expecting somebody's crossing because they've sent PR down low. He's going to be in secret, just getting to the stairs right now. The rest of BetBoom is following it up so quietly. The only benefit right now for GamerLegion is with the position of Rez that you see in the pip there, he's saying lobby's clear, nobody's home.
Well, there's a good start, at least from PR. Just gonna close those double doors, we'll retreat. BetBoom having to play a 4v5, but playing with deficits, whether it be health or player numbers, hasn't really been an issue so far for BetBoom.
Okay, little utility outside to throw a fake as if they're coming back up from secret at the moment, but they want to challenge PR. Good damage onto Boomich. Molotov is in as well, and he gets away. Okay, GamerLegion. Now you know what's coming. You've got plenty of players here. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear indeed. Hypex has missed, and that is going to force him to fall back with the Molotov coming in. And BetBoom have now taken over the B-bomb site. Plant is in. Boomich has got the scope out. Boomich does not connect the shot.
There's no more utility, though, for BetBoom. They can't block anything off.
Sorte just waiting in behind double doors. You've got to get a move on if you're GamerLegion and you're walking into the sharp crosshairs of Flammers and Tillides. Razor sharp as they take off heads. Hypex starts to fall away and fall back, conceding yet another round to BetBoom. It's 10 in a row from BetBoom in this 2-0 game.
How does it keep happening? No matter the situation, no matter a player advantage, no matter positional advantage, they cannot close a round out. Snacks is going to get one at the end, down the stretch. Might lose his AK-47 for it.
Stays up and runs away. Doesn't matter, really.
Yeah, you might as well burn all 3. You need something.
This is the game, essentially. So, well, you can't save them for a second half.
It feels like at the moment you're not even really competing for the map. You're competing to just not get embarrassed with 0 rounds. Like, that's it. That's the goal right now for GamerLegion, is just get 1. What a wild turn of events coming into this. Both these teams, I think, contenders, we talked about it a little bit, contenders coming into stage 1 as the 3-0 teams. I think a lot of confidence shaken in BetBoom with Flamus coming in to step in. But they've not missed a beat. And now against the other top dog of this stage, just embarrassing them inside the server. Round 11. Is there going to be anything different? Is anything going to change? GamerLegion just knocked out of their mentality entirely.
Well, that was a good start, at least. Again, an opening kill for GamerLegion. There's been...
Does it matter?
A few of those, but yeah, it hasn't mattered at all.
I mean, they've had 5 opening kills, GamerLegion, in this half of play so far. Just converting 0 of them. Surely now, this kill came in so early and so far away. BetBoom's not able to kind of use any map control they gained to kind of leverage to find a way to equalize. They've kind of just got to do it from the starting position, 4 versus 5.
Oh, Snacks patient in hut. No one from BetBoom stepping up.
I mean, BetBoom's hoping for a mistake of some kind, and that's what GamerLegion is saying right now. Nobody push. We don't need to do anything. Nobody make the mistake. It gives up a kill. Utility into the upper bomb site, top hut. Hut's going to get smoked off, but that's all good for BetBoom because they're coming out squeak door.
Charging into it. Can BetBoom do it again? Can they convert a 4v5 into their favor for the 11th round win? We've got Flamus and Boomich coming in again. Advantage all of a sudden for BetBoom. 10 seconds on the clock. Bomb plant coming in. Hypex can't go over. He can't make the play to try and deny it. And so GamerLegion,
they can't get back into this.
They literally have one.
Your AWP has to be the aggressor and one player has to come up vents.
One flash over the top of Heaven, which is not played with.
This round's done.
They don't go with it. And yeah, there's no way to win it. They're actually calling the safe call. They're falling away.
This is wild.
A 4v5 from BetBoom, and they just walk into the site.
Have you ever seen anything like it? This is a crazy,
This is a weird game of
game.
Counter-Strike, isn't it? You'd barely ever see this, if ever. It's just the GamerLegion are competing in the early rounds. Like, they're getting themselves advantages.
I mean, look at the fashion in which it happens, right? I think it's Snacks playing front hut, and what he misses like 10 bullets it's on the opening scaling from BetBoom. Like it's just crazy the way it's happening when you have the advantage, you have people in position, you even have a huge advantage in the fight.
And every time, I feel like you've said it like 3 or 4 times, Jason. Like, all right, surely this is the one.
It feels like you look at the minimap and you're like, I swear, like 8 out of 10 times this is a win, you know? Like,
yeah. And somehow, some way, they go out and they get the job done, BetBoom. MIBR leaping on top of the main roof. There's another opening kill for GamerLegion.
Okay.
It's just insane, isn't it?
Cool.
So how are BetBoom going to win this 4v5?
Yeah.
You even got Snacks pushed up outside. It's looking good here.
There we go.
Surely this is the one, Jason. 2v5.
Unlosable, some would say.
Unlosable. There's never even a thought of a GamerLegion round loss here whatsoever. Zorte and MIBR not going to pull this off. And there you go. There's
I don't know. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. I'm not saying anything. He's going to get one here.
There's step one.
And the upper bomb site is open. Molotov to hold back anyone coming Heaven. So Zorte is going to get access in.
No. There's Snacks on the back. He's been waiting long enough. And there we go. A single round for GamerLegion. They avoid being the 13-0 here at the major. But my God, BetBoom, 11-1 in the lead.
never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Every attention, where did our love go? You will always bring my fall. You were meant to be here forever. Remember when we used to have it all? We were so good together. Why can't we both feel the same? Why do I need to explain? You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Every attention, where did our love go? Crazy. I used to need your care and attention. Crazy. I used to need your care and attention. I used to need your care and attention.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, and it was extremely one-sided. 11-1 in the lead. It seemed like BetBoom could win every single round. It felt like there was never a moment that GamerLegion could catch a break. They were getting all these openings to find themselves in heavy advantageous situations, and somehow, someway, BetBoom were always knocking on their door.
And now, I mean, it is that I mean, there really is only one thing to say, which is just this rest on the pistol rounds. It's either over real quick or potentially we'll see what GamerLegion can do with it. But the pistol round is the only important one at the moment.
Yeah, if there's a pistol for BetBoom, let's wrap it up and get into the second one. Let's get
it,
Ancient up straight away. Well, sprawling all across the map now are GamerLegion, just running outside, scaling through ramp and up towards heaven. Flamus is going to descend down into the lower bomb site, and Snacks is going to be chasing after.
Because of all the different points they rushed and were aggressive at, I think BetBoom just kind of has to bail out. They can't rotate anyone over into position to kind of help. Ooh, get away with one of your Magnajets. Another one there as well, and now they're going to start streaming in. Wrapped upon, there's only so long you could survive that.
Oh, well, the bomb is going to be planted here for GamerLegion. Second kill coming in as well. And this is a strong start to the pistol and a strong finish as Boomich gets caught in vent. So GamerLegion win the pistol round, all 5 players stay up. And they're trying to bring some energy of positive vibes to this because that's all you can do.
Yeah, everyone's laughing a little bit at the shouting and the hyping up at 2-11. But look, you're also playing for a little bit of pride. You're playing to get yourself into a map so you can have something to feel good about going into map number 2. And this was a dominant pistol round. So take your cheers where you can get them. Second round investment from BetBoom. Eagles 5-7s and a CZ. CZ's coming back in style.
It is. We're seeing more of it.
Yeah. Not a huge fan of that.
Yeah, it's like skinny jeans.
Kinda hated that.
You don't want it to come back in style.
Kinda hated those back in the day.
Oh, they used to be way better, didn't they?
It was unreal.
Yeah.
I don't ever want to go back to that world.
Has a certain flair to it, a certain charm. I want to see if Boomich can show us why he's using it. Little pink thing in his pocket. Let's see how much fun he can have with it.
Tons. He's got a teammate by him as well.
There we go. Yep,
Oh
that's a
my God.
lot, isn't it? He got a kill and then 2 dinks. I like the CZ. It's a great weapon.
No, I hate it. That's exactly why. That is the perfect reason why. Okay, well, I mean, you know, if you're GamerLegion with 2 players in red, like, you still feel really nervous in this round right now. Like, I know you have the rifles 4-on-4. Normally you'd be feeling okay, but this is kind of scary. 35 seconds left. The only benefit at the moment is that BetBoom has decided to kind of play the whole map. 2 players downstairs, 2 players in the upper bomb site. Oh my God, that nade. If the top, okay.
There's Raz. Duladez is 5-7. Get a response of it. Flamis round the back, up the ladder, and now the AK out. Hypex low, tries to commit to the plant, and he will lose his life. PR cannot protect him. 4 seconds, no time. Oh my goodness, BetBoom have won a 12th round in this fashion.
I can't do it. Get me out of this game.
Oh,
what's happening?
Up the ladder with a deagle. It's just crazy, isn't it? Hypex has to commit to the plant because the time is so limited, right? So, and then you just see Flamis gets away with it.
Well, it's like this being the play that wins the round, essentially. Because of the HP, they have to take everything so slow after this, and that's what sets them up to eventually get timed out in the round. Yeah, he can't turn to address that. He's just got to hope and pray that PR is going to be able to kill him, and obviously doesn't happen in time. 12-2. 10 chances for BetBoom to close out Nuke.
Well, obviously, BetBoom having a great time. Snags walking out. Going for the Deagle headshot as Razi's connected it, but Zorte just responds before it can get out of hand. Although a lot of targets, Zorte. You don't want to get caught there too long, and yeah, he does.
Maybe a little bit of ego fighting.
Yeah, well, it's cost him.
That's all good. Still in pretty good control. 3-on-4. And really, there's not a good solution. It's nice to have this kind of control if you're GamerLegion outside, but can you actually piece together what the winning play is going to be? Flam is taking an educated risk, saying, so many bodies outside, nobody's going to come back to lobby. I'll just ignore that choke point.
As Flamis, Telson is going to go ahead and get knocked over. Flamis with 3. And just Snacks now. That'll be it. BetBoom will be taking the opening map of this first BO3 at the Major.
In weird fashion.
A very strange fashion, but dominant fashion.
Yeah. Dominantly weird.
Well, Snacks steps up. Last remaining GamerLegion player. A 13-2 win coming in for BetBoom. Unless Snacks, of course, fighting on, finding something. As he drops down onto the side, eventually he will be cut. And it's going to be Flamis.
Oh,
just, man, don't take it.
How mean.
What's going on? This sums up the game. What the hell was that?
They were having way too much fun. Way too much fun.
Guys, this is a major. This is a 2-0 game. And BetBoom, 1 map up, 1 map win away from securing stage 2.
I'm not gonna lie, I did not anticipate this at all. I thought we were gonna get a competitive game. I thought we were gonna get 2 teams who were going to show us that they were 2 of the strongest in stage 1. But what I got in this game, Martin, was 1 team playing exceptionally well and then GamerLegion completely falling flat. Are you as surprised as I am?
I am definitely surprised that GamerLegion just didn't connect. They refused to connect to the server, and it kind of showed in a lot of moments, a lot of WTF moments as well, if I may say so, but it was just all over the place, you know. It was just the body language itself is just showing that the team came with a little bit of frustration, and the score and whatever happened on the server was just adding up to that.
I think it was funny because we briefly talked about this, because if this would have been back in 18, 19, and this would have been, I wouldn't say a mixed team, but a team with stand-ins showing up, you know, they would probably just been running around trying to find some openings or running through smokes to make some more chaos. But BetBoom, they make things work by having a lot of the players just, you know, playing with what they have. Like, they know a lot of setup utility. They can play off each other. They even if they mess up a smoke wall, they can still create chaos that makes GamerLegion even more confused. And that confusion just seems to be working for BetBoom. They seem to be taking every inch they can whenever they get these opportunities. And on top of that, they just play way better individually, and I guess that's how you also can win Counter-Strike.
It's hard to make a case that GamerLegion ever had a chance in this matchup, right? But one thing that was going for them was getting some opening kills in the first half as well, not being able to convert. There was a lot of rounds, Martin, that wasn't necessarily too pretty for GamerLegion. You have picked out round 4 that we're diving into it. What exactly did we see in that one?
I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about for GamerLegion before, because they were really good at finding some openings, but they were unable to just convert any of them, unlike in the previous. 4v2,
yeah.
Yeah, this is 4v2 already, and this is just the round that you have to close. It's 3-0. You have still chance to... You don't know how the match will go, right? But the retake, they decided to go for a 3-man ramp retake, which is quite common, but at the same time, PR is locked out of the vent rotation because of the smart positioning, and essentially this is Magnus just holding him, and Flamos is just gathering all the information, but now Magnus actually steps in with this great bait. A lot of damage that is still unconfirmed, but Flamos winning his 1v1 duel. It's not even a duel against Rez. Then perfect flash is coming through the window, and then Magnus just slams through those smokes because they know that they have to get on the bomb and they have to just spam those smokes to kill the diffuser, and they will secure the round. And this is just one instance of many what happened in this game, and everything went flawlessly into the BetBoom's favor.
I don't want to take anything away from BetBoom, because I think it was, you know, beautiful team play, especially when you're 2 guys alive. You use the flashes, you use the bait from Magnus. Peter, on GamerLegion's perspective in a round like this, and in general in that first half, getting as many opening kills as they did without being able to convert, at what point do we look at GamerLegion and be like, that's simply not good enough?
Oh, well, the fact that you get that many openers and you can't really convert, that is from the get-go not good enough, because even coming into today, I think they sat at the one with the highest 5v4 conversion. So yesterday they managed to actually do it. This time around they didn't, and maybe, I don't know if it's because they think that that BetBoom is playing in a specific way, and they get confused with what is happening, and the fact they might not even be prepared for playing Nuke. I don't know if that's the case as well, because the video seemed a little bit odd to us. I think that GamerLegion just looks a little bit quiet here. They seem to be a little bit off. They don't seem to be connecting too well together, and you just need to have more out of your individual. I think Hypex had a few good moments even in this round. We did see Pia having a bad start to this specific game as well. He had a pretty poor day yesterday as well. So I think that it's, in general, the individuals of GamerLegion not stepping up, but it's also because of the communication, because you find that many openings, you also need to be way better at converting them.
It's a bit atypical for GamerLegion. Dare I say it? The last 2 months, we've been praising them for being solid, for being stable. You know, Snacks have really found a way to utilize all the players, and you know, slowly but surely they've been ramping up heading into the major here and showing better and better signs. You know, Atlanta was another high for them, obviously going into the grand final, Martin. This was just one map. It was just Nuke, you know. But we did see them, I wouldn't say struggle yesterday, but they really had to fight for their victories. Now they lose a 3rd map in a row to BetBoom as well. You know, we saw the scoreline the last time they met. It was also pretty one-sided to BetBoom. At what point do we start to get worried on behalf of GamerLegion in this specific matchup?
I'm gonna give a little bit of an oversight for this, that whenever they actually took a pause, it was mostly coach talking to them. It felt like the team itself, they were not communicating good enough. They were just not even there physically, emotionally, you know, like the passion of the game, it was visibly off. And even though you're being stomped on, you have to have some kind of a, at least body language needs to be there. Finally, when they won that pistol, actually Tolson started shouting, which was kind of commendable in my opinion. But I have to say that this was just a dead team playing, and I hope that whatever is happening right now during this break outside of the venue, they're coming back into Asian with a clear head and fresh mind.
Speaking of being there, Peter, one player that you mentioned we haven't really seen so far is arguably also one of the most important players for GamerLegion. PR has not had the greatest start to this event.
No, definitely not, and you can definitely see the contrast for his last 3 months. A 107 rating is relatively decent, and then you have the event set of 067. You know, we had a very horrible start to this event, and this game specifically, sure, it was the majority of the players that did seem to struggle, but yesterday we did see Res, we did see Towson, and also specifically Hypex playing well, but PR just went missing yesterday. And I think that one thing is that PR might have had a bad start to this tournament, this game as well. I think he needs to step it up. Like, he needs to be more, like, he needs to contribute more and he needs to be playing better, because he is a force to be reckoned with within this squad. And one thing is doing it in stage 1 where the opposition is not as great, but I'm still confident that they're going to make it to the stage 2, but he needs to warm up. He needs to get into his game, because they, like, GamerLegion need PR way more than they have right now if they even have to have a chance in stage 2. So it's whether it's because of nerves, it's because of something outside that he can't control, it's definitely something that I've tried and noticed with PR, that when he gets like a rough start, he can have a hard time bouncing back. And he's still a young player, still a lot to learn, but I also have my expectations because he is a prospect in my eyes.
Let's wrap up Nuke. You know, I think we all agree that was a beautiful performance coming out from BetBoom, BetMix, whatever they call themselves at this point, playing some good Counter-Strike. Now heading into the second map is a comfort ground for GamerLegion, right? So in terms of them bouncing back, in terms of them coming back into this matchup, I guess you couldn't have a better map than Ancient. It's a map they have a bit of a win streak going on. They were very strong in Atlanta, played exceptionally well. PR usually also a great force together with Rez on a map like Ancient. So is it fair to say, Martin, that we can expect a different look from GamerLegion regardless of their day form heading into Ancient?
Well, isn't this the double-edged sword? If PR is not having great performance on the event overall, and now we're going into Ancient where he's very reliable piece usually.
Is this redemption this time around?
Yeah, I hope my boy PR is going to wake up a little bit and obviously put up a performance. But you have to think about it that way, that BetBoom are a mixed team, but they're just not running around headlessly and just rushing, but they're still having Ancient as a pretty solid map, I would say, even though GamerLegion should be on the paper taking this. But you know what? Nothing works on the paper like that, especially in the major so far. Best of ones were chaos, and right now even first map of the first best of 3 is a chaos itself. This was probably most one-sided map we've seen so far.
Would it be fair to say that playing Ancient as a mixed team, you know, as a team with limited practice, is probably not too bad? It's a map that allows you to be in your face, to be very aggressive, both on the T side but also on the CT side?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it definitely allows you to be a bit more pucky, but I honestly, when I look at BetBoom play, it doesn't look like they're playing as a puck team. It's like they've just slotted the player into that specific position. BetBoom, Boomish, when we talked with him yesterday, said that he's actually not doing anything. It's mainly the coach. It just says, hey, we need you to do this, and then the player just slots in, and it seems to be working for them, right? It's not. I don't feel like the rounds they won on Nuke was because they did some orthodox things by running through smokes or just like going for straight up duels. They played together, and on a micro level, they understood what to do, and I think that's the important thing. And I think that BetBoom has so much momentum, not only from yesterday, but also from this game. They're just going to stroll through Ancient as well. I don't think that GamerLegion has shown up today in a way, and I don't think there's anything that's going to... I mean, it will require a massive talk that they probably don't have time to do now to play better now. I think they lacked so many things, and you can just feel that it felt like a dead team at this point. So I don't see any big chances for GamerLegion in this one. I'm going to be completely honest.
All right, do you share that sentiment? You know, GamerLegion being on a 3-game win streak on Ancient, BetBoom have lost it 3 times in a row. Do you think it's more about the form today than the history on the map?
I have to believe that this is going to be closer than it looked so far.
It can be any worse, can it?
It can be worse. Well, it can, technically. It can, but I'm going to be honest, GamerLegion is going to push this into the third map. I don't know how. I don't have the answers. Those answers are going to be answered very soon. I hope so.
You don't have the answers, but we're about to find out whether or not you are wrong or right, Martin. You're hoping for a third map. So do I. So do GamerLegion. Now, if you're a BetBoom fan, you obviously hope that you can close out this game right here and right now and progress into stage 2. We spoke to Boomage yesterday saying that he needs all the practice he can get with the team. So if they can win this game and win the next map, well, then they have a couple of days off to practice. We're jumping off to a break, but once we're back, it's with BetBoom taking on GamerLegion on Ancient.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. One round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Control
From leading Virtus Pro once upon a time to now finding himself back in the server in the year 2026, Snacks has played CS and Cologne across 3 different decades of the game's history. So Snacks, talk to me a little bit about this stage for you. What does it mean?
I mean, I'm happy to be here. It's a major. So yeah, I would say being here is always a great occasion to show ourselves that we are capable of playing good Counter-Strike. So for me, just meaning that I'm happy and I'm pumped, to play again.
Do you find yourself in situations that you haven't seen before? I mean, you've seen the game in just about every scenario, every situation that you can imagine. But in leading these young guns, do you find to be challenging?
I think it's a little bit easier than in G2, for example. I mean, I know I need to be a little bit of papa sometimes for them, and sometimes not a papa, looking at you. But I think they're very nice, and it's easy to cooperate with them in the game, and I don't have any problems. I have only problems with myself, but then it's fine,
Snacks, you've never won a Cologne. You've gotten really close, but no cigar. And people always talk about how hungry you are. So what is it all about here in Cologne? Tell me about that.
I mean, I can be only hungry in USA, so Cologne, 50-50.
You got to temper your hunger a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for USA again, and then I can be hungry. Yeah.
Okay, so GamerLegion coming in here as favorites. Obviously, that's nice for you. That's fun for you guys. What has that done for your psyche coming into this major?
I mean, I wouldn't. Maybe on stage 1, maybe people are saying that we are favorites. Overall, in the major, probably not. But for me, it doesn't matter really. I mean, I came here. I want to beat everyone. Who I don't care who we're gonna face, to be honest. But about the BetBoom game, I think they're a pretty good team. Their players are shooting hard, so it's gonna be a tough match.
Snacks, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stewie's on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds of blood at one! They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play! Stewie's won the round, we go to overtime!
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026. We have BetBoom 1 map win away from stage 2 of the tournament. GamerLegion have to pull their socks up and somehow get back into this series. They were getting banked out no matter the advantage that they had. But now we switch to Ancient, their map pick, and things should turn around.
Yeah, they should have a huge advantage on this. They're going to be stronger on the map overall. But the question coming into this, in a map like this, is how does that first map affect anything when you just get destroyed 13-2 with no chance in these rounds, even when you were in good position, still letting them slip away? If you go back to IEM Atlanta just a few weeks back, GamerLegion had 3 matches on Ancient: Legacy, Astralis, and Na'Vi, the eventual champions. They won all 3 of those on Ancient. For BetBoom stepping into this map with a 3-map loss streak on Ancient coming into this series. So qualifying to stage 2 would be BetBoom if they can win this, but it's a tough task ahead of them.
It definitely is, but for BetBoom, having to play with a stand-in and back-to-back tournaments, luckily that stand-in is Flammus. Man, he was playing so well even on that last map too. It's just such a great addition to this team.
I'm actually of the opinion I think BetBoom's going to come in and win this and qualify 2-0 in this series, but it's just from watching on Nuke, is like watching how much fun BetBoom was having and how much they were kind of laughing. And still playing good Counter-Strike. Like, nobody was getting, like, overextended. Nobody was feeling like, oh, we're so far ahead, I can do whatever I want. Everyone was still playing situation smart. Everyone was still focused on the objectives of the round. Everyone was still playing as a team. So it feels to me like BetBoom is just way too locked in, even on a map where GamerLegion should have the advantage.
Wow. GamerLegion, and we heard Snacks talking about it as well, which was asked, how's it feel being favorites for stage 1? And he's saying that we don't really care. Like, we just want to beat everybody who we go up against. Yeah, it would be great to go 3-0 through, but we just want to beat everybody in the tournament. And I love that mentality from Snacks, and I would expect no different from a player of Snacks' caliber and of his career. We heard of some of the younger players, talking about it. What's your goal coming into this personally? It's like, get out of stage 1. It's like, maybe. It's like, that is not the mentality that wins you games. And now you need to have this mentality that wins you this map to see if you can stay alive in this series. And Snacks has to call his squad on the T side of Ancient. And so often, this man likes to go A. So here we go, over to the A's bomb site.
He gets a little bit weird calling on this map. He'll call to this A bomb site 4 or 5 rounds in a row if he feels like it's the right play to make, if he feels like he's got an advantage there. 9j and Flammus starting to be aggressive over towards Cave. It's a little bit late to get a jump on this exec as it comes in. Boomich is going to hear the nades. So BetBoom will spend a little bit of time clearing out middle, making sure there's no lurkers outside the B bomb site, and then they'll readdress to retake this site. No kits for the CT side, no smokes either.
At least the bomb plant secured here for the next round for GamerLegion, if nothing else, but they're holding down. They've got 2 players in tempo. PR to turn into the wall to dodge any flashbangs. Rise to take first contact, and PR swinging out. Eventually, PR getting a kill, but it's not enough to leave GamerLegion in a comfortable spot. But a good shot from Hypex. He got a second one as well. And all of a sudden, it's just Flammus 1v2, tapping the defusal, pulling Hypex into the open. And now it's down to Snacks. Waiting inside of Donut. Flammus into the open, chasing after him. Snacks runs away. And this is his comfort. Just drawing the timeout, drawing you around the Donut. You can no longer win the round. And Snacks has played it perfectly. Ring around the Rosie. And a rosy faces, they'll smile as they take themselves to pistol.
All right, much better start, obviously. And that's going to be a good feeling for GamerLegion. A really important pistol for them to win, just for the mentality and get started on the right foot, where you played, so far back deep in a hole all of Nuke. Now you get to play with the economic advantage early going on your map pick. Lovely shooting from Hypex with that P250. Those are some disgusting shots to save the day. Otherwise, that retake was starting to look good.
Oh, we know what Boomich can do with the CZ, Jason. He's got it out.
Of course he buys it again.
Snacks quickly out of elbow. He'll play under the boxes. Good position to get here. You got Boomich and Flammus in behind that smoke here at Donut. They're going to boost Flammus on top. He'll peek just to that left side and wait for the crossing members of GamerLegion, but as he does so, it's an audible dismount, and that'll be met with bullets through the smoke.
Molotov to hold back Red Room. Zorte spots it, knows they have control. Everyone's losing HP. GamerLegion just grouped up, playing a trade game. 4 players together in Red Room in the middle of the map. Towson waiting over at A main. No real panic yet for GamerLegion. Zorte's been brought down to 10, Boomich down to 11, so when they decide to move, a couple players easy to clean up.
That's a good opening pick onto Boomich before he can get up to any antics. And GamerLegion looking to convert in this 5v4. Desco highlighting how GamerLegion have been very strong at 5v4 conversions. It was just another reason to add on to the weirdness of map 1, right, where they just had so many advantages and so many opening kills going their way, and just complete failure to convert them.
Yeah, I was mentioning, I think part of it too, I think I said it during the first map of the series, I think Boomich and BetBoom just kind of really outplayed GamerLegion and pretty much, in the mid-round, pretty much every single time. Anytime there was like a settled down mid-round, they were able to kind of outcall and outmaneuver GamerLegion, which is another reason why I felt like BetBoom would come into this map and be able to take it as well, because Ancient also has, it's a mid-round map. If you're not just getting blown up and winning the round based off like some fast mid-play, the mid-round can be super effective to move around and be mobile between the 2 bomb sites. This time, BetBoom's not going to sit back on their heels. flash and a piece of aggression coming in. Towson's going to get caught. Nade in hand, blinded. There's another kill from Boomich. The USP's doing work, but not enough stopping power to really secure the round.
PR to finish off Flamus, leaving MIBR alone, and then we'll get into the real rounds of this game now. First 3 picked up for GamerLegion. Good start. Really important that they had this lead. You know, coming out of getting banged out on Nuke, you want to make sure that you come in and just try and put that to bed as quickly as possible and reset, and obviously finding 3 rounds in a row is going to help with that. But here comes the buy for BetBoom, and you're going to get the AWP out pretty early here for Zorte.
Live into round 4. Up in Hypex's hands as well. Zorte takes his towards the A bomb site towards Donut. Boomich is going to run down mid and join up with him. No fast mid play from GamerLegion. Rez, Towson, and Hypex just kind of sitting back, waiting, looking for pushes.
Zorte awaits the peek out from Heaven Snacks. Going to be the first victim that AWP has found its prey straight away.
And they really wanted that piece to help them take some mid control, so they're going to be a little bit more nervous. Rez and Hypex and Towson as they start moving out. Zorte repositioned for this fight. Hypex steps into it. He goes down as well. Yes. Up difference here in round 4.
Yeah, big difference. Zorte can definitely be that. I think in the first 2 best of ones on Dust 2 on the CT side, once he got that AWP out, he was a real menace for all the teams that went up against him. Well, he's finally felled by Rez, but his advantage is still held, and they're going to cross out towards Heaven and try and finish on this B bomb site. But as that is happening, you're seeing Dilladez move down the B ramp. MIBR is going to start taking contact, but it's actually Rez who once again has chimed in with this AWP, so he's drawing it back to the AWP difference.
Oh, no
you
way.
mentioned it. Turns out the AWP diff is Rez on the server. He's got 3, and that has resurrected their chances of winning this round as PR turns back into the cave. You've got Boomich dead now at the hand of PR, and now it is GamerLegion who are winning the ridiculous rounds.
I was going to say, it's GamerLegion giving them a taste of their own medicine. 3 versus 5 conversion off of Rez's AWP. That sentence hasn't been uttered too often. Flamus, lovely shot on the first. Tries to save the AWP, picked off. Quad kill for Rez.
He's an AWPer. A smile on his face. He's had a good time with it, but passes it back over to Hypex.
I mean, that's an ugly round from BetBoom. I mean, for as many as there were on Nuke for GamerLegion, it's the same kind of thing. MIBR just pulls a nade out, kind of steps into the open to deploy it, gets picked off. The Rez shot over towards B ramp is wild.
How much of your opinion or prediction of BetBoom winning this in a 2-0 fashion was predicated on the fact that they would be able to continue the momentum from map 1?
I think they'd be able to continue it, but I feel like I want to see what GamerLegion looks like if they hit an obstacle. If BetBoom like clamp down a little bit, like after you just get destroyed like that on the first map, it's so easy for your mental to fade away and disappear really quickly. It's really easy for you to get like knocked off your game in the next map. Now, the longer that this run goes on from GamerLegion, the more they kind of steel themselves against that eventuality.
Walking through the smoke, Snacks quick to react. Flash is good as well, so Dilladez has to just cower behind the wall, hoping that he wasn't going to get hunted, but PR not going to let him get away with that one. And then Towson moves forward. His rifle good enough to drop Zorte.
Tell you what, it also looks like GamerLegion on an individual level. Everyone looks a lot more comfortable and confident on this map, stepping into fights.
Yeah, especially PR here. 7-2 now with his rifle. You're going to have a 5-0 lead here for GamerLegion. Very different story. Mirage will be the 3rd map in this series.
This is the first time, too, like I mentioned also BetBoom on that first map, like even despite how much they were up and how much of an advantage they had, everyone playing smart. I think Zorte kind of sticking around and challenging for another fight from Red Room when he'd already provided the 5-on-3. Not necessarily like a bad play, but just like something that wasn't necessary in any way. Kind of overexpose yourself to the chance of getting picked off, and then all of a sudden you see how it collapses on the other side. So
yeah, once the first domino falls, everything just comes crashing down.
That first domino always thinks the 4th, or you know, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th domino are going to save the day. They're like, oh, it's fine.
It's true. You just can't trust your teammates, Jason.
That's the lesson to learn here. Can't ever trust them.
First time out here for BetBoom.
That's a very uplifting timeout as well. There's some energy in the tunes.
Feel like I'm in an action movie, you know?
Yeah, I was thinking Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's what came to me.
Definitely has vibes of... Yeah, actually, I can hear it.
There we go. That's the one.
Who's going to be Captain Jack Sparrow on the server?
At the moment, it is looking like PR, which is nice, because the Deaths just had a long conversation about him before this map began, about how he was going to be so critical to this team's success, how he needed to step up in his performance. So at least getting them started with a 7-2 opening here on Ancient. 5-0 lead for GamerLegion as this timeout comes to a close. Another full buy for BetBoom on the other side. Zorte's got his AWP.
All right, Rez out of the elbow to the bottom boxes. Utility coming in to heat things up for Rez. Has to use utility of his own just to stay alive. It isn't going to dissuade him from fighting. He steps to the side of that smoke and looks for a challenge. But the challenge comes from A main as Zorte topples Snacks and gives the opening again here to BetBoom.
Yeah, slows everything down as well. Towson's got to give away his supportive position with Hypex over in middle to go get the bomb, which was dropped by that shot. So Hypex is on his own, an aggressive ult. Stepping in towards Red Room, and Zorte again repositioned towards the middle of the map. And again, gonna go for a peek, and again, gonna get taken down by Hypex. He's just owning the middle of the map. No movement from anyone, no reaction, no proactive play, no information gathering from BetBoom. It's just Hypex kind of challenging, having a lot of safety to work as a solo op in mid. Towson's going to relocate with the bomb towards B ramp. And BetBoom seem to have a decent enough read on this. Dilladez, Magnajez, and Boomich are going to be close by to support at this B site.
Oh, smoke up on the side of the cube. Utah's going to go flying up. Here's PR stepping forward. Magnajez take him down, and you've got Rez dying inside of the cave. Towson trying to lay down law, but can't do much about it. And now just Hypex having to save his weapon in red. They run out of time. They get stalled out, and BetBoom able to hold on.
Yeah, I don't know how that round kind of closed out for GamerLegion. That felt very flat. That attack never actually began. If PR is going to be aggressing towards Cube, it feels like there needs to be a second player with him if that's going to have any hope of success. Otherwise, it's like just get into the site and try and get that bomb planted and play far back in the positions you're already in. Lovely shot from Zorte to start things out. Does give the equalizer right back over to Hypex, but the read that the B bomb site is going to be the finish is perfect for BetBoom.
Spray down into the elbow, and Boomich, of course, he gets the last one with the last bullet as well.
All right, well, another 5-on-3. Now, again, it's like a couple rounds back, we just had this conversation. Don't need to do a whole lot here. No need to go aggressive and like try and find a pick and hold an aggressive angle. These three GamerLegion players are going to have to commit into one of your bomb sites. They're going to be coming right at you. Snacks, Hypex, and PR are going to try and piece this together. And I mean, all they have is the B bomb site when this smoke fades, right? You're not going to want to maneuver all the way around the map after Boomich just pushed down mid. You don't know what mid looks like. Don't know what A main looks like.
As they peek in, Magnajez ripping the head off Snacks. Hypex trying to tread it back, but he just can't get anything going here. 45 seconds, 2 players left for GamerLegion. Make it 1. There's no hope in hell here for PR. It's even being blocked in as well. And that utility from the donut player.
I don't think they'll be super motivated to hunt. So this could be interesting. PR might just be able to stand here and chill. I don't think the money's there for BetBoom to really commit too many resources to trying to clear him out and take this AK-47 away.
An AK save here would be good though for GamerLegion. I mean, there's 3 of the players have money. Yeah, be able to get everyone onto a rifle pretty much.
Okay, but 2 in a row now for BetBoom. So this is kind of the test I was looking to see is how many, like what if they break GamerLegion? What is the response going to be? Okay, PR making a late play for a kill. Nade is out, and he goes down. Nade smoke actually obscures his vision, and Zorte grabs that one as well. So yeah, now that what if this goes three in a row for BetBoom, and then GamerLegion's kind of sitting in a place where they don't have great money. That's where I want to see what GamerLegion has, if they can kind of rebound from that, or if the kind of beatdown they took on Nuke has primed them to just kind of shatter and fall apart here pretty quickly.
A chance to bounce back and stop that from happening. They've got 4 rifles here in the MAC-10 for PR. That's what they've been able to squeeze out. Towson had extra cash, $7,800 to start things off, and a good grenade.
Great grenade.
Yeah, a couple of them landing over towards Boomage, so that's a good way to get an opening kill, but a better way to find the trade kill from Magnajez.
Yeah, shutting down a fast, aggressive play, turning in towards Jaguar. The MAC-10 trying to get a little bit crazy with its mobility. Diladez is going to join up here as well, as Snack slides into the angle, and he wants to challenge.
Now Rez marches his way out into the fight. It's going to be a quick one onto Snacks. Magnajez is hungry. He wants to go forward. And he's gone out and he's got himself everything. Okay. That's the kind of performances we've been seeing more and more out of Magnajez.
Well, it's also improvised, too, off of his teammate's smoke. He might not actually push it that hardcore, but when the smoke pops, he says, that sound cue tells you that I'm sitting behind the smoke. So I'm just going to push forward and, again, just do the exact opposite of what you're thinking.
Well, Hypex has to clutch, and there's just no way he's going to do it. Magnajez is in such a good spot to peek out with a combined flashbang from Zorte. And Magnajez, he goes out and wins that round on his own. He's also the player to get the initial trade as well.
Yeah, I mean, I also just love it too. He even calls Diladez over to help him out over in the hole over in Jaguar. So I mean, he calls a teammate over. He knows there's going to be a little bit more contact. Great way to start the rounds. Unfortunately, not able to build anything off of it. Not even really taking that space over in middle with that kill. All right, now we have BetBoom clawing back into this first half. 3 rounds in a row. Tech9's GamerLegion shoved back to pistols. And it's going to be fast towards the A bomb site. Rez is all a ruse to take their attention away as they scale in, but Flamus arrives at the perfect moment.
Yeah, and that's just put a stop to any hopes and dreams here of GamerLegion breaking through and getting a bomb plant. Shadow cast against the wall. Diladez cast PR aside, and Magnajez has the kill inside of middle. So that'll be a 4th round for BetBoom, closing this gap rapidly. And a timeout taken, as you would expect here for GamerLegion, as they have a bye ahead of this round. But this is where your question arises once again, Jason. Yeah. Is this going to be the point where GamerLegion break?
Well, because some of these rounds on the stretch for BetBoom have been pretty dominant wins. I know they've kind of been extended rounds towards the tail end, maybe some late attempts at a plant, but some of them have been like, they're just trying to get that plant right at the end for the extra money, not actually even a chance to win it. So it's time for an important conversation with GamerLegion. You open this map up well. 5-0 start after you get destroyed on Nuke. And now you've kind of given away that advantage as BetBoom has clawed back in from the CT side. Lead is cut down to 1. And you're just desperately hoping that this isn't a situation where GamerLegion just disappears. 5 AKs for their attack in this round.
The util landing down into his elbow, but it's going to be, again, Boomage. He's just like, oh, well, I guess that's how I start another round. Great, double nade. He's going to have to stop doing that. Flamus, he's going to get the trade, though. And here they come out of elbow. Magnajez blinded. Vision revealed just in time. Gets the kill on Towson, now spamming down in the smoke. Magnajez surely can't get away. He does. He gets around the corner, and in fact, he gets away with it, and he's still going back for the fight.
That's the one that got me too. Can't believe he got away. Can't believe he went back and looked for another battle.
Still got away again.
So we're all good for the moment now, but that's GamerLegion. Back-to-back rounds, they've gotten that kill on Boomich with the nades in middle, but back-to-back rounds, equalizers found immediately and now put at a disadvantage.
It's got to be PR and Hypex to source the comeback. Now you've got a minute left on the clock to make this happen. The bomb is just outside of elbow on the back of Hypex, and PR occupies outside of cave. They can join up in middle. That's the common meeting point. But you've got Flamus who here at red, and right beside him is Magnajez.
Yeah, the nice thing is with Zorte having the AWP, you can kind of trust him to hold down the fort for at least one side. Good information found. Both players in middle. They didn't expect the second peek.
Well, now with 30 seconds on the clock, you're going to get blocked at red. PR is on 8 HP. Ooh. And the nadles find him. So, sent forward from Zorte. High fives all around here for BetBoom, showing a lot of depth across the map. And once again, that's GamerLegion out of a timeout into an opening kill, and they concede the round without really getting anywhere.
Yeah, it's great stretch of rounds from BetBoom right now as they come back in, tie things up. 2 rounds remaining in this first half. So yeah, you chuck out these 3 nades. Boomich goes down again for free. It feels like Magnajez and Dilladez were like, okay, well, if you're chucking 3 nades in middle, we can be a little bit aggressive. We can take a bit of a risk here towards Jaguar and set up because likely only one person here.
Early nades land towards GamerLegion's feet. Shaving some health off 4 players. Magnajez this time not going to find the success he's been sourcing quite confidently towards Cave, and you're going to have to rely upon the rest. And fortunately, you can rely upon Flammis. The rotation is swift. The Boots marching back in here from BetBoom. Plant is secured here for GamerLegion, and that's all they'll get. 4 plays stay up for BetBoom. Retake is successful, and the lead taken of the game here for the CT side.
Yeah, Magnajez has been playing a little bit. He's starting to get a little overconfident in that position over in Cave and Jaguar, but a play like this to be hyper-aggressive when you got Flammis behind you, I think he's more than happy to take that risk, and even if he goes down, he knows he's got a teammate to kind of shore up the gap.
Well, it was an impressive 5 rounds in a row from GamerLegion, but an even more impressive 6 rounds in a row now from BetBoom. They could go on to get a 7-5 lead out of the half after being 5-0 down.
Yeah, especially considering a couple of those rounds he played 4v5 with Boomich taking the nade kills or the nade deaths early on. Final round of the first half, 6-5 for BetBoom. Hypex back with the AWP. Zorte still has his. And they're going to do it again. Boomich wisely decides to traverse down the left side of the stairs.
Yeah, it's going to trickle on back. He's happy to play around here, Boomich. I'm sure he's not been naded down to death. So he'll just maintain his position and life. As Magnajez is pushed out of Cave, as he often has. And this time, Zorte is coming to back him up. So the map feels very small right now for GamerLegion.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you're loving it if you're BetBoom at the moment because you're like, okay, nobody outside the B-bomb site. Maybe they're behind the double doors, but we're content with that one. Utility raining in the mid-round towards Red Room from GamerLegion. So Magnajez is going to be on notice of someone swinging elbow.
Elbow smoke goes down, Rez moves through it. Snacks is taking damage, down to 10 HP. That was the right call, perfectly set up by Flammis' flashbang. Magnajez gets 2 from it. Dilladez moves off at the wrong time. So PR at least getting 1 kill back, opening up the A side with a second player there, and that's Boomich to close the gap on the A side just as it opens. But Snacks has opened one up on the B site instead, and he's moved deep.
But you haven't been able to clear Zorte, who's playing over in Cave. So he's still going to be in a pretty wild, strong position. And if he hears Rez with these footsteps, now he's going to tell with the smoke. Flammis shifting over.
Yeah, Snacks has got that one. Flammis is going to go down. Zorte missed shot. Pressure's on. Snacks looking for the fight. He's got it as well. Zorte re-peeking into the open and putting Boomich in a clutch. So the desire for 7 rounds in a row is still there. Boomich has to win it 1v2.
It's winnable. He's got a smoke and he's got an HE grenade. And if he puts that nade in the right place, Snacks is going to eat it. But Snacks rotates around.
Yeah, that's going to be 6-6, all tied up. GamerLegion at least securing 1 at the end of the half to prevent that 7 in a row from BetBoom. Welcome back to Cologne. It's the Intel Extreme Masters, and it's the major, and we're going to be sending someone to stage 2 at the end of this series, and right now, a great chance that it might be BetBoom. They started a 5-0 hole in that half and managed to pull 6 rounds in a row. GamerLegion grabbed the last round of the half. We've got a tied game going into the second here, Jason.
Which is nice considering the first map wasn't competitive at all. Good to see that fight out of GamerLegion as they bounce back to start this map well. And we'll see if they can sustain that and outlast it as they switch to the CT side. It's Boomic's turn to work the map from the offensive angle. Magnajez stepping towards elbow. Boomic throwing utility, but it still looks like majority of force is going to be heading towards A main eventually. It'd be PR to defend from over in Temple. Nice timing on the route, on the move from Magnajez.
And well, PR eats the flashbang. It's gonna have to go back in Temple. Rez moves forward. Drops back behind smoke. Plant is gonna be secured here for BetBoom.
5-on-5 retake, no utility for the CT side, no kits either.
Yeah, Sorte firing some shots into the Temple and through the smoke, but none of them connecting. And now GamerLegion's resources starting to be gathered and congregate, ready for this retake attempt. The Dual Berettas will arrive last through Donut, hoping they can be the surprise attack on the flank. Sorte chiming in, there's the Julies taking the fights elsewhere, but haven't been successful. The T side winning out in the post-plant fight. Hypex runs right into the Donut, eats lead to the head, and that'll end up being BetBoom collecting the pistol round to kick off this second half and taking the lead of the game.
Yeah, similar. I mean, both teams kind of essentially running the same exact pistol round. Hypex with his P250 and A main got the double kill in the first half. Now you got the P250 and the BetBoom side of things playing the same position. Just no real chance at getting any leg into this retake. You have no smoke, you have nothing to kind of activate, and it's got to be quick because there's a lack of kits. So just so many bodies to find and so many crossfires set up by BetBoom. Really well done. They take that lead right back, 7-6.
It's going to be a force buy here for GamerLegion. Scout for Hypex. 5-7s for Snacks Towson. And MP9 for PR. Rose has a USP and Kevlar with a helmet. There they go, charging up in towards the site. Flamus is overtaking B along with the rest of BetBoom, so they've occupied the B bomb site and no one's home, so that'll just be a safe call for GamerLegion, you'd imagine.
I can't even imagine GamerLegion does a whole lot of actually challenging and going for this. I think this is more just kind of save these weaker weapons as well and try again in the next round, because you're going to be saving in the next round regardless.
So you've got an 8-6 lead for BetBoom.
8-6 lead for BetBoom and a chance to build that even further.
Man, it's starting to look like stage 3 in a 2-0 fashion.
Damn, that's an AK-47 that hit the deck.
Oh,
so
you want to go get that, don't you?
Yeah, Magnajez really wants that weapon.
It's going to protect it. Prevent any of the CTs getting towards it. And if you do want it, you've got to walk into the cave of death. Well, Magnajez and Diladaz taking all these kills, so GamerLegion losing a lot of these weapons. Boomic racing after them. The MAC-10 gets another. And that AK is not picked up. It will be the Galil carried over for Flamus.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, it's obviously a bummer to lose 4 players at the end of it if you're BetBoom with that kind of thing. But you took 4 out as well, so you know now you have that weaker buy or lack of buy in terms of lack of armor on the CT side, just some upgraded pistols. So you still feel like
have a round win for free.
Yeah, well, that's what you feel like. It's not as exciting because you did lose 4 players. You do have to reinvest. The money's been brought a little bit low.
But 5-7s, they can always pull off something crazy.
So can MAC-10s.
That's true. And it's a pretty good start from the MAC-10.
It's not bad, is it?
I've been loving Magnajez lately, Jason. I've been thinking he's great.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, actually, watching some of his decisions in this map have been kind of cool.
He's 16-8 right now.
He's got a cool mixture of like aggressive, like I'm just going to make the play right here, and then also understanding when the play to make is to kind of tuck in and just be intelligent and stay alive and wait for a better moment. It's been really fun to watch him. 3-round lead for BetBoom going into round 16. Guns coming out for the first time for the GamerLegion CT side. All up in the hands of Hypex, M4s otherwise. Missing kits on the CT side. But an all-important round, and if you're BetBoom and Boomich, you can really kind of flip through the playbook pages. You've got 2 MAC-10s and a Galil, so you can actually be super aggressive if you choose to.
Right now, the A-bomb site is wide open for the taking, and the majority of BetBoom's forces heading that way.
What's the timing when somebody shifts back? PR or Rez, it'll be their responsibility. PR falling back into CT spawn. Rez is going to be in Donut, but the hit's already underway. Utility's already in place, so you just got to cross your fingers and hope this spam connects.
Man, they're all over the site. Good work down here from BetBoom. Flamus going to send some shots towards PR. The plant is going to be there, but Flamus protecting it as Rez moved down to the donut smoke to try and deny. And you think he might have an element of surprise that could be effective, but Flamus is so quick on the reactions, and that's going to force GamerLegion into the save call.
I think kind of like the big bummer, I feel, in this game, if BetBoom continues to go on to win this and take the series 2-0, I think the big bummer that I see from GamerLegion's perspective at the moment in the second half is like, it's really been 2 critical rounds. The pistol round and this first gun round. And both of them, you didn't play a single body inside the, or you didn't really play anyone in the A bomb site. Both of them are set up to be retake rounds 5-on-5. And in that sense, I'm like, if you're GamerLegion, you probably feel like you haven't really been able to challenge on the CT side yet in these 2 critical rounds.
Oh my goodness, and they're also losing extra weapons!
Oh, it's
mercy
horrifying.
from Boomich! He got all of them!
It's over.
Oh,
throw in the towel.
dude.
Throw in the towel.
I just heard an evil laugh coming from as well.
They're having way too much fun today, man.
No way he gets all 3 of them as well, just as the time is about to tick on and you're about to save 1 extra player. Boomich does this. Yeah, the 3rd one is just ridiculous. There.
Perfect.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that has just ripped everything away from GamerLegion. Maybe even though there's the belief that this is even possible. BetBoom now pursuing 11 rounds, charging into the B-bomb site. Execution has forced all the CTs out of their hiding holes.
Oh my
and
lord.
Flamus is Mac 10 this time, sprinkling into the feed with 2 kills. And it's Towson and PI left alone within seconds of the round beginning.
This is the same as like the end of Nuke. The vibe right now is like BetBoom just hit this point where they're like, we know we're going to win and we know we're better and we're just going to have fun while we do it to close out this series. 11-6. One more chance for resistance from GamerLegion. They'll have guns back in the next round. They'll have the AWP in the hands of Hypex, probably a timeout beforehand just to align themselves. The last opportunity to stay in this map and series. Otherwise, BetBoom is moving on, the first team to qualify forward to stage 2 of the IEM Cologne Major.
Well, the majors are where Boomich cut his teeth in sort of exceeding expectations.
It did pop up in, what was it, Boston with QBF, with Quantum Bellator Fire?
Yeah, it was at the E-League Major in 2018. That was a quarterfinal showing with QB Fire. I mean, the Legend stage with Windstrike at the Face It Major in 2018. Didn't have a great Katowice, so we'll not talk about that one. But quarterfinal with Na'Vi, then a win in 2021 with Na'Vi in Major, and then a second place in Antwerp. Quarterfinal with Cloud9.
A lot of playoffs in those major visits, aren't there?
Yeah, so, you know, Boomich knows a thing or two about performing at a major.
I think it's been cool to watch him as well develop as like an IGL, where it felt like, remember when he was leading, when he won the major as the IGL, that Na'Vi roster was simple. It always kind of felt like it wasn't truly an IGL, but kind of in a situation where he had great players and a great coach behind him. Now it feels like he's developing some game as an IGL. It's been cool watching them out-call teams all
our
through this
respect
stage.
is lining up, you know? Maybe we're starting to really see him for what he's always been, but we got Boomich coming out. He's just charging. He's also fragging, Jason.
He's also still alive.
Yeah, that's...
that fight in a Molotov.
4 HP.
They pulled a Sonic.
And the Sonic died. Boomich just step up. There we go. He goes straight into the open. This time, finally, getting taken down by Rice, who's done well with the 2, but again, it's Dilladez to answer it. Oh, Dilladez looked the wrong way and got back to it.
That's a wild kill to grab if you're Dilladez. Didn't seem like he was even prepared for the fight. Zorte drops the bomb over to keep his perch with the AWP. Over in A main. Hypex gonna have to step in for the retake. Only kit available is on Towson, so he cannot die to Magnagez.
Boom, into the open. Hypex picks away Dilladez. All right, step 1. But Towson, ooh, looking like he is going to die to Magnagez, but now Magnagez has to worry about the site as well. Because his teammate's just gone down. Zorte removed, smoke goes up. Hypex doing so much of the work here, but he's taken away. And Magnagez knows he's done damage to Towson. He's trying to spam away, but he's not in the right spot. Just one bullet would do it. Can stop it, but Towson just sticks it. And Magnagez does not arrive in time. So one stolen away here from GamerLegion. They're able to pick it up.
Yeah, snatched away, but I don't think BetBoom is going to be too concerned at the moment. They got plenty of money, and even in that victory, GamerLegion lose everyone. So they're going to have to rebuy, spend all this cash. They will still have the AWP in the field because Towson can pass that over to Hypex. But just barely living in this map. This one was nasty. That turn just at the perfect moment. But Hypex really the star in the retake, grabbing 2 kills with the AWP to step back in.
Out into the open. We got Rez now moving into the donut. Flamus is already through the smoke at Red Room. Rez has to find success. Switches to the AK. Hypex actually hit the collateral. Goes for the follow-up through the smoke. And Zorte, the walking wounded, retreats through middle. PR aggressive in A main, surely gets this kill on Magnajez, and he will. So there's no way GamerLegion lose this one.
No, well, BetBoom's doing that thing where, you know, you feel like the win is kind of right there for you, stepping through smoke, trying to get a little bit creative, trying to show a different look at him, and it just ends up looking a little bit silly. 2 players walk through smokes to their death. And now it's such a dominant round from GamerLegion's defense that they can be happy about the fact 4 players survived, 3 kills on Hypex, money grows across the team. So if you're BetBoom, you had that economy just at a breaking point, right on the edge where GamerLegion could barely afford to buy.
So it's that idea of chasing the win when you kind of feel like it's right there. You can almost have the adverse effect.
Like, we haven't seen him for most of this half run these kinds of tactics of trying to step through the smokes, right? The question becomes, we know coming into this that this map was going to be stronger for GamerLegion, a little bit weaker for BetBoom. Is do you have the playbook and the game plan and the knowledge of how to adjust and change things up, or are you kind of just running through tactics hoping one of them's going to work for you?
Well, fortunately for BetBoom, they do have a good buy to rely upon and fall back into. They got Zorte boosted on the box, hoping that there's an overextension, and Rez provides it as the words leave my mouth. So Zorte to take the opening, and BetBoom can settle into a 5v4 with a minute 20 left on the clock. Big round from Hypex in the previous. Was hoping he could get that trade kill through Red Room, but too many nades come towards him.
A lot of finishes at the A bomb site in this game. I think BetBoom's going to switch this one up. I think Dilladez will end up bringing the bomb over to the B bomb site. Boomich Flamus going to start challenging Snacks and Jaguar. They line up. Nice and easy for Snacks, and that is a good indication of where exactly BetBoom was headed.
Now how do you recover this? Snacks reignites the round for GamerLegion with that double kill.
I think actually now you look at this position of Magnajez, and if he's feeling safe and secure, you can almost use him as a pivot point. They stepped away to continue towards the B bomb site, and Zorte's found another pick. 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, you can see Magnajez is now starting to investigate towards Donut. If he can get them some space and opening back to A, that's the pathway.
They're gonna let him play first. If he gets this kill, they'll come over.
And well, PR is waiting behind the big box. Not spotted yet. Magnajez secretly slinking his way through. Did not spot PR.
Yeah, but this is crazy. PR's going to stop the plant.
He's in such a good spot. He's communicating
Wait, they know
to his
now.
teammates, but now they're checking for him, and they've got him. Dilladez deals with PR, and now Hypex running back through CT spawn, trying to get there in time, but the bomb is planted, and Hypex hoping he can get here enough in time, but he can't. Magnajez has got the headshot, and now Towson 1v3. Otherwise, it's BetBoom to series point. 1 round win away from stage 2 of the major.
Magnajez is a gamer. He has been awesome to watch on this map. Clearing out, I don't know if he spotted, I think maybe a teammate spotted a shadow, a leg on his screen and called it out, but at some point they turned and realized they had to clear out the big box. This is how it opened up. Rez gives away the opening kill towards Zorte, finds another pick. Those are really shallow peaks that he's taken off. But that one, hunting down PR, securing the bomb site, and puts BetBoom in a position. 4 chances, 4 rounds that they have to qualify for the next stage of the major. And doing it in 3-0 fashion with the stand-in stepping in. An impressive run for BetBoom so far. But because that previous round was such a clean victory for GamerLegion, they got plenty of cash. AWP is back in the hands of Hypex. M4s as well. Rez and Towson a little bit low on money. And we're going to double up on timeouts as BetBoom wants a conversation.
Yeah, I like that. BetBoom taking the timeout right after GamerLegion's.
Ice him out, make him second-guess the decision, second-guess the call. Let him hit tab and look at the scoreboard a little bit more.
And then they'll see Magnajez at the top, 20 and 10. Boomich sitting with 15 kills. Flamus on 17, continuing to be such a stellar stand-in.
I feel like Boomich has had some crazy impact with those kills that aren't reflected in just 15 frags on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Either way, we enter round 21. GamerLegion must win everything to force overtime.
As Hypex getting his way down into the cubby. He got that CT smoke to prevent the Molotov because he really wants to hold this position, but they're not coming this way.
He's also, he just ate an 8 as well, down to 31 HP. That's crazy that it lands right at his feet. A little bit frustrating, not ready for the jump, and now gonna back off. Boomich and BetBoom going back to the A bomb site. That's where they started this half. It's looking like it's where they want to close it.
Can the PR department of GamerLegion deliver them a big win? He's holding on inside of Donut. Wright's coming over and deploying utility, trying to hold them at bay as they come out through the smoke. 5-7 dinks up Flamus, doesn't matter. The walking wounded still fragging and moving in. The stand-in standing up and looking to deliver the opening kill that will result in BetBoom moving into stage 2 of the major. A little bit of doubt cast on this team about whether or not they could do it, whether or not they could be a 3-0 team.
Oh my.
Not playing with their roster, but Flamus into the smoke. Zorte behind the big box. And now just PR and Snacks as BetBoom will take the first step forward. They will be the first team to qualify into stage 2 of the Cologne Major. It's been a while since we've seen Boomich, but he is back and he has found a team with his name on it.
Yeah, this is an excellent performance from BetBoom. The other challenger in stage 1, these two teams felt like the two best teams we've got in this stage, and BetBoom just shows and punishes GamerLegion. A dominant victory on Nuke, and a strong victory here on Ancient, the map pick of GamerLegion. Absolutely lovely stuff. Great performance from Nagnajez. Good calling from Boomich. Open from Zorte was on point. His team looks good, so the stand-in situation shouldn't be making anyone nervous any longer.
No, and the other question was they got to play Dust 2 twice in the best of ones. Is that their strength? Is just how good they look on Dust 2? And I think they answered the question. This is the toughest challenge they could have had in stage 1 of the major was against GamerLegion, and they handled them on 2 very different maps.
Yeah, I mean, super impressive to see that. I think for GamerLegion, you're going to have a mixture of, I think a really bad day in the office, especially on Nuke. I mean, put themselves in so many good positions. I think that's going to be frustrating for GamerLegion, is putting themselves in all those positions, all those opening kills on Nuke, and still losing so many disadvantages. But regardless, this is still a team I think everyone's going to tell you will eventually qualify through. Shouldn't be getting eliminated, fresh off that grand finals appearance at IEM Atlanta as well.
Absolutely. I think they're just going to be disappointed more so with the fact of how they were beaten today, right? Like, especially on Nuke, the amount of advantages they were finding, how well they were playing. But in the end, it is BetBoom that will celebrate today. They qualify into stage 2, 3-0.
Huge moment here for BetBoom. Obviously, Zorte, we caught up with you before the game. Nuke looked like child's play. You guys 13-2, near flawless first half. Did you feel like you had the series at that point?
I don't think so. I think they didn't expect that we picked Nuke. I think they more prefer like Anubis. But this time we just did some preparation on Nuke, and I think we just they were surprised for them. And we started with good pistol first by round, and actually we felt confident they didn't do some anti-stats, and yeah, the game on T side felt confident. Yeah.
We get into Ancient. Rez had a big op around there. Was BetBoom asleep a little bit when we started Ancient? How did it kick off?
I don't think so. I think the Ancient is the most scripted map, and we didn't get enough practice on this map. We just get some bits and bobs before the game, and yeah, I think that's the reason. And actually, we didn't prepare the positions on this map, and I think we just need some best of threes to get a flow in this tournament, and just everyone in the team feel confident with these positions.
Zorte, you guys have secured stage 2 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major. Is there anything you want to say about your team, about yourself? Is there anything you want to tell the crowd at home?
I think this event is super important for me, especially because that was my dream to play in an arena in Cologne. And I think, I don't know, how we did it, I don't know, just because my team is, I don't know, everyone is super confident, super good individually. I think it's just I'm super happy to play with them. Yeah.
Congratulations, Zorte. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's head it back over the desk. Guys, what do you think?
I think BetBoom played an incredible game of Counter-Strike and absolutely manhandled GamerLegion in this one. We're joined by Flamus here on the desk as well. First and foremost, Flamus, congratulations making it to stage 2. That was, I wouldn't say easy per se, but that was convincing from you guys.
I mean, that was a good game for us. Ancient were surprising for us because, first of all, I knew that I was playing Ancient on A just like right before the tournament, so 0 prax even on that position. The only thing that I did watch some demos, and yesterday we've been I've been just learning scripts for this map yesterday. Yeah, and everything else was just coming from pure individual skill, and yeah, I mean, it's good. I put it myself on free also.
Perfect. It worked for you guys. I'm curious from your perspective, because you've been standing in for the team a couple of times now. How is it to obviously to play with the guys, and now you make stage 2, and I guess you also have a little of a quest yourself that you want to be showing to the world that you can still play at a high level, so you can get a good contract. So, how does it feel to be part of this team and now make stage 2?
I mean, feels great. We won 3 games in a row. We didn't lose a single map. It's good. It's always good to win. It's always fun to win. Game's been interesting. But I don't know. I mean, I had a pretty huge break when I couldn't play, when there was no offers, and I'm just happy to play Counter-Strike on a good event. IEM Cologne. This is my actually first time playing at Cologne, so I'm pretty happy, and I played on only one great like that tournament. It was IEM Katowice, where I couldn't play in the playoffs because of the visa status. And yeah, so maybe this time I will have my chance.
It's looking good right now.
You're one step closer, obviously, to making it inside the arena. You still have to go through a lot of games and stage 2 for that matter as well. But just want to revert the conversation back to what we spoke about before. No practice whatsoever. We spoke with Boomits as well. You know, you didn't know necessarily your lineup coming into the tournament as well. Do you think there's an advantage in that, in terms of, you know, playing more freely? Is that good for you individually as well? You top fragged right here, had a good game as well, but would you prefer more practice?
I think our thing that is our opponents have nothing to prepare of.
Exactly, yeah.
So in that case, we have an advantage because we know exactly what everyone is doing, and people just cannot like prepare for us, because on the last events I was playing like different positions, and now I'm again switched, and they don't know, because usually people are watching how anchors are playing. They know their like movements, what they can do, but the people don't know nothing about me, and that is what I can surprise them with.
Can I ask you about what Zorte mentioned in that interview, that the Nuke pick was complete surprise? Who was in charge of that? Because we were discussing, and you guys didn't have that great of a Nuke in Atlanta, right? While GamerLegion, they were, on the other hand, having Nuke as a pretty strong map. They pushed, I think, Navi into overtime as well. You obviously started T-side, and you were just smashing them. And this is not known map that is very puck friendly and, you know, stand-in situation friendly. So who was the main like thought creator behind that?
I mean, it was a team decision. I think I will say probably by Boomich and Fierce, our coach. I will not say that our Nuke was bad. We played it bad only on stage. I mean, there was reasons why we've been playing bad. Also on Nuke, I still have my ramp, so the only new positions is me is a Lurk lobby, and Diledes is a anchor. And before VP, my whole time I've been playing Lurk lobby. And in VP we've been just not playing Nuke. So I just wouldn't say that we don't understand the map or we don't know how to play. It's anyway, everyone is on their positions, and I just need to fill in to help them play, and that's what I'm doing.
Perfect.
That's what you're doing right now. You're doing it at a good job. Boomich said yesterday, you know, he doesn't know whether to call you guys BetBoom or BetMix at this point. Is that also, you know, an advantage, the fact that you're all buying into I guess, low expectations? No one is really expecting you guys to do too well given the circumstances, but that could maybe also relieve some of the pressure that we hear the other teams are speaking about, you know, doing a major, where a team like GamerLegion, everyone expects them to go 3-0. You know, a team like Liquid, everyone expects them to do well. I guess it's fair to say that with your situation, with the stand-in, with new positions, the expectations are lower. Is that also helping you guys to maybe feel a bit more free to express yourself?
I think, I mean, for me, there is no thing as high expectations and low expectation. There is always no expectation, and that's how you play. Okay. Because when you have no expectations, you are just nothing. Sometimes, yeah, of course, when you are when you win in a game, then you lose some stupid rounds one after one, as it was against G2 on a stake event, as I remember. Things are starting to get in your head and starting to affect you in a bad way, that you start to be a little scared. But I think what is helping me at least coming into the events with the mentality that I don't give nothing. Yeah,
Maybe that's a good mindset for all of us, and have no expectations to the Twitch chat, and that way you can be disappointed.
That's true.
To be completely honest, right? That's a good one. I'll take note of that. You're now joining Stage 2. You're joining, on paper better teams like Spirit, Astralis, Legacy, you name it. Do you think with what you've shown so far that we can expect you guys to be competitive and maybe even make it to Stage 3, or would it be unfair of us to have that high expectation?
Yeah, and I mean, still I don't have expectation, but if you're asking do we have a chance, of course we do. Of course we do. This is going to be my, since it's my third major, on both of the last majors, I ended up on Stage 3. So, so on both of my majors I never went out on Stage 2, at least I'm not afraid of it. I mean, this Stage 2 is much stronger in my opinion than it was before, because there's lots of the teams like Team Spirit and like others. But definitely, I mean, we do have a chance, especially it's B1s, like first 2-3 games. I mean, doesn't matter.
Before that Stage 2 starts for you, obviously you earned yourself a much needed break, in my opinion, that you can, first of all rest, second of all prepare a little bit better for these Stage 2 teams. Do you take this as a big of an advantage? Because sometimes some teams actually don't like this break because, well, they overthink and then prepare some kind of like new strat book all of a sudden and they try to fake too many things. How does it work for you? What's, in your opinion, is it going to be a good thing?
Time to practice, I guess.
I will say it like that. For teams that already have everything, sometimes it works into the bed. Yeah.
Okay.
But since we don't have much to on like a lot of the maps, we don't have much to play. I think on those days, I mean, I have some things to do in Cologne. My mom asked me to buy her something like some dishes. I don't know. I will go buy, and after that, I will probably maybe tomorrow I will not play. But nah, it's impossible. I'm like, it feels like on tournament. Every day you just playing, not all day, but definitely after all of my stuff, I will come back in the evening. I will play D. I'm Surf, Kizzy. I will just watch some more demos on the new maps that we still didn't play yet on my new position. And yeah, I don't think that this is going to be a bad time for us, definitely, because we have stuff to do and lots of stuff to do. So yeah, I think it's a great break from us, and also I saved my PKM. But honestly, the GamerLegion was in 3-0 for me as well.
You probably messed up some of the other ones, PKMs, and let's just come into the point now that let's not be surprised if he's going to be playing AWP next time we see him, because switching roles position seems to be working. So just go buy your shirt and that'll be fine.
I already played on AWP.
Cool.
On BC game, I was standing in for one game, for a BC game. I was actually replaced Simple in their old roster, and I was playing with AWP.
He can do everything.
How did it go?
125 initial CV, yeah.
Okay, cool. That's not
too bad. Zorte is shaking right now.
Yeah, exactly.
The man who can clearly do it all. Before we let you go, I would love to get your perspective on the rest of Stage 1 right here. Obviously, now you beat GamerLegion. You earned yourself a well-deserved break. Is there any other teams, outside of GamerLegion that you have high expectations for? Has there anyone in, maybe in practice that you've been having a good eye for? Or who do you expect to progress with you?
In my PKMs, I put Big to qualify, I picked MIBR to qualify, I took Liquid to qualify.
Yeah.
And all of the other teams that I think I picked, I don't know. Energy might have a chance as well.
Yeah.
Energy, I will say Big, Energy, MIBR, GamerLegion, Team Liquid, and it's 5. I need one more, right?
Yeah.
And one more is, 3-0. So, I see.
Yeah. What about the B8 M80 game that is coming up after this one?
I mean, should be bait.
Yeah.
But first of all, M8 have been showing themselves pretty good. And B8, I think, throws lots of the rounds, and they've been not looking that confidently as they were before. So really hard to tell, but I believe it's still gonna be B8 because not because they've been playing good on the last tournaments, they've been have lots of experience.
Are you surprised to see Liquid in a 1-2 bracket?
Not really.
Oh, okay. He speaks the truth.
Yeah, not really. Why is that?
I mean, they're not showing good CS right now.
No?
Yeah.
I like how you checked behind if they're here.
Don't have to be afraid of that. Flemers?
I mean, no, I'm not afraid to say that. In my opinion, I don't see that they are not a really great team. I think even if they will go into the stage 2, that's where they will lose.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think you're right, you know, and I really appreciate you being honest and being candid about it. I don't want to take any more of your time. You go celebrate with your teammates, and once more, congratulations for making it to stage 2.
Thanks for having me. This was my first time seeing that kind of disc.
Well, I'm sure if you continue to play the way you do, we'll get you back further.
Thanks.
All right, have a good one, man. Thank you so much. For us, we have a game coming up, obviously, between B8 and M80. We also have some exciting stuff going on in the lower portion of what you see right here. I'm curious to the two of you. Now, Tyloo is playing Sinners as we speak right now, but we also have the Heroic versus the Gladiators. Martin Styko, Heroic being 0-2 is a little bit of a surprise to me, but surely they get their first win today.
This must happen. This must happen for an organization like Heroic. They do not come to Major just to lose 0-3. Obviously, they've had struggles, past events in Stake Ranked Episode 2. I was also there. I saw them playing. It didn't go well. I'm going to be honest, but I had good chat with them, and they kind of had the idea of what to improve before the Major, but I've seen no improvements, to be honest, and those were best of ones. Now, best of threes really need to be kind of different breed for them.
It's at a point now that I think Gaming Gladiators, they have been playing so poorly, not only coming into the event, but also yesterday, that if Heroic can't beat them with what they have, that just spells disaster, you know. It has already been very difficult for Heroic with all the players going back and forth and buying Nilo, then he gets into the bench and you bench Youngster, he brings him back and makes him a makeshift AWP. You know, it's been a lot back and forth, but it seems like a team that is really struggling to find like cohesion and some kind of structure moving forward, and they need to clinch it. Not only for the sake of them going forward, but also to save my pick'ems, maybe also the rest of the guys.
Which obviously is the most important thing.
Some of the most important
Speaking of struggling, we did have GamerLegion struggling a little bit in this game, and I'm curious to hear some of the comm section from the game we just saw against BetBoom to figure out what was actually going wrong here.
Tell me something. We know from the beginning of the fucking run that it's heavy outside, yeah? Fred on pushed, we have all the info. On Prague, any Prague of we play, we are curva 2 down, or sometimes even curva 3. And how come we play default and Onda plays alone for the whole round when we know curva what is happening, and we had control over outside? It's not fucking possible, boys. What the fuck are we doing here? We are fucking trolling this mid-runs. Wanna do dollar? Let's fix this shit, yeah? We come back, kurwa, let's
Give
go.
me HE, you have HE?
Your channel was edited.
So we are talking about some specific shit situation, like I think it's whatever.
No, but the whole, okay, so if you don't want specifics, the comms are fucking awful right now. And no one takes in charge, you know? We see what is...
Interesting insights into some of the comms right here. I'll be honest, you know, that is very clear talk, you know, right here from the GamerLegion camp. Obviously not happy with how they conducted themselves. I guess that's fair enough. At that point, you know, you're down 0-10 on your CT side of Nuke. We saw how many opening kills they got, how many advantageous situations they got. So people at home may be thinking, oh, is that how you speak to each other? But that's pretty normal, I assume.
I think it is pretty normal, and props to coach for actually directing the actual like solutions into it. Obviously we had a couple of curvas there, but you know, it's all part of the plan. It's part of the emotions. Yeah, we have to talk about these things because, well, players will get it more simply, and even there were no bad intentions, obviously. They immediately started talking about next round, that they have certain plan and they wanted to do some HE stack or whatever it might be. So I don't think it is big of a deal, but at the same time, I have to say that players maybe weren't just in zone mentally to play this map today. Because what Zorte said, it was a surprise pick. And even then, when you do the veto and you realize you're playing a map where you don't have too much prep on, it can get into the head of certain players, and it felt like that on that Nuke. It felt like even during these pauses, like no one is talking besides the coach. There was no conversation. This was a monologue, essentially.
I guess it comes down to each individual, Peter, but in case with all your experience, you know, Sonic, Extas, whoever you had as a coach throughout your career would speak to you like that, is that something that would fire you up or would it put you off?
Well, at this point, we're down 0-10. I don't think it would maybe remind me the fact that, hey, I'm actually playing at a major and we're actually throwing things around. You know, I think he addressed the elephant in the room that they were throwing around the mid rounds, and they had gotten all these openings and they couldn't close it out. And it's kind of trolling that they can't seem to be playing better when they're at such an important tournament. But Counter-Strike nowadays, and specifically at majors, is a lot about day form. And today, BetBoom were just in a way better day form. That's also what you saw on Ancient. Despite of them going up and having a massive lead, they clawed their way back with kind of limited practice, and with Flamus not even playing that specific position or anything, I think it's nice that he addresses this in this game. Like the faster he does it, the faster they can hopefully also fix it, because they still have 2 more chances to qualify, and it will be a massive disaster for the best team of this stage to not qualify for stage 2, which I'm confident they will still do. But what they have shown today, and also maybe thinking about the level that they showed yesterday, losing, they won both their games, right? But they had like a double-digit rounds against NRG and FlyQuest, which they're also supposed to be beating relatively comfortable, in my opinion. Not the greatest sign for GamerLegion to have a massive off day like they had today. So I think it's great that he addressed it, and I think he addressed it in a good way as well.
I do think it's, sorry Martin, I do think it's fair to say that we haven't seen the best of GamerLegion so far, but as you said, Peter, still very much in contention. Martin, I have a quest for you. Can you please stand up? Yeah, I need you to sit down now, because I have a B-Stream update. And the update is that your boys from Sinners are no longer part of us.
No.
Yeah.
I will just take your hand.
Yep.
Rest in peace.
They've been eliminated. They're out of the tournament. Lost 2-0 to Tyloo. Obviously, we didn't get to cover that game, but I saw on the first map that they dropped the ball. You know, they had a pretty good lead against Tyloo. Couldn't close out the map on Ancient. Haven't seen the second map, but overall thoughts, Sinners going 0-3. Is that a surprise to you?
It is surprising. It is surprising, especially when they had a draw of FlyQuest that was pushed into overtime into the round 1 of the first day. Then the second round, obviously, that was a little bit more tough, but still was a very playable match. And to lose to Tyloo in a best of 3, uncharacteristic. And I'm going to be honest, a lot of it comes down to, in my opinion, individuals not stepping up when it really mattered. And some of the players that are supposedly good pieces for Sinners, they just didn't show up. And it shows, and this was lack of experience. All I'm going to say, there are 5 rookies on that team, so it showed.
Tough learning for Sinners, you know. Had a couple of chances, as you described as well. Probably should have won that game against FlyQuest, or at least had the chance to. Unfortunately for them, no longer part of us here at IEM Cologne. They have been eliminated as the first team. However, we have another game coming up, you know, another game that dictates whether or not we're going to send M80 or B8 into stage 2 of the IEM Cologne Major 2026. I think this one is going to be a banger, and I think it's going to be significantly closer than the one we just saw between GamerLegion and BetBoom as well. We're jumping to a quick break, but once we're back, it's with the pre-game for what could be the qualifying game for both M80 and B8.
Bro, you're baiting every round talking about. I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to top this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Remember in the past, people were like sitting on lands, and you sit like this, and you watch in the screen of your teammate, right? Nowadays, people don't do like this.
They don't do that anymore, right?
Yeah.
I die so much because I lose my team.
You look a lot.
I lose
from the past, right?
I lose like so many stuff because I'm watching the screen of my teammate. Because then, if I look Zayu, is like he has the overview usually because he is the op, so I know what's going on the other side. I look at the screen a lot, and nowadays it's true. People don't look at each other's screen. They're like, he can dark count actually. He can't.
So the communication is the only option, or the only way for nowadays to see the screen of your teammate. He must say something. Depends what he will say. This is directly what is. How it can describe a little bit what is happening on his POV. And that's why for Ekinder, I think it's crucial to have good communication.
Exactly.
Otherwise he cannot see what is happening on his POV.
Another thing that changed this topic is the fact that you can see your teammates' grenades as well on their overview. Yeah. Because before, if they didn't tell what they had, how are we executing?
Yeah.
It made people talk so much more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so it's like a downside.
Now we're lazy now.
It's all a downside now
true.
for players that, I mean, you know what I have. Check it out.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
But there's even a lot of that stuff, like even with the radar, right? And obviously, this has been like this for a long time now, but back in the day for all of us, right? Whether it was like Source or 1.6, there was no information on the radar, right? So you had to communicate everything. Now, right, you've got the map view, you see the enemy.
The money.
Yeah, that
you have to write on the money.
Yeah,
1.4K.
that was a good habit, right?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Money, guys, yeah.
All right, so we've arrived at B8 versus M80. One that's a pretty big one for M80 to say the least, especially on the considerations that we're talking about advancing to stage 2. Swisher, we've spoke on camera many a times. What's different about this time?
I mean, nothing too much, honestly. We're just excited to play.
Under the different circumstances we've spoke, this has got to be one of the happier times. What is it about M80 that's bringing you guys together right now, the gel?
Honestly, I feel like we kind of we're going through our rough period and we're just kind of getting past like the yelling at each other stage, and like we're seeing the fields on the other side.
So your two teammates are German. In addition, you've personally flunked out with Bad News Bears of Cologne before. You know, it's happened. Why is this experience significantly different for you?
I feel like back then with Bad News Bears, like, right, we had no expectations. It was like, I think my very first international LAN. And I remember the feeling of like going 0-2 out. I was so sad. And then this time around, we're so much better of a team, better situation, putting up good results, and we're just super excited.
The way the Swiss system has worked out, you put up a beating on Lin Vision and Sharks to get here. What do you want to say to the world about how this has played out so far for M80?
I mean, we've played everybody who we can. We were kind of happy with our Sharks draw, and overall, we're excited to play B8. I think it's probably the better team too in this stage as well to have drawn. We're just excited.
Good luck today, Switcher.
Thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
We're back here from the studios in Cologne, where we have a treat for you guys sitting at home. M80 taking on B8 in a game that will send one of these two teams into stage 2 at the Major. Both of them obviously have won their first 2 games yesterday, which is why they find themselves in this position. Quick question for the two of you to begin with. Who have you been more impressed with so far, M80 or B8?
M80. 100% for me, the best surprise of the day one. The fact that they make it through these best of ones into 2-0 pool. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, and you?
Yeah, I also got to go with M80. I think they went a little bit under the radar by playing 2 games on the B stream yesterday, but with the fashion they qualified in and looking back at the games, they won it also in a very confident ways. And I think they showed that they have progressed as a team and they've gotten a bit more experience playing against the best teams. So I think, you know, and looking at them and when they play and also from the interviews they're giving, they seems like they've gotten over the hump of having these rough times and now they're looking a little bit more happy. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves and they just want to make a good run here. And you can get far at a major by having a good time, but also playing good Counter-Strike. And yeah, M80.
I like to hear that. That should give us a good matchup if M80 is exceeding expectations. A player that we need to talk about that has also, dare I say it, exceeded expectations, or at least shown progress as of late, is Sissy. We saw him, you know, first come in after a turmoil period in B8 where they played with one up at one tournament, then brought in him, and he had to get into it, Martin, right? You could clearly see that when you watch his point of view, clearly some mechanical skill, but in terms of putting it together on the server, he was a little bit inconsistent. As of late, though, he's getting better, as it's showing right here on his event stats.
Yeah, in February they filled in Sizzy, and first events it looked kind of rough. It was kind of this limbo where who is even opening for B8? Like, we didn't know these players. They didn't have any HLTV games going on, but then they decided to take on challenge called Parken Challenger Championship, and that is best of one, you know, open LAN, and I think that it was one of the best decisions that B8 did because it served a nice stepping stone for Sizzy to actually get integrated pretty well into the higher tier of competition and actually, you know, look cohesive with the team. And then kind of showed at the events that they attended later on. It obviously results-wise look a little bit wonky and a little bit, you know, as a roller coaster. But I think what CZ is showing in general is pretty admirable. And dare to say, this is a rookie, and not only the rookie, he's the youngest player ever. I mean, not ever, but in this Cologne.
Sure. I'll play the devil's advocate to that, because I buy into the argument that he's young, and he has been showing glimpses of it. The 2 games he played yesterday, Peter, wasn't necessarily too impressive from him as an individual, and the parking challenge as well, without being, you know, I guess with respect saying that those are not the strongest teams out there. Now we're at a major, you know, a different kind of pressure. So was that the one-off, you know? We saw the other events, you know, where he struggled. We saw him struggle a little bit individual yesterday. Was the parking challenge, was that the one-off, or can we expect more from Sissy?
I think, first of all, he's 16 years old. He's playing his first major.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure. There is a lot of... he's probably very nervous, which is fair. You know, he's... we're looking at his team history, that there pretty much isn't any team history. Like, he just kind of came out of nowhere, been picked up by the streets, a friend of NPL, now being brought in to play a major and play at the highest event that you can possibly do without much experience. And that is tough unless you're like this massive generational talent, which I don't think he is. I think that he has the mechanical skill. He needs to bring more because he's also the AWPer. It's a very vital role inside of a team. And B8 also needs this. You know, it's definitely a guy that needs more time. And from all the interviews they have saying that we're spending time night and day with the coach, with NPL, or with Alex, or, you know, that we need to bring this guy up. We need to tell him what to do and what not to do, but he should not forget himself. Like, why was he brought to the team in the first place, right? But it is important that he needs to cater to a guy that is that young. But sure, what he showed yesterday, as in terms of his individual skill, wasn't as good as we have seen and what we expect of him, even if he's new.
Definitely something to keep an eye out for. Obviously, you know, playing the first day at the major as well as a 16-year-old can be a tough task in a lot of different ways. Another player I want to put a bit of focus on, and that's been a more positive notion as well, is Swisher on the side of M80. I think we heard it from him coming into the game as well. We heard from the camp of M80 as well. Seemingly they're finding their footing again. You know, they had a period where it wasn't too impressive, and I think the expectations for them, you know, were a bit tampered coming into the major. But you said before, Martin, that they were the surprise of yesterday, and man on your screen right here as well has been stepping it up as of late.
As of late, definitely, and there's been significant change in the player, you know, mechanics of M80, and that is that he switched a little bit of a position and he became a little bit more rotator on that CT side, especially after JBA arrived to the team and filled that anchor spot. And I feel that makes complete sense. I feel like Swisher is the type of guy that likes to have an overview of the whole defense of the map, and, you know, kind of brings that second calling to help out with the setups, with the playstyle in overall. You just cannot do that from anchor positions, at least on some of the maps. And I think it makes sense that Swisher is finding its footing because he's just in position to do so.
He's finding his footing, and so M80 as a team utility being one of the key thing that you've noticed as well, you know, where they've stepped it up as of late, really brought in a lot of new stuff as well. Peter, you used to play on the Sonic, you know, who kind of, dare say it, invented it as well. How important is utility when we speak of Counter-Strike, pistol rounds, and in general for M80?
Well, obviously utility is super important if that's the way you want to approach it. And I even think this pistol round that we have showing right now is showing a bit of creativity with the fact that it's kind of an orthodox way of playing a CT pistol on Mirage, where they have 3 guys standing ready in CT to just rotate off what's actually happening. And this is something that I have seen teams do in the past, but it's a long time ago. But they just rush out of CT because they know that, hey, it's most likely going to be A because there's utility flying in. But if it would have been the B bomb side, they would have been there just as fast. So the fact that they stay in spawn and you know, just play off of rotations or of reacting of what is happening in the pistol round, that's either if it's like it's specifically for this matchup or it's like a general idea. It's just cool to see. But you know, utility regardless is a key thing for you to make things easier when it comes to playing Counter-Strike. Because if you can kill your opponent blind, or he's smoked off so you don't have enough angles to worry about, or soften up your opponents with utility, that's that life coming true.
To me, Martin, a pistol round like that screams of preparation, you know, screams of having a clear game plan as well. Is that something that you think M80 is known for, a well-prepared team, or would that be too much?
I feel like when we spoke specifically about utility, I feel like this is like a German proficiency and BIG effect coming into play after obviously Sin being on the team. I definitely like it. BIG was known, by the way, for great flash assists all the time, but there's a, you know, secret part to that whenever you're playing against teams like BIG, or in this case M80, whenever you hear a flash pop somewhere around the map, like a banana retake of Inferno, you know someone made a play around that. You cannot just think that it's clear. Someone made a play, and therefore you can speed up on the other side of the map. So actually, flashes is, we look at them and wow, it's great when people play with flashes and good utility, but it can, you know, bite them in the ass sometimes because it gives you a free read to work with. And that is where, you know, you have to play a little bit with balance, and sometimes you have to fake things a little bit more. So there's a caveat to everything, and, you know, everything comes great, but with moderation.
We need to figure out where they're gonna play. No Anubis, no Nuke. Ancient being picked by B8. Inferno picked by M80. Not too big of a surprise. And then Dust to potentially decide it, Peter. Surprised by this veto or pretty much as expected?
Pretty much as expected. I think they've always liked to go for Ancient, and the same goes for the likes of M80 on Inferno. I think this is, we talked about it coming into the game, that it's two teams that has elevated their play styles and also become a better team over time by having more repetitions against good teams. This is kind of even, you know, this could be a potential coin flip. So at this point, I think it'd be very interesting and very predictable to see it go all the way to 3 maps and having a blast of a Dust for Decider. So I don't know about you, Martin, but what's your thoughts on this one?
I'm absolutely not surprised by the veto or by the fact that this is going to be a coin flip. This is 50-50 in my eyes, and, you know, B8 are coming into this pretty hot from best of ones, but so does M80. So I'm wondering how this will end up.
50-50 sounds pretty good to me. At the very least, it screams that it's going to be a close game, a competitive game, and a game where both teams have a lot to fight for. As said, winner will progress into stage 2, whereas the loser will have to play again tomorrow. For both teams, it will be a massive scalp to take the W, get a couple of days off, and book a spot in stage 2. So it's about time that we get this game live.
The stage been set quite nicely here by our desk, and now it's time to let players swing for the fences. M80 up against their best opposition so far at the major, and yet not hiccuping versus lesser opposition. Clean 2-0 day 1. Same for B8, a roster with high expectations coming into Cologne. This one is for stage 2.
Very exciting. I think it's two opponents that definitely deserve to meet each other at this point. We're both excited to see both of these teams perform well. We got to see M80 do it live yesterday. Very confident looking team, great protocols, especially their CT side setups complementing each other. But B8 are a different level of firepower.
We go for the red room play. M80, that is, 4 players strong. Or B8, excuse me. Lake into the tuck. We saw that great pistol breakdown by Dupree. Indicative of the preparation M80 bring to the table. Lake tries to stay patient, but Alex makes sure that he clears it piece by piece. And now JBA is going to be under pressure with no assist anywhere nearby to help him. So good on him to drop one. Won't be able to manage the multi-kill. We've got NPL locked into the CT cubby. We've got 2 CTs rocketed over towards Donut, but it looks like Ascenthiel's going to catch them off guard there as well. And now B8 looking for blood. Swisher brings it back. 2 kills to his name, a double still left to unravel. Eats that flashbang, but nobody pounces on the chance. And so he regains that vision, tries to dive behind Big Box, and it's just a game of cat and mouse as B8 will finish off this pistol.
Great use of the flash rotation through Temple, play the 2v1 perfectly, and we see a display of that aim right away out of B8. Everything looks so solid, and right as Lake dies, you know, you get JBA in a position where he knows he's got to get 2 at the minimum to hold on to this. Retake was so unlikely. All these spots, like the one MPL had, you're kind of guaranteed to get an easy frag. And from there on, there was no chance. So M80 will buy back into this round. They've got a Deagle to pair with these 2 MP9s, a Scout to work with, and some armor.
Mac 10 damage for Kenzie. Setfield tries to go back towards mid quick to find anything else, but not the case. We're going to get this move from Slacks, who's low HP with that Scout. Trying to run over towards the red room just now as the smoke fades on that part of the map. And it's not like they've really lost mid-control. B8 remain quite grouped up outside this B site, and it still has afforded M80 this 2-player cave stack. That smoke fades, they get figured out, and the MAC-10s tear flesh from bone to make what's left of this round meant to be easy.
And it could have been difficult, but now we've got 2 CTs looking to take these guns into the next round already, obviously. Doesn't look like a lot to save, but they won't be investing again, so feels like the free bomb plan is imminent. Because B is the apple of their eye. They've got, you know, Lake on a long rotation, but no one to catch. I'm with Stico that this map and this match is a coin flip for sure. I think we have seen enough from both these teams. I think really impressed by M80 to the point where we're wondering, is this a series that goes all the way, and then it's a game that if you ran it back, the other team would have won? I feel like it will be.
I mean, we said it that B8 are obviously their best opposition so far here at the Cologne Major, but this isn't one of those stories where, let's call them the underdogs for the time being, M80, are up against a team that they've never been able to defeat in the past in terms of level of opposition, right? We've seen greater peaks from M80 in the last 12 months. It's a question of whether they can tap back into that ability right here, right now, versus, again, a team that they can most certainly defeat. Just boils down to the day. And at times for me, when it comes to the Major, the tale for B8, and a lot of their history, unfortunately, is one of close calls, of what could have been, of overtime games and unfortunate shortcomings. But as those have racked up historically, they've been shortcomings, and now more and more often, it's not that sob story for B8.
Yeah, because they become, they're older. They're like more veterans. They've actually got some more experience. Like, they're still obviously so young. And you see Sizzy coming into this, struggling in the first few maps, obviously, but there's time for the team, and now there's actually experience. I mean, we look at Sinners, and we see kind of the opposite, the team that is new and looks very nervous at the same time. BAIT haven't lost too much where it's going to affect their confidence. I think they're still extremely excited about the prospect of improving every day. They know they haven't reached their peak, and they've made it here to the Major, which is an accomplishment in and of itself.
I think to myself, when we go back one season to Budapest, I think BAIT kind of look at Paravision and think to themselves, that could have been us. They were right there on that brink, but close games cost them. Paravision pushed it, secured themselves just those few more invites, and we know what they kind of ran away with at the start of 2026. BAIT have had to buy their time. BAIT have to begin this Major run in stage 1, unlike Paravision, who they're trying to now play catch-up with. But taking this one very seriously, not trying to skip protocols. Lake will still be able to blast Sizzy out of cave. That's a gun picked up by Swisher, despite his 12 HP left over. And Aceptial and Kenzizor just going to activate on both sides of this site. So yet again, cleaning up immediately. M80 aren't able to get anything beyond that one Sizzy kill. And JBA late to the party, USP in hands revealed himself. So a comfortable 3-0 start in another moment where BAIT do not skip steps.
On the side of M80, I'm really looking forward to seeing if JBA is going to be, a threat this stage. If we saw him play very well already. There's been moments where we see the talent really shine through, the amazing multi-frag potential. How consistent is it going to be is the question. Can he do it versus BAIT in a big game like this? Being able to 3-0 the stage is just, it's something you just do not want to let go. It might feel like there's less pressure because you have more chances, but everybody here knows that having 2 games and not 3 is just, it's meaningless. Lots of teams have failed over and over again after getting a lead.
Willing to give up some health, but off the flash, the M80 players swing into NPL.
Oh,
Slacks, nice recovery with that op.
Couldn't see a thing.
Oh, sir. Lands the shot from Red Room, rotates instantly over to that B site where Ascenthiel has been just kind of piecing together a bit of a fake. It's a dangerous game for Slacks to play walking into cave like this. But he's posted up and his counterpart comes through. Sizzy crawling into the angle, will die. It's a great reposition here from Slacks. Created the man advantage and now looks to sit on top of it. Swisher's making a slight move inside of the donut, looking to still just keep his eyes on mid. Slacks wants to press the issue once again.
Gotta appreciate Slacks. He's been everywhere on the map and safely at that.
There it is.
Another one rocks right into him. It's a beautiful round out of Slacks.
And he's now gonna sit ready. Ooh, that's the kind of sequence you're looking for out of your Opper early.
Oh, man, that's something he could do with no assistance. Every single one of those positions. Helped out in mid in the beginning. Rotation over to B, safe angle on cave. First one to each line as well. And knows when he can stick around. It's lovely that it's basically no flex to do this. Every single one, just perfect crosshair placement. One at the end, just to show that he can do that too.
It's a smoke spam, 2 clean positioning, and a slight adjustment to really hammer it home. And we've got BAIT right back with a response. Sizzy mantles up on box. As he looks to hold long, he hears that and sees that utility. Dangerous game being played back there, but Sizzy will miss a shot. Slacks his counterpart, leaving a little slack on the table, and so we are just kind of stuck inside of lane at the moment for B8. What do M80 want to do about this? Swisher's looking to take a bit of a glance around the ramp. Got to be careful knowing that op is down there somewhere.
Yeah, it's okay to having the 3 guys here, and they're also with Slacks trying to get some vision on mid, but once they lose it, it does get a little sketchy. Now their smoke will come out to both choke points. Really important they protect Cave, at least for as long as possible. They're going to abandon Swisher and go for a mid retake here with 3 players. It's a normal timing to do so. Don't know if B8 are clued into this.
Cave smoke's about to fade as well, so Swisher forgoes it. Leans back ever so slightly, finding all of this real estate for free. Swisher into the deep long corner.
They got the right idea. They put together everything now.
Yep, active play. They've pieced together everything they need as that utility goes over top. Backs turn from lane. Only the single kill from Lake. Sin buys his time for a second. We'll see if this has B8 with other ideas. 25 seconds, 3 players. Headstrong up that ramp. Slacks waiting for a target. Bomb being planted. Duel here for Sin. He wins his. Swisher's been killed through the edge of that smoke, and so it stays 3v3. They know Sin's inside that cave. Kenzizor getting this kill. Now starting to take options off from M80, and now they'll extend. However, the recovery meant to be there for Sin.
Oh, he's got an ace.
Press, mag, and all 5 kills in a much-needed moment.
Damn, he was the one collecting those kills. It started off with the turnaround frag into middle. And I was going to say, this is the moment for M80 where if they don't also push with Sin and then they have JBA as the other player, there was only 2 guys on the site. So even though everything was understood here by M80, they kind of needed to throw an extra player at the problem, I think, try to get an extra kill, go down 1 for 1 again. It makes more room for JBA. They might not have expected 3 to come in on the push. But obviously, when Kenzizor is going to put together an ace, what can you really do?
Hell of a time to find that kind of individual level. Great round to do it. Sends M80 into pistols and an MP9 on Sin. And it felt like M80 were making the right moves, but individually, Kenzizor that much better, at the very least, in round 5.
Yeah, that round is an example of doing 9 things right in a row, but then I think one small mistake ultimately was the main issue. And maybe it was also the fact that, Kenzizor's first kill was such a great reaction, it was just too hard to stop.
JBA goes down empty-handed. Slacks, they know about him, and here comes that MP9 off of the CT push. Sizzy's gonna hit this shot. After missing a couple in the middle of that round, he drops Sin. There's a pause in the action momentarily. Lake quietly tucked into this corner. Here's those footsteps on the site. Ascenthiel meant to be covered. Lake tries to dive the bomb plant, but because it's covered by Alex, all's good. Swisher's late flank. We'll see if he can catch one off. Difficult shot with the 5-7, still finds the head. Knowing that bomb planter's probably still on site, at worst, it's a double up in Donut. Now he'll confirm it, and Ascenthiel's not gonna let him get away with it. 5-1 the start here for B8. As another moment has a bit of a pushback from M80, but it's B8 that just shoved them even harder.
I like that we see that M80, I feel like, have the protocols to know how to win the rounds. The one round they won was extremely well played out of Slacks. The round, obviously, Kenzizor gets the ace. They get the last laugh, but it's still a good round overall from M80. They are finding the timings and the gaps, but at the moment, B8 are playing just well enough that it doesn't really matter. They are having a solid T side. Look how animated Def is in the background. He's got some ideas.
Looked agitated when this timeout first started. Doesn't like what he's either seeing or hearing.
Nothing worse than just seeing good positions evaporate,
yes,
against individual skill.
Yep. The desk was mentioning, like, do you consider M80 one of these teams that kind of comes in with game plans, etc.? I thought we saw some good counterplay in their second game yesterday. But on top of that, Def's been around the world and back again. A wealth of experience as the coach of M80. But fast action off the timeout could have cost the body. Instead, for the time being, still M80, all 5 players up. It's just damage for Swisher to have to stomach. And a slight shave on Lake. But very swiftly putting themselves in position to challenge this B side again. You know, Slacks had the best individual moment of this game until the Kenzizor ace. There's a chance for this op battle to go down. As Utility flies over top, we'll see if Slacks extends into it. Oh, Swisher's got a piece inside of the cave, and Alex will get clipped. No counter pick by the T-side op of Sizzy. Tough shot back there by Sin, but missed chance. Bomb can be grabbed if Ascential wants it, but instead just kind of hits the pause button for a second. And this is a round M80 should absolutely finish off.
It's another good position, but now it's with the kills as well. So
they're saving.
Right about a map control. Yeah, 40 seconds in a 3v5. It's totally possible that they could have walked back up the ramp and tested the entries, but they're also thinking, hey, we had a good try on this round. We ran through a smoke, we died. We're maybe even lucky to have 3 to save. We've got the op to protect. And we actually don't have that much money either, even though we've got all these rounds. M80 have done a considerable job of getting kills, regardless of the result. Now, this is where Def takes a pause and goes, see, I told you. That's it.
It doesn't matter what he said, he was right.
Like coaches don't gloat enough.
At least not the right ones.
No, guys, I think two things. They boosted twice already off. I think the foot drop might be good again.
Sin's always got something to say, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, good. He's got something to say, and he's got grenades to show us. 2 elements of his play, and I think are most certainly strengths of M80. So slight limitation this time for Bait, but still up by 3. And remember, 3 players saved that last round to afford this buy. Met by a flashbang and elbow. That's going to get Bait to turn attention back. 2 players just dive out of the position. It's not M80 to come away with kills if that's what they really wanted. Another moment here where Lake is whittled down slightly by Util, but he'll drop his smoke grenade and really just kind of keep Bait on ice for the time being. Missed chance from the wallbang. Ascential could actually be pinched by 2 players if they're able to zone him, but there it is. Second to the he lands down to 4.
Right?
They
Yeah,
straight up burn him to a crisp.
That is just beautiful.
Man advantage for M80. A little bit late on that smoke. JBA playing a dangerous game with the Opper, and Kenzizor doesn't get vision on Lake either. So here we go. With 1 player down, they start to tiptoe closer to this Slacks op, which has been repositioned again.
I mean, you're walking into your death here, surely. A lot of CTs. The angle's a little bit depressed, however.
Luckily for them, Slacks gets that kill over top. Oh, lands that shot on Sizzy. That's great damage for
Sizzy
M80.
was also blind.
And Slacks, oh,
Yeah,
gets blasted out of the round by Kenzizor. Now suddenly it's open. Alex right next to him. Swisher's into the clutch and with just no notice, but it's also any damage to essentially frag out on these last 2 players. They have to go for the bomb plant. Smoke fades at the same time. Sizzy could get the better of it with this op as he trails back, caught just on the edge of the smoke. It's an early chance for a Swisher clutch.
I think he knows.
Alex, low HP, just trying to keep himself into the cover. If Swisher doesn't get blindsided, you think he's got this duel. Cleans house. Despite Kenzizor's best efforts to blast Slacks off that angle, so many players on this A site, but it comes up M80.
I would have felt so bad for M80 if they lost that round. Another super solid start. All those guys on A perfect read on what Bait wanted to do. And I mean, shout out to Kenzizor for that kill because that was unbelievable. He knows he's peeking into an op. That is such a hard angle just to simply pre-fire. If he misses, round's over. Obviously, if he wins, well, they could have won. They got themselves into a pretty good spot. But the HP ultimately made the difference. M80 got to be very proud of Swisher in this moment. He's been a beast this tournament.
Highest rated M80 player coming into this 2-0 match, and for the first time, M80 secure a chance to just deal with some pistols. Desert Eagles sprinkled across the board for Bait. This half is officially under recovery for M80. Their first 2 rounds strung together. Looking to peek into 2 rifles here. This Desert Eagle approach. Bomb sitting outside of the doors. That could have caught you off. But Swisher is able to react quickly enough. Sin cleans up the mid kill, and this one just falls flat for Bait.
It's kind of unreal how much impact that, because it was a 3-save guns into the last round, into a post plant they wouldn't have attempted if Essential didn't get his, or sorry, if Kenzizor didn't get his frag. And then they would have at least been able to save 2 guns, had something of a buy now. So it's a real tide turner for Swisher to be able to pick up that clutch.
Certainly a clutch that was made easier for him by the amount of damage that was done and the fact that he just gets Sizzy on like the last tick before he walks into the smoke. But delivers under pressure. Make no mistake, M80 closing the gap now. A 1-round game after the fantastic start that B8 had. That bottomed out economy they forced on M80 after only allowing them a singular CT round win. Things are changing in front of us, but it is guns back in hand for B8 in round 10.
Have had varying success all over the map. I mean, we have seen quite a bit of variety, which is nice. I wouldn't be surprised if they want mid-late here. They're trying to run at this.
Huge damage. What's that come from? Kenzizor down to 2 HP.
Where is he?
He was in mid.
Oh, they double-naded elbow. That was the only thing I saw.
Oh, eats that. Lucky to be alive.
This is such a good start to the round for both, to be honest, because all that utility damage, but also the mid control, your quick out to B, just denying any kind of lane control that M80 might be going for. No, teams aren't doing that quite as much. Just makes the rest of your round a whole lot faster when you want to get set up. Ooh. Oh. Boy. Oh, and Essential just hearing the reload.
Yep.
And they're saying thank goodness for that.
It's kind of a fair trade, all things considered. Lake attempts his timing, just off the mark.
I don't mind being Sin, though, here, because the time's starting to tick down. He can actually flank.
Yep, here we go. Activates out middle, but look, this is a stall outside of the red room. He does catch the tail end of it, but it could lead you to believe there's actually more bodies in Donut than there is. Couple more players pushing through the red room. Slacks is going to have a long line on this, but one player's already gotten past it.
Ooh, nice shot.
Hit Sizzy on the attempt to cross over. That's the bomb stop. That's the momentum drop. One missed piece of util, but the flash follows through. And unfortunately here for B8, a setup that was looking to have legs really just kind of falls on its own face.
I think it's pretty impressive. I mean, Sin found the gap, and again, because they had this default to explode into all these little bits of map control, it kind of set up a spot where if they wanted to go A or B, they could do it quickly. But the double cave setup with the push and the trade that went down, you know, Sin smelled something was wrong. If no one was here peeking him or trying to fight into cave control, the risk was standing out in the open. And once he realized there was no one there to fight, he created a timing for himself.
Okay, here's that double nades. Second servings finds the headshot. And this shot,
this is actually insane.
The hell did he clip? Now B8 are the ones that are going to have to stomach this momentum shift. They're also going to have to stomach a wobbly economy in the next round. I see Tech9's coming through for round 11. Ever since that timeout, we've had a different version of M80, one that has evaporated B8's lead, tying this game going into round 11.
Everything's been neat and tidy ever since.
Faster potential towards that B side, maybe? No, they'll still just position themselves into the lane, and Essential a little bit late through the door still eats that frag grenade, down to only 52 HP. Had a lot of mid play, a lot of different looks, like you said. This one completely foregone from both teams. Just a set of eyes on it from JBA and Donut. But he's also playing with his smoke out, so he's not necessarily looking for duels. Just looking to slow anything down if he sees that presence. Utility starts to come over just as Lake was beginning to second guess things. Swisher's gonna get burned out of his cubby in the backside. That's a little awkward. Playing with util, still able to recover the hold with a double. Swisher seems immovable. Essential's Tech9 goes down. It's Alex with the double. Finds himself alone, but also gets himself to the AK and has plenty of time to try to make this magic happen.
If he wants to make it out back through mid, he could, obviously. They're still going to be able to rotate over quickly if they're even a little bit nervous about it. They don't see anything right now. So as they back up slightly, Alex might be able to just get a plant, which is huge. On half HP, certainly has an opportunity to bring something big home for his team.
Molly confirms it. He goes for the deep temple angle. He's working with half health versus 2. This is a locked-in position. Can't start moving. That Shadow's going to get you done for.
They could play this kind of however they want, and it's going to be on Alex to have to peek.
Let's see how they choose, because right now it's pistol out for Slack, smoke onto the bomb. Oh, it's awkward, too. The smoke doesn't actually fully cover. Very weird. And the Molotov doesn't go deep enough. They fumbled a bunch of those nades, and still they get away with it, but barely.
My goodness, so lucky.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Smoke doesn't fully cover bomb. Molly doesn't go deep into the cubby. Mo, they almost just gave that away.
Definitely. Could have walked into a spray. That would have been a lot of egg on their face, but they survive it. With that amount of utility, that was, yeah, obviously very messy, especially, again, getting into a very good spot in the beginning of the round. That's what it seems to be a consistent feature of all these M80 spots, but now they're just converting. I mean, we could talk about it being messy, but it's also 4 rounds straight here for M80. And a lead.
Gunning for his 7th. Kenzizor tries to sign up for that mid-fight. He will be lucky if he gets out of here, but he does manage to jump back through that elbow. And NPL up above this 3-player mid setup. Sin's got the headshot quick. Senfield wants into the action. Second victim here for M80, and it doesn't look like B8 are gonna let off the pedal. They continue to try to push. Met by smoke, grenades, and bullets. It's a hailstorm out mid that's got 2 of the 3 players down low before they can really shoot back.
Really seeing a team that's not gullible right now. They knew exactly what was coming. That B8 were going to double down and try to reclaim mid control. And when NPL goes out first after they failed to get Kenzizor out of elbow, it felt like you've got to abandon that plan. But it could have been M80 to start falling back, and instead they stuck around and fought even harder. It's not what B8 wanted.
Looking to just bust the doors down in the final 30 seconds of the half to tie this game up going into your own CT side. Slacks has not lost the duel to Sizzy, and that will not change here as the young op prospect of B8 is put to rest one final time on the T side. Kenzizor taken down to 1/3 of his HP. Slacks begins to start missing bullets. That opens the door of possibility. But Lake is just going to sit here patient as those flashes pop up high. 10 to the clock, back's turned to him, and he's going to put this on ice. Halfway through this CT side, Def took a pause, and M80 didn't lose a single round after that. The stage was set as B8 being favorites coming into this 2-0 game to progress into the second stage of the 2026 Cologne Major. And all of a sudden, after one tack timeout by Rory, Def Jackson, what happens? We've got a
Did you have to read his name
from
to
M80. What's that?
Did you have to read his name or did you remember it?
I'm hoping that's still his last name.
No, I think it's just great.
Yeah,
that's awesome. I love that you know that.
Rory Def Jackson.
Right.
But hey, leader of men absolutely turned it around for them. And again, I would just love to know what he said. So I know we've got great TeamSpeak calm moments so far in Cologne. Let's go dig up that one, shall we? Because it did indeed have a huge effect on the second half of that CT side for M80.
Fucking
Holy
go.
shit.
What a half, what a half. I'm fucking pumped.
I love how he said that.
Got reason to be.
Hilarious.
Let's see what they can do on the T side.
JBA has quite an accent.
Yeah. It's map picked, by the way.
Yeah, but to be honest, they still got 5 T rounds. They just, it doesn't look good at the end, but it's still enough.
Yep. It's just that seismic momentum shift that's kind of got you scratching your head. But listen, B8 play close games. It's very on brand to see them let this one get a little closer. We'll see if they can rip that hope right back out of M80's hands, who currently sit outside of this A site, 4 players strong, 1 passive over towards Elbow and Sin with a smoke grenade primed, and up and over it goes. That's going to block off Alex's angle momentarily, and so it's just going to be these Berettas, and he will track the head of JBA at least. Sizzy's on the scene with a quick headshot onto Lake, and all of a sudden, that CT lane push could threaten the back of the site. Alex wants to go through. He will execute the planter. Swisher's thrust into another clutch, trying to just size this one up. He's got 40 seconds to take down 3 players, but working with half HP, they won't give him any room, and it's going to be B8 to pick up the second pistol as well.
Yeah, these guys are monsters on those pistols. It just looks terrifying. And, well, now it's a 1-round game. No bomb plant is, I think, the tricky part for M80. That part's going to suck for sure. All that effort into swinging the momentum in their favor, and suddenly now they know that it's B8 who are going to be happy and optimistic.
Come on, Josh, take your time. Take it. I look you feet.
That's poor JBA.
What do you say? Take your...
Said, take it. Take it, Joshy. I think it's because the poor guy got his headshot.
Oh, okay.
Ripped off the moment he went for the jump. Sizzy's going to farm the easy triple with the MP9 pressed into the A main play. He'll have a little laugh at M80's expense, and the game off the back of this second pistol and conversion is tied. But obviously Glock's in the last so that we get AKs here in round 15 for M80.
Set the stage for the second half. I think we're expecting M80 to have a formidable T side. I think it's going to be well called. But I do also expect to see B8 shine on some of these individual moments. We've already seen them sort of really startle us and M80 with how good they can play. But clutches did go the way of M80. 2 critical ones to build that streak to come back into the game. Chance this goes all the way. Nice opener for Swisher.
Yeah, Senthiel tries to make a move out through that cave, and Swisher, again, just kind of putting his name in the bright lights. Surpasses Lake for top performer of M80 thus far. And Lake still got some catching up to do after the previous maps of Swisher here in Cologne. There's a lot of potential for this push. B8 definitely want to go into these duels, but look at the trade potential here for M80 as well. They're all ready. The lineup, the trades are good. NPL's Glock kill comes out, and Sizzy's op kill is queued up. They're going to try to press into him, and the trade's good out of Lake. He could make a run for the hills. He knows that Sizzy's on this B site still, and it's early damage for Sizzy to stomach too.
He thinks he's really quick to this. Let's see if he pulls out his gun. Oh, the smoke actually helps out a lot. Sizzy gonna walk around this.
Is he ready?
He might be able to open up an opportunity. Yeah, he gets it just by being quick enough to be able to walk. It's well done from Sizzy. It could have been a double fake that would have been really hard to deal with, having an op on low HP. So the correct read, conviction behind it. And I'm not surprised Lake is expecting to have a few more seconds to get away.
That's a 4 versus 5 outside of this B site that B8 trade efficiently through. Opening kill goes to M80 via Swisher's smoke spam.
Impact comes in many forms, and the numbers for Sizzy aren't great overall at the event, but moments like these will be game changers. Absolutely. Lake knows the opportunity right there to stop the momentum once again quickly into the T side. Now we see that M80 are on 3 pistols. Things might get harder.
Lake knows the weight behind that clutch potential. It's fair frustration. And a move outside of Cave there for M80. A couple of bodies positioned on both sides of their smoke. How do these 2 rifles get into the round? At the moment, Lake face pressed against the mid play as... Oh, that's
come
how.
on, Slacks.
Deep Desert Eagle kill for Slacks. NPL picks up the same angle, but will they ever anticipate him to have tucked in that timing?
It's a great question. So we can see the left half of the map here from the T perspective is totally open.
Thing is, too, with that gun in front of him, it feels like the pistols of M80 are going to be drawn to this corpse.
They don't have a molly. Oh, yeah, that's true.
So, but, I mean, that's the one thing. If you think about the gun before you think about the deep corner, there's a world where NPL gets away with this. And it doesn't seem like they've got that presence. No, they haven't considered it at all. Perfection from NPL to slide atop the body. Still, at least Lake trades back. It's a costly attempt, but that is a vacant A-bomb site prime for the taking.
They didn't do anything about this. So, I mean, it was NPL in a spot to get great information on Donut, on anybody crossing into window. So, felt like bought some time, but there was no other CT rotating over quickly enough to help out. They'll still need a few more seconds of notice before they get here.
Kits on a couple here for B8.
This retake could be everything. Same goes for the hold.
Lake queued up to make up for the lost clutch. A round to go. Flashes out of CT lane. Ready for the duels. JBA just giving that A main jump spot a bit of a go. Labored effort from Lake. JBA also dead empty-handed. Swisher's gonna have to be that guy again. Bomb's ticking quick. We've got Kits on the play. Sizzy's defusing. It's the rifle to try to give cover. He gets him off.
Another 1v3 from Swisher.
Oh, but it's still close. Alex on top of the bomb. It's the final second. And he nails it.
Oh.
Down to those last instances. He will squeeze water from stone and take a 9th round for B8's favor.
Whoa, time to get back on that bomb. I did not expect that. With how close he let it go to get that kill, it felt like he had done enough. And the important clutches now going the way of B8. 2 already in this half.
Back to back.
I mean, yeah, like, he couldn't have done more to get that diffuser as late as possible. My goodness. Now, we all knew this game was going to come down to the wire. And it just feels like every round feels like a round 24.
That defuse from Alex, who is a soul-crushing clutcher, by the way, for B8 historically. Ties up the amount of clutches in this first map of the best of 3. 2 1vx's, 1 per team. It's just the fact that they're back-to-back for B8 at the beginning of the second half, where the CT side can gain momentum and run away. Chances have been there for M80, and off of Def's second pause of the map, here we go towards A main. Opper, a little unprepared as Kenzizor takes 2 heads clean off. But a chance to recover from Swisher yet again.
Oh,
this guy just doesn't stop doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah, got a little sloppy there. A moment to pick up those guns, hold on to space, and instead a way back in now for M80. Still numbers for B8.
And a big push off at the B bomb site. They've got lane control. They're thinking maybe there's still maybe one player elsewhere, but it is very quickly all of M80 still inside of A main.
This is kind of great. They're just making sure that no one's pushing mid. I mean, MPL does not need to even catch lurks. They have Sizzy on this donut line. Resmoking main buys them so much time.
M80 kind of forced to go through this, so they will just puncture through. NPL quick to shave off Swisher. 50 HP for Lake. Deep Molly, and no connection on the op, and that Molotov's just enough to allow Lake to put the bomb down. But you've got this fast A main flank, still smoked off, about to fade. Lake blocks Donut, but the frag grenade's going to expose him, and so it's going to have to be a Sin clutch instead versus 3. And because there's no A main control, Sin, will he consider that part of this retake? They're going to delay the A main play. It does come out, it catches him off, and it's going to be bait to touch double digits with a so far flawless 5-round CT streak.
Indeed. This one easier than all the runs previous. A main control. Slacks got onto the angle, but wasn't expecting to run into a push. I think he was going to set up and look for maybe an op that was ready on a more passive line. But this is wildly aggressive with this rifle push. And they didn't need this op to hit anything. Nice touch as the retake got started. A 3-round gap, but with the bomb plant, there's still money for M80 to invest. That won't be the case next round if they lose again.
MPL makes the jump, but they put a molly down. Just kind of stuck here on the ledge for a moment. Then he decides to dive back into the cubby. He's got second ideas. And at least he's got the utility to still just set himself up for the climb.
They know they have considerable map control over here on towards B. I like that they're using it. Immense pressure on Swisher to hit this.
Oh. He's going to drop the ball. Sort of two minds. On top of that now, an additional smoke for Sin to have to stomach. And spam damage comes through on Slacks' departure. This is bait, letting M80 know we understand exactly what you're up to, where you're standing, and really siphoning the life out of M80's T side now. You lost 2 back-to-back clutches. The what could have been is going to be in M80's mind. And before you know it, with these 3 consecutive defuses, this CT side could be done.
No kidding. I mean, it feels like they've got through the fescue now. This is sort of more simple. They can buy up every bit of utility that they need. They can all have kits. I mean, 20 seconds, they've got to run at this basically the whole way.
Sizzy burning out, still finds Sin's head. Not bad.
Yeah, there's a good.
Fortunately, only JBA's 4th kill of this map. Game getting away from him despite Swisher trying to hype the kid up. Although still, you've got a strong enough post plant to try to hang on to. If this is going to be the round, he makes the difference. Even if he distracts long enough for Lake to get into the action. Heavy temple plate, they flash themselves. Things are awkward. That causes a distraction. Now it's all out temple, and the box player's dead. JBA looks to shine, and he damn near sticks the landing, but they're going to know about this last piece. The wrap out from Lake. No, they never know. Essential sticking the defuse, and it's going to get executed. Finally, M80 break through, and they do it with a man disadvantage and a triple kill. JBA doubles his kills in 1 round alone.
Yeah, and that's impact again. Another moment where you see someone not the most kills overall, but having the last say. It's a 2-round game now. We've got a bye coming back, obviously. M80 saved this by going in for late mid control. 20 seconds as they exec through Donut. No real split. The only thing that they had, their final out was Lake on the lurk, who played his timings perfectly.
You know, Lake executes the player in CT, but Alex really thought that maybe he had gone back to Donut. Lake takes his sweet time with that, having lost his previous clutches. This time, comes up with it, and the 1vx counter sways. 1 round in the favor, now M80. Still bait, hang on to the 2-round lead, but it's a 5v4 at the start of this one. Quickly quelled by Alex, tries to double down and does so successfully. So be it with the FAMAS.
Again, these individual moments, Bait are so strong in them. A 2K with that gun.
And a very lethal willingness to just kind of throw themselves into the fights. But the one thing that's still heavily in the favor of M80 is this op duel. Although a missed shot from Slacks will be made up for.
He got him in the back.
Goes up.
It was a collateral.
Also, now wounds Alex, who sits on 64. Deep positioning here by Slacks. He's going to find one in the open, but NPL able to hold on to his own. 3v2. Flash finds its own eyes. Awkward moment, and still the spam comes through. It's a Sin Galil clutch. He's got one locked into the corner, and NPL decides to be the hero this time. Clean triple kill from that challenge on the Opper, and every kill thereafter. That is B8 now winning 11-8.
It's an impressive skewer shot out of Slacks, but you know, when he goes in to get back lanes control, obviously that's the one that could have totally rocked B8, but they were patient in the spot. They knew that he was coming. And because of that collateral, it didn't kill the first guy. They still had cave control, and they knew that someone was running through the site. It might be a curtain call now for M80 on Ancient. Unless something ridiculous happens. They've only got pistols.
Yeah, they opt to spend halfway. Keep some cash to try to play for OT. But there's been a real willingness for B8 to kind of throw themselves at these early moments since this CT side has started. Good to know that even with the momentum shift at the end of the first half, they're not afraid to go for those sorts of fights. Exert individual effort. And as we see, clean house. Missed op chances at least recovered with Sizzy's second shot. Kenzie Zor quick into the play. But that is an op now for Swisher momentarily. We'll see if B8 overstep. Woo, they'll find the headshot. Swisher still looking for another, but Kenzie Zor's there, and you just give really M80 no chance to breathe with those upgraded pistols. They were gonna have to come into this next one with guns. 4 rounds needed for OT. Def takes his final pause ahead of this necessary streak.
Oh, you know, those can be potent. He had a really good time after that first half pause. Probably was very proud of his team. M80 have had to fight a lot to get to this point, and it's only to bring 9 rounds. They won key clutches. Now, one thing that's counted against them, no pistols and conversions, so they're going to have to, you know, make this comeback on T side against all odds, but B8 are just, they're looking so nice. Like, they're sailing smoothly. Everyone's fragging. It's hard to say there's some massive gap or a weak site or an idea that's obvious here for M80.
This round begins with a little more space for M80. They burn NPL's corner that he usually plays in. They pop open the smoke to try to catch him on the fallback. No kill off of that, despite the utility investment. Smoke grenade, though, will deny him his angles. But with 2 players facing into the front of Cave, there's always that looming threat of getting attacked from the flank once you do take over mid control. So M80 tiptoeing their way into it. It's present spotted by Kenzie Zor. He doesn't want to fade away with nothing. NPL also tries to test the waters, but Slacks is going to find that op kill. B players are here. They forego cave control and look to stack up inside of red instead.
It's just so much information with that. They know immediately the A play's on their minds. This has got to get smoked.
Check this out. He's been drawn back from the A site.
The B split, but actually falling back, it'll hypnotize the CTs that are standing here. But the thing is, there's so many of them.
M80 still hesitant to move. Slacks' patience pays off. They go up 5 versus 3 off the back of 2 op kills now from Slacks. Alex dives through the CT smoke, and all this time now, Swisher's been trying to clear out this B site. But what's this one defender dumped to? He's dead. Executed in the side of the head. Sizzy doesn't have his angle. Perfectly out-positioned off of the tactical timeout once more. M80 put a slow squeeze. It's needed that Slack still picks up these 2 kills. Tough shots to hit under pressure up close.
They had him so confused, smoking into CT spawn there and making it feel like they were trying some play towards B, leaving the op. Such a smart move. And you know, when they can activate Slacks, it's obviously when it's looked the best. And for the most part, Slacks in the second half, we haven't got that much. Not that much out of JBA in both. It's mostly been Lake and Swisher, but again, as you mentioned, off of the tack pause, we do see a little bit more team play. Clearly, those have been very effective. And they run circles around B8.
It was 1 pause in the first half that strung 6 rounds in a row. Here's the first. of a necessary 4.
Nice! Come on! Nice!
Such a nice guy.
Yep, my bad.
Excuse me. That's crazy.
Nice! Come on! Nice!
All right, let's see.
Noticeable lack of utility here for BATE coming into round 22.
Kind of conclusion that we get out of this game now. I'm really curious.
Oh, Slacks is taking it towards mid again, but he's ahead of the utility, and he is operating on his own. It brings Lake with him.
There's a big trap here set inside of middle, but, you know, someone needs to be spotted by Kenzizor to activate NPL, and if not, it'll be the clock to activate him. Actually, a Senthiel comes in. But because of this window smoke, there won't be any timing available.
Yeah, there's a real threat. These Red Room players pop on him. A lot of bodies here. Here it comes. It's covered out by Lake and Sin. A headshot apiece.
Yeah, that's perfect coverage.
Red Room players get melted, and then again, M80 just hit that pause button. It's a 3v5 demanded of BATE. Their economy's on the line, and Sizzy's given a free one. That's going to open the door for the Opera to rotate. Kenzizor has second ideas, pauses momentarily, and allocates himself back into Donut. Sizzy's drawn towards Red Room. Feels kind of stringy suddenly by M80. There is a high likelihood for individual duels at 30 seconds on this clock. They are still not grouped up at all, and that's key that Lake finds this headshot. Kenzizor's heard that audio out towards middle, but Slacks is going to land the shot. His reaction times have been fantastic, and this is a round for M80. They will at the very least secure the double digits, and for the first time, win back-to-back T rounds.
I'm with you, though. They got like a little bit separated, and if not for Lake winning his duel and then causing a little bit more insecurity on the CT side and BATE walking into another frag, it could have fallen apart. So this one's a little bit more narrow in the way that they close it, but ultimately great map control, and it's another moment where M80, they have the power on the map. It's BATE who feel like they have to make a desperate move. They try to flash themselves in through mid. None of the CTs or the Ts are blind who are holding, and that looks way too easy for M80. I'm wondering, he wasn't even anti-flash on that wall, so was it because they just tried to right-click a flash behind them, or what happened? I just feel like no one was blind at mid. A little bit too stressed out when you're winning.
Well, you're winning, but you win 5 of the first 6 rounds of the first half.
Yeah.
You win 5 of the first 6 rounds in the second half. You got both pistols. You've converted them cleanly. You haven't made those mistakes, and yet still you can't put M80 down just yet.
Yeah.
That is definitely going to feel like these are 2 halves now that start to get away from you. It's not out of the realm of possibility that BATE just close out. They'll take their second timeout. We've had great success on M80's side with the tactical timeouts. So let's see what they can do to try to gear up this close before things get even more uncomfortable. Because this round doesn't feature a bye for BATE.
This is AK on Alex.
This is talking about the next 2 rounds, surely. Slacks quick to it. Alex, there's that 1 AK. Just as quickly as he takes that first fight, he falls all the way back, hoping that instead BATE come to him.
He's going into his nade set now.
Swisher, careful, because if he loses this AK, there's a pistol player behind Alex to come grab this gun. Essential's trying to make it awkward. And at least Alex gets his kill, goes back. The pistol player in the site goes down. They're going to try to force their hand, or are they? They pause momentarily, tag Kenzie down to half. JB8 with a double kill, his 8th and 9th of the map. Lake slides through, down goes the AK, and down goes BATE in round 23. 24 rounds of Counter-Strike needed here on Ancient. BATE's map pick
And it's the pause to bring it, that tack pause to try to bring it all the way back in both halves. Again, against pistols and conversions. Here we are in round 24. A close game as promised. We've had a 1v3, last second defuse. Ooh, any small mistake could be the end of the match.
A lot of damage for Lake to have to stomach, but it's also a lot of presence for M80 over towards the B side. If they've got the balls to go through this, Alex dodges the flash, stuffs 2 players on the smoke, and M80 feeling the squeeze because they lose that mid control, walk into their demise. Working so hard to bring back this half, and now you've got to do it from this position.
They'll be talking about the pistols after this game is over. A 3-on-5 needed to bring overtime.
And NPL just sits down beneath this ledge. You know that he had gotten that forward mid control. Lake saw it all early. Double up inside of the cave as well. This is a good position for B8 to just try to hang on to the site. Slacks is looking to be the difference maker. Denied. Low HP there as well. And it's going to have to be JBA from the bottom of the board. It is not going to happen. 13-11 here from B8. Closing it out in the final hours, staving off another comeback within this second half of action. M80 bringing the challenge to the favorites of B8 so far.
I think as much as M80 made this a close game, B8 are going to be happy with themselves. Closing out pistol is going to be an important stat for them at this major. They're so close to being able to advance from this stage. We've got to take it to the desk for some final thoughts.
That was a tense game. That was a close game. That was a game that went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And at the end of the day, Martin, it was kind of decided by all the clutch scenarios that went throughout the game. High-quality Counter-Strike game, fun game to watch, and a game that delivered on pretty much every single aspect that we could have hoped for coming into it.
When we spoke about coin flip at the beginning of the match, obviously this is kind of what it really comes down to. And these clutches were kind of plaguing the whole map, and in a good way, obviously. I like these clutches, but the amount of 1v1s that we've seen, and we're going to be talking about them as well, it's kind of unprecedented, and you know, the scoreline 13-11 is doing exact justice to how close this game was, because it's not only the scoreline, but it's also the round back to back to back with the clutches.
This felt like a game, Peter, that could have gone either way.
Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of it came down to the micro decision. This was a game of micro decision from the players, not only in the clutches, but also the amount of information that both teams wanted to grab mid-round whenever they were going for pushes. They wanted to go out and see if they could puzzle things together, whereas the opponents here, you know, attacking, and that was for both teams. So, and it's obviously the fact that it goes down to so many clutches also just shows that the game is actually relatively close, and that's a little bit of a different kind of game than what we just saw with BetBoom and GamerLegion, where we have teams that is a little bit more aligned than this one.
Yeah, we had 2 teams who also showed a different kind of body language. They said, you know, it was quite evident when you were watching the players and you're watching the reactions. The M80 camp, you know, fired up, amped up, you know, playing animated Counter-Strike and having an animated body language, whereas for the camp of B8, it almost looked like they were locked in, you know, or zoned in to a point where they didn't really show too many emotions, even in the close clutches.
I wonder why that is. I actually have, you know, I've seen emotions coming out of B8, but maybe in a match like this, when they feel like they need to really kind of like have that energy left into the whole best of 3, they kind of took a different approach, and maybe they were just, yeah, as you said, locked in. This is exactly the vibe that I was getting from them. In the meantime, M80, obviously they're going to be fired up. Obviously they're going to be using every ounce of an energy on that team to hype each other and probably even intimidate the opponent, but, you know, it didn't go that well.
It's definitely 2 ways of approaching that kind of match hype, because I've actually tried both in the teams that I've been in, because you want to have the atmosphere and the hype going, and you want to be cheering on each other on every time you win a close round. You want to make sure that your team can feel it and you play with this momentum. But at the same time, you can also go for the approach where you be a bit more quiet, where you keep the tense or the atmosphere a little bit more on the low line, so you can kind of focus a little bit more. I think both things can work, and it really depends on what type of team you are. And I think for the likes of M80, they've done this for at least yesterday, but that's what they've always been doing. They need to be hyped, because if they're not hyped, they will play worse. Whereas B8 is more on the low key, like, you know, they will play. And I also think it comes down to the fact that they've also changed England, where they said it's been very chaotic inside the camp. And it can't get very chaotic if everyone is screaming and yelling. When you're up here every single time you win a round, it's better to be down here, you know. Nice, good job, guys. Keep the low coming. So I think both things can work.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword at the end of the day, you know. B8 kept it pretty quiet, you know, pretty calm, pretty composed. A guy who didn't keep quiet throughout this game was Def. We have a little bit of a coach check-in from the game to listen into.
Can you let me talk? Every round has been fucking perfect. We have 3 guys heaven and late peaks alone. We win that round, guys. Just play fucking together. Every time you peek, it has to be 2 or 3 guys. Every round was good. We also had full A info. We had 3 towards B, and we listened to the prep.
There we go. Another example of a coach taking charge and speaking with a big authority and speaking with a big voice. I like what I hear from Death right here. Obviously, we kind of bleeped out, the tactical stuff from him, so we didn't get the full context. But would you agree, Martin, that M80 played a good game of Counter-Strike? Unfortunately for them, they're facing a team right here in B8 who may be slightly better.
They did play a good Counter-Strike in a way, but at the same time, what Dev is saying here is perfectly valid, in my opinion. Yeah. Obviously, the start of the game was kind of getting away from them, and it just, it wasn't that great before the timeout. After the timeout, I can noticeably and visibly see different M80 and it just kind of having like more composure in a lot of later on situations.
You know what you can do? You can show us. You can show us round 8. Show us exactly what you're talking about.
And just to draw the parallel and the context is this is happening 2 rounds after that pause was taken, and they're honestly in a pretty good position. They're in a man advantage, and they're even kind of like, holding down the site pretty well. But in the end, it all comes down to when the round seems locked and they're attacking A and it's like these 3v4 situations, this is again peeking one by one and not having like kind of clear plan. Alex and Genzizor all like bundle up a couple of kills together, and it all comes down to Swisher to actually build them out on this 1v3. Why I want to talk about this round specifically is because I feel like this is the round that kept M80 in this game for so long. And obviously this is another clutch, and we already spoke about that, but the fact that Swisher manages to pull this 1v3 is actually breaking the economy of B8 completely, forcing them to eco, and actually salvaging that half that could have gone way, way worse for M80.
It was incredibly close that Swisher managed to pull off another 1v3. And as we spoke about, Peter, it was a game of clutches. It was very much back and forth. Now, obviously, B8 ended up winning this game by, in my opinion, being slightly more efficient and slightly more, I guess, cynical in some of the key moments. Round 17 as well is a great example of where B8 re-entered the conversation about winning the map.
We just saw M80 going for this aggressive push, and now on the side of B8, you also have seen them trying for this information play by pushing into A-man fast to try and, so first of all, getting the kills, but also trying to get the info. I think it really just comes down to the fact that B8 wants to try and get, if they can get the info that there's no guy in A and then push out, they can catch someone behind, they do get that double kill. And you can see the B player, essentially, he's like pushing at the exact same time to get these kills to just, clawing out the rounds. He gets all the info, and the fact that he pushes out B when they get these type of kills, he just slowly wins around. He could even have walked out aiming pretty much just right after, and he would have clutched out the round. The thing is that they get so much info so fast, and the bonus, they get 2 kills at the same time.
I just noticed that Essential pushed that B lane completely for the free information was probably because Swisher, the B player, did a kill on A against Kenzizor, which was pushing. So this is like real nice play with the nicknames, and Essential took a maybe slight gamble, but it paid off dividends.
Speaking of Kenzizor, not normally the guy we highlight. We often speak about Sissy, we speak about NPL, who's been the catalyst behind B8 and their strong performances. Kenzizor this time around had a strong showing.
I think he did. I think Kenzizor is a kind of a quiet guy. Well, quiet guy. I think he's getting on the louder side, on the side of B8. But I do like what I'm seeing from him in the big games. Whenever he needs to deliver, he's kind of like this anchor not in terms of position, but obviously in terms of like his performance, and he's kind of giving good understanding of what aggressive Counter-Strike for B8 means, because he's involved in a lot of openers and a lot of rotations. He's kind of like seemingly vocal guy as well. He likes to do a lot of plays, and he has aim to do so. He's in position to do so. I think Kenzizor absolutely deserves a little bit of a shout out for this one.
This was the map pick of B8. They've managed to get it over the line. Now we head into Inferno, Peter, the map pick of M80, a map that we know they can play at a higher level, a map they've shown a bit of consistency on. B8, on the other hand, I'm looking at the results right now. They've lost a couple of times, quite clear to 3D Max. Then they absolute smash Na'Vi out of the park 13-4, and then they get owned by MIBR 13-1. Speaking of inconsistency, I think that's a label we can put on B8's Inferno. So what are your expectations heading into the second map?
Well, coming into the game, I was fairly certain that we're going to go to a third, and I do think that's also going to be the case, because we're seeing 2 teams teams that get to play their best map in this series. So the fact that B8 pick up Engine makes sense. Now M8 gets to go to play Inferno, which is their best map. And moving forward to that one, Dust 2 is going to be interesting if we actually get to the point. I think M80 they've already played the map at this tournament so far, so they've already gotten used to playing the map, obviously. And then it's just always been the go-to for M80. They have a lot of good protocols. They seem very coordinated whenever they attack. I think specifically towards A, whenever they do the A splits, that's where they really seem to be shining. So a team that has like a very deep playbook and just feels extremely comfortable on the map.
I feel like we know what we get from M80 when it comes to Inferno. I'm going to do you a bit dirty here, Stuko, and ask you this question. How do you explain a team losing 13-3 to 3D Max? Then a couple of weeks later, you beat Na'Vi 13-1, and then you lose to MIBR 13-1. How do you explain that?
It could have been a variety of things. Obviously, the preparation comes into play, and then probably just playing against Na'Vi is something that they enjoy. They like to prepare. They like to. Well, MPL was kind of always good against these Ukrainian teams, in my opinion, and
had an amazing game, yeah.
Yeah, right. So I do think that there is obviously you label it as inconsistencies, but in my opinion, it's kind of showing that yes, there is a skill ceiling that is pretty high, skill ceiling that is pretty low, but it comes down to the preparation. Inferno is all about that because it's kind of a not high tempo map as like Dust 2 or maybe Ancient that we've just seen. There is going to be a little bit of a later paces into the rounds and the clutches, obviously, and Inferno is known for those retakes, so we're probably not going to get a lot of them, and we'll be forced to watch some game time.
I was just about to say, Peter made it pretty clear that he thinks we're going to a third. Are you echoing that sentiment?
I would love to see the third because these teams are playing incredibly close. But I'm going to actually give it. I'm putting actually B8 to slow it down 2-0.
Okay, 2-0. There you go. We had it. We finally got a clear answer from Stuko. He believes that it's going to be a 2-0 for B8. Peter is in the camp of a third map. I'm in the camp of not really having to put out a prediction because I'm in this role and I like that. So instead of me rambling more, let's head to a break so we can get what potentially is the final map of this series underway. We have M80 taking on B8. A winner progresses to stage 2. Loser obviously stays alive at the tournament, but will have to play again tomorrow. A lot of stake here for two teams who come in with high expectations. We're jumping on a break, and then we're going to be back with Inferno between M80 and B8.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to pull this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
The Dispatch is back and looking better than ever.
Oi! Get a move on, you know who we are!
This season, it's bigger deliveries.
It's alive, Hugo.
Bigger personalities.
Efficient way of working.
And bigger problems.
Trace!
Featuring special guests.
Alex, what the hell is happening?
And of course, the team you know and love.
Is this really necessary? There it is! $100,000! I've had enough of you!
Be careful what you wish for.
The Dispatch. The all-new season premieres February.
I'm coming to smoke.
Also.
I'm coming to smoke.
I'm also through smoke. Peek off me.
Okay, you saw me? Off out of you.
More. 1v2.
One up.
One smoke.
Up that.
No up.
He killed. He should be big box.
Nice! fucking go! I just need to fucking kill, bro. Fuck.
Can you flash over me deep?
Red smoked. Fritz is gonna contact.
No, we can't. I just same protocol.
You're gonna just contact.
My keep map open right now.
I bounce
flash.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing ramp, they blocked.
I'm gonna buy behind it, okay?
Watch snip. Unlikely.
Hide behind it.
One donut left side.
Left side.
Nice.
Through, dead. One more.
One more donut. I have cave. Mike, can you come aim in? Mike, search me soon.
Okay.
Fritz, we need you.
Okay, I think care AB when we come here.
I'm just
Dave, let's go X on B. We go A.
Right side.
I'm walking out.
Go there.
Wait, come back donut.
They should be 2.
I
It's 1 A match.
Yeah. Me.
I'm holding heaven.
One rotating spawn. I'm playing rotates. There's one spawn though.
We go A,
it's
guys.
donut spawn. Yeah, I'm tucked right now.
You kind of need to get in round down, Fritz.
Yeah,
Fritz, can you smoke spawn for us? Fritz, smoke spawn for us. He's donut. He was donut.
Playing now.
I flash after for spawn then.
Can we try donut, bro?
I'm coming in donut, bro.
That's donut dead.
Nice.
Heaven last. Out heaven. Can be box.
I go aim in.
I go him in. Yeah, I go.
Should save.
I don't see him.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
A successful outing from M80's perspective in the sense that they pushed their opponent on their map pick. It forced B8 to have both those pistols and strong starts, but they squeeze it out in the final round, and so M80 will be beating themselves up, but they head into Inferno next, down a map. B8 considered favorites coming into this. We'll see what they have for M80 on the North American Core's map pick. But lo and behold, it's another moment where B8 survived the pressure of a situation, a close call, and walk away with a win. Now simply 13 successful rounds from stage 2 of the Cologne Major.
I know, they can taste it. And we know when the pressure's on, of course, B8, it comes down to 1 or 2 rounds. And that's what made the last map so exciting. A lot of that was brought to you by, I think, the real power that they showed on the pistols, and there was tons of fight back from M80 as well. But in a series like this, I mean, that's always what can make the difference. We'll be keeping a close eye on those as Inferno happens. Because as impressive as it is to win all those rifle rounds, you just don't want to have to make comebacks in both halves.
Pistol stack could be a damning one coming into map 2, but it'll be M80 on the CT side of their map pick. B8 opting to take to the attack to start this second map of our best of 3. Two players, 4 guns here on Arch. I mean, that tells me you really think this one's coming Arch Rap. Lake, though, just looking for the app spot. Sees a bit of skin, hangs on for a second, but don't wait too long. Puts that smoke down in front of what is 4 players from B8 on the other side of this wall.
Little annoying for B8. They wanted to make this work.
These dual Berettas look to just inch their way through the brackets instead, and now that he sees it's clear, I wonder if one peels back, if anybody's going to go and help Lake, because he's about to have his hands full. He silently drops down off of the belt. Oh, never mind. Hits the ground loud. Now they're going to know nobody's up here on the railing. They're really going to be able to focus on the pit instead. Swishers, Berettas, and JBAs, both with a kill already, looking for their first pistol of the series, and they're going to pick it up clean. Flawless here on the CT pistol for M80. That's what they were looking for. Finally, a good start to the half, or maybe I shouldn't get ahead of myself.
Yeah, we'll see if they don't convert. I mean, there is no bomb plant. It is such a strong pistol to kick off. It should be a moment where they get to make good use of their MP9s coming into the next round, make lots of money with it. But this round went exactly as they envisioned. They had the Halls play with Lake, they spotted, they threw the smoke down, they had the 2 players rotating quickly over from Arch. All B8 tried to do was pause and then attack.
They won't try to do much in this one. 5 Glocks, no nades, nothing here for B8. Just a chance to think about your sins in that last round.
We got Sin on one team, Alex 666 on the other, couple of heretics.
That's what I'm saying. Devilish game of Counter-Strike ahead. Bomb dropped in front of Sin. He'll sit on top of this comfortably. No way for them to really unroot him and to keep 5 up and also get the majority of the kills off the MP9. M80 will be happy about a nice, easy conversion, but a little awkward with those MP9s in the next round when the guns of B8 come through.
It could be awkward for B8 if they don't win this, because this is just a bonus for M80. And they're going to have to sell their shoes even to get a Galil for Alex. So that's because they have no kills at all.
Double nades down Banana. Double incendiary as well. So heavy utility investment out of M80 for Banana control. Now they're going to try to push themselves down into it, right? Close proximity taken over by Lake. The grenades really cleared that space for him to slot in, but that's still majority defense over towards B, and Slacks was in a tough spot until now. He's able to get out of there, but B8 will trade that bracket control for his position. Slacks damage from the apartments, damn near dead.
Oh, you know they're tempted about going Arch now with this information and that damage coming through. MPL disrespecting the smoke early is a really nervous moment for M80. Still 3 spotting B is insane. They're readying a flank, but they're hoping it comes back this direction.
Sin's Incendiary's primed towards top Banana. He's just giving it a jump spot. We'll see if they right off the corners. Swisher trying to set it up. And both headshots from Alex. Third player confirmed, but Alex just took a dink, so he'll be down to 27.
They might be tempted to B-split. Yeah, it's a little, like, late in the round, but to be honest, they know Sin has to be alone.
Yeah, he's made a ton of sound here as well, so NPL knows he's got this.
What a great play.
Perfectly visualized. Ton of damage there for Sizzy, but so be it. That's bomb and spawn confirmed and gonna make its way to the B site. Kenzie Zor can just take his sweet time to clean up what's left of it. That is all about Alex getting those 2 Galil headshots down at the base of Banana.
So those mechanics coming through again. Like the setup for M80 is solid to lure everybody into Banana, try to get a couple of kills, even upgrade some MP9s, and set up a flank when they would inevitably have to go A. But instead, Alex picks apart a crossfire by himself. And he was the one who had the Galil, right? Like the one gun that he could only afford because they didn't get any kills previously. This brings it back. JBA to get an AK. He's not gonna, he's gonna try to avoid fights if he can.
Yeah, looks like he'll be fine. T-spawn clear for the save. And M80 go. What was looking like an excellent position for a moment in that round. B8 will find success on this T side early. 3 rounds into it, and they are on the board. It's that nice tether between Swisher and Lake, almost catching Alex with grenades, but he just resets that aim. And then a bit of a frantic move here from Sin, departing that B bomb site that just gives it over for free.
Do you know JBA's name stands for just being Adam?
No, it stands for Joshua Barut. But I don't know why he took 2 letters from the last name.
Bah.
Oh, now I get it. Spam down through the B smokes. Nobody home for B8. They're taking a quick glance towards mid play again. Slacks now onto the op. Remember, that was a bonus round for M80 with the triple MP9s, and they did still catch a couple kills and have legs to stand on. Now we're going to go flash through into brackets. Slack's a little nervous with that flashbang. It announces intentions of B8, and he'll peel back.
Yeah, this brackets part of the round is really key. I mean, here's where M80, they want to push forward into this. So much pressure on Slacks to hit his shot. Flash is perfect, though.
Missed. JBA takes one to the face. Slacks goes down with nothing.
Yo.
Alex again with a critical multi-kill. JBA in anticipation, still alive in here. Oh, but again, that spawn player dead to rights. Clotheslined by NPL is Swisher, and Lake never gets a chance to get his hands into the game, as this is going to be B8 slicing through that defense.
It's just terrifying, the attack. They get the brackets and they execute on A so cleanly. And it's Alex with the 2K. It's, them being able to take apart, two guys for one, essentially, has just been so key for them already here on Inferno. Was the same back on Ancient. They really stand tall when it comes to the rifle work. couldn't have placed the utility any better than that. Like, that flash allowed them to scale all the way to the site before Slacks could even know what was happening. Right over top of his scope.
Sizzy having a good time. Understandably now, it takes the edge off that only M80 has Lake on a gun and pistols for the rest. You take to the challenge that is the T side to start off your opponent's map pick. Perfectly positioned is Sizzy for the first blood here in round 5. M4 reveals itself, but welcomes utility in response, and that'll be Swisher down to 46 HP. Taking a boost to keep eyes on Banana. What are we up to?
I love this peak. I mean, if anybody comes to shoulder this or the op gets on the line, you just got to time it to go above. Oh, that's not an easy shot. My goodness, Izzy. He's not looking nervous any longer.
It's a welcome sign for him to have a round like this, kind of in the middle of it all. You know, you see him laughing coming into the round. Spirits looking hot. You've got that, you know, the pressure of a map in your back pocket already. And I think the nature of these rounds, too. Sure, lose pistol for the first time. But you save for round 3, and since then, it's been 3 rounds consecutive out of bait. Now you're hitting shots. Everybody's cracking jokes.
Yeah.
You got M80 flopping around in front of you.
They got to this point, not losing a map so far, and Sizzy hasn't really had to come into this game. They bought him so much time. I mean, he's probably going to, at this point, just be thinking, man, I love my team. You know, I've got so much security around me. I know that I don't have to be the one. And when I am, and when I pop off, well, then we can go to another level. He's given a lot of room to warm up into the event.
It's really one of the benefits of being a player like him, joining a team like Bait that are not in their first outing at a major, right? It's something that he's going through that they all have certainly felt in the past.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, but these guys, they look like young faces, but now we're getting used to seeing them at majors.
Yep, the majority of this team has 3 or 4 majors under their belts now with Cologne. That's when you feel like you start to find your groove. I think that's why a team like NRG shows up and kind of exceeds expectations, because you think that's a wealth of experience, in contrast to a team, unfortunately, say like Sinners.
Fresh.
Mind you, if experience was everything, Gaming Gladiators wouldn't be losing on the other stream right now.
I just want to say there is such thing as too much experience.
Yeah. Well, having experienced the threat of this banana play a couple rounds now, Lake is going to be a little cautious, and they try to get it going off that flashbang. He finds Sizzy in the backdrop, but there's 3 players in front of the Opper still. M80 better be careful. Yeah, here it comes on your reload. Alex times it to perfection. Great cover offered by Swisher. Him and Lake both try to dive into that site, as Slacks once more wants this kind of short angle at the A site, but he's been so effectively pushed back each time.
Before they get too quick here, they have the bomb still back in spawn. And they would love to exec, and now they'd love to even more. It's actually going to pull Sin over. There'll be a gap on the archway, and MPL is going to set up his utility to try to get them to come back. Let's see if Sin bites. Oh, no, it's an arch smoke, and Slack still has vision on mid.
Yep. Does that free up JBA? Do they make any kind of a move? No, they sit stoically inside A site, and it's going to be numbers strong from Bait in the final 20 seconds here on B. Sin gives up his line, goes for the underhand, activates alongside Swisher, and they'll clean up between the two of them. Easy does it for M80. Just a comfortable lean back, a triple kill moment here from Swisher, yet again trying to take over as the player for M80 thus far at the major. Sizzy on a save protocols. Got to be careful to not die after time, but it looks like they're going to leave him this op as the game gets tied up at 3.
Okay, I think they go back to A, bro.
And now we've got Sin making a read as to what they may do. A, we've seen how strong they are. Honestly, the way they've been able to take brackets and the utility they use, especially that flash that they pulled off to make sure that Slacks was blind forever. I wouldn't be surprised if they do the same thing. Let's see if Sin's right about the read. I mean, this is, in his mind, it's not a 100% thing. He's trying to go off tendencies.
Fast opening gambit once more. Lake very quick to depart Swisher this time.
Setting up a window flash to be able to pop through the smoke on a time. They could go through at the same time. They could wait for something else, like a resmoke, to go for it. And Swisher gets a little uncomfortable, drops his smoke early. He's got another cache of it back in spawn. But he'll give up a lot of information. And you see that the T's right now, grouped up at the bottom of B, are going to be able to make a lot of space happen. M80 will not know about it. And Swisher's here with a FOMAS at the end of the day, so it's a bit of a bluff. Oh no, that molly. Oh, he knows Kenzizor is stuck in this corner. Kenzizor just doesn't have to move.
Down goes the smoke here at the B site. The solo B defender looking for assistance here as he drops that incendiary in between all the util. Bader gonna put it out, and Swisher's under pressure now that he's blind. Flash into the pit. NPL taken down. That's the bomb drop confirmed. Swisher can't hang on any further. Slacks is right there with the op, just around the side of Coffins. Enough to drop another body and really cue this up. No bomb planted even. And Auber stranded in the back of this site with 10 seconds. And if they really want to punish, they just let this clock expire and then go for the kill.
Yeah, good luck even staying alive. Sizzy's actually got to hit some great shots in this after time situation.
Easy track for the first one. How much does this cost M80?
Ooh.
Oh, damn, they really let that go.
Wow. It was, yeah, I guess it was kind of actually difficult for them to all swing at the same time, wanting to go above.
But hey, a round win's a round win for M80.
I'm surprised that Kenzizor still approached Arch, but I think when the molly missed and hit the corner, he just thought, oh, that wasn't for me, that they don't know I'm here. A lot of energy in that one.
Really rolls off the tongue.
Yep.
This B site's starting to find more and more confidence, but Sizzy, look at the damage. Not only the frag from Swisher, who wants more. He'll extend around the edge of Banana and dominate in this one. M80 looking to go up 5-3 on a CT side where we don't even have a bait frag yet.
That's awesome.
And that was a chance for Sizzy, who we've seen powering up on this T side, but look beyond him on the scoreboard. You've got Sizzy and Alex 7 and 5 kills each. NPL, Kenzizor, and Essential, it's 2 or 1 frags each.
And to be honest, I mean, the best moments from Bait have been that one play and the variation of that one play coming up lane. Really loving what Swisher has offered up to M80 across these 2 maps so far. And he's cracking jokes, I think.
Well, that part's a constant.
I had doubts about him at one point. When they were making roster moves.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh, man.
Very
is he on
fair.
the chopping block? Yeah.
I think you could argue he had doubts about himself at the same time. He definitely didn't have as much of a kind of like confident swagger about himself, even in the post-game interviews, etc.
It's feeling like his game's just improved a lot in his game sense. I mean, he was putting together clutches last game. His aim has always been great, so that was never a problem.
Counter-terrorists win.
Okay. Yeah, I could do. Was it Lake making German noises, or?
I never know.
No, it could be.
It's Lake. It could be JBA.
Yeah.
I think Lake has an influence on JBA. 2 peas in a pod.
Where's Floppy in all this?
He's at home. Hitting the gym. Playing Among Us. Being a cool guy.
Kokinga.
Shout out to Camaro one time. 5-3 M80 lead. They look like they're in good spirits. We'll see what happens if things start to get tested again, but this round shouldn't be too much of a challenge with B8 coming through. Upgraded pistols, 1 MAC-10, 1 AK. Do you think the Germans on M80 get any of the Americans' jokes?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I do. I feel like, honestly, oh, man. Yeah, that's a good player to dink. Kenzie Zora, the only AK. He's not even willing to give it up. So I'm not, okay.
There we go.
Said, I'm still good for one.
Yeah,
Alex, I'm still good for it.
He brought Kevlar to the table just in case.
I'm nothing
Alex.
without this AK, Alex.
Now Sizzy's got an entry with a
for
the boost, yeah.
Now you hit the upshot.
Oh, that's how you do it. That's why Alex brought Kevlar to the table. Ooh. They're going to try to challenge that. Good headshot by Swisher Blind. But he won't really be able to fully contend to keep that op out of their hands. Not without Sin trying to go for the other side. You've heard Def in timeouts never go for moves that can't be traded.
Yum.
Perfectly pinched this time around. And that's going to take the wind out of the sails of B8 because they had a chance at threatening this round. But now we can see it on the radar. 5 X's stacked up inside of the brackets.
4 of them go to Swisher.
Sir, easy does it for the M80 6-3 CT lead.
9 rounds deep. He's 13-5. Pure quality play out of him.
This is nice, though. Pop, pop. Another one?
And they're like, what the heck? We went to A because Swisher's not supposed to be there.
Okay, but
Oh, you can most certainly do this, Sin. You did get to start with the CT side, of course. That was an offering made by B8. Slacks missed opportunity at the 5v4. A lot of bodies grouping up, and Slacks actually dies to NPL. He looks to just take that challenge out through Balk door. Ooh, that's a curveball for M80 to have to stomach. Back-to-back 5v4 advantages for B8, but this time they've got the guns to really capitalize on it.
Yeah, big time, and now a lot of time on the clock as well. JBA 2 advance.
Yeah, good blindside.
Really great find back. That's a bunch of utility down.
Careful, though. Ooh, yeah, I was going to say, if you overstep, you could reopen the door for B8. Instead, 4v4. Senthiel stuck in. And Lake gives up on hanging on to that.
Oh, do they set up this B split again? They've gotten into a similar position before. Arch has been all but abandoned. NPL, he likes to go on these lurks. I feel like Switcher is the guy for the job to catch people off guard, right? Oh, no, he just sees a foot, turns away. NPL takes him out. Now it's Lake alone.
Oh, man, he's got utility, but he doesn't have anybody to work with. Looking for a fight first. He will kill Alex. Banana challenge comes out. Senthiel gets the better of him. That is NPL with a clean kill in CT spawn again. How many times have these moments been opened up by a player just getting caught in spawn? Although the smoke push could have reopened that door. Instead, JBA dead to rights, and it is B8 to break through on B.
Hate to fault Swisher for that. I think he's, you know, it's a moment of timing. He even sees someone's foot right away, nearly gets into a spot where he can just hold a hard line on that lurk. Had to also worry about library since Arch again was totally abandoned, but they had players on A to spot, just not where he was. Still, it's a good idea from B8. So it could hit one and get away if they don't want to test library.
Terrorists win.
And so a 4th round for B8.
Missed it by a half second.
Goodness, like, yeah, it's really changes the situation, especially for Lake.
let's go, guys. Come on. 8-4, yeah?
H4?
8-8.
Oh.
They understand each other, don't
H4, 22, hut. Sin comes through with the nade kill.
Wow.
You love to see that as far as... Oh.
Well, no one was around to hear. Oh, actually, Slacks was.
Yeah. 8-4, says Sin. Alex, though, ahead of the smoke. Oh, man.
No idea what's happening. What a
So
flash.
blind. Sizzy's found the assists. And as Slacks tiptoes out through apartments, NPL is going to be content to just sit on this. There's nobody to stop it on the B site. That flash, oh, but the frag almost exposes two more. Right there for the taking. The second nade doesn't fully open it. And you've got low bodies here in Sizzy and Alex, but the smoke grenades have given them refuge for the time being.
Oh, it's just crazy how close this is. And now it could actually get worse. NPL again on this lurk.
Every time. Not this one.
JBA wins it. Do they turn around?
They want to take a chance at this.
I mean, Slacks is in spawn. Not even their own spawn.
Sin could afford to stick around.
Just looking to punish now.
Just in case. Still technically enough time, but yeah, nobody exiting spawn. They're going to let this one slide through. And that'll be bait to take a fifth. A flashbang that does wonders in Banana. It's one thing to blind them both, but straight up the fact that you've got Swisher walking forward into you fully
he
blind.
had no idea, man. He was seeing stars.
Oh, they blinded him while he jumped up.
Yeah.
Because I was like, he was tucked behind the wall. How's that get him? But Swisher jump spots the wall, gets hit by the flash at the exact moment, and then holds W thinking he's into the wall, but he really just walks into his death.
And a lot of small moments working against M80.
This has been a series of small moments.
Yeah.
Through Ancient and Inferno. We'll see if they can tie up. Bait look to close out with another one. Asethiel gets close up on the half wall, tries to dive in off those flashes. Third player's here in Sin to support it, and Lake will find first blood. You've got damage on Slacks as NPL tests the water towards the A site once more.
Uh-oh.
Swisher spam down to half as Alex's reload's now complete.
He's going to push through.
This time he's going to get caught. Swisher ready for the second chance, but it's going to be pressure on JBA. We saw great things yesterday as an anchor. This time it's a one and done. And Sin can't really go for this. Needs to hang on to the arch side so that the rest of M80 can come over from that B site. Sizzy with his op on the line, catches Swisher, tucks right back into middle as they try to give chase. Kenzizor decides to push in.
And Sizzy can go B. He knows that they've already all rotated over. He's going to be alone for a second, but the CTs are still preoccupied with the idea that it's going to be the A site, but it's not.
Yeah, now they realize dumping util.
This is kind of risky. Kenzizor is on a lurk. It looks very dangerous. It depends how fast the CTs go.
Do they anticipate both players here? They're going to come charging through. They're going to try to play these trades. Sissy's dead. They can just get on top of this underhanded smoke. Can Kenzie do the Hail Mary spray down? It's right there. Oh, it's right there. Oh, the gun goes empty, and M80 will take that seventh one. We said it as the round went live. A game of close moments.
once again. The first base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double from Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole is save luminosity with the all play.
Yet another strong performance out of Swisher as multiple rounds on that CT side were turned on their head because of his banana play. Now we have M80 to the attack of their own map pick. B8 decided to start on the harder foot. We'll see what their defense has to say. We've got to see an uptick in the kill department for the majority of B8 to make this a 2-0 series.
It's very true. It's a little top heavy over on M80 as well. They just also had nades, I think, to support Swisher. Close shaves, a ton of them. The last one going towards M80, just barely at the end. Just feels like another map that's going to go the distance.
Sissy's duels first, and JBA picks him up. It's the Berettas you want to get kills, and Lake puts a quick end to that NBL attempt. NPL, Kenzie Zor, fast though, reveals himself. Apartments held onto for B8, which will be a key part of this retake once the B players get in position.
Waste no time. Plant goes down very fast, so now there's a high likelihood that a defuse might be too much to ask for. Do they have a kit anywhere?
No, sir. So this is going to have to be that 10-second defuse. Working their way up. 2 on short, 1 towards balcony. They've at least got that flash to play off of. JBA still just, looking for the time to pop up. Instead, Kenzie Zor gets it. A second from Kenzie Zor.
He got him.
And now it's all done, just like that.
And they got the defuse.
3v3 retake, jumping on top of the bomb. And B8 to find a 6th round here in the pistol.
It's so close.
All's good. 3 out of the 4 pistols of this series, all the way of B8. And this one by way of retake.
A 3v3, 10-second defuse retake. Margins.
Those Berettas hanging out inside of the apartments.
Yeah.
Worth their weight in gold in the hands of Kenzie Zor.
Crazy shot.
A 1-tap as well, right? If like that first shot's a little bit labored, if JBA can disengage, that's one thing, but 1 bullet, 1 headshot, and all the momentum right with it.
Raise the roof. I'm pumped.
Opting for the force buy here, our M80.
I'd like it. I'd be mad too.
But never be blinded by hatred, Mohan.
No, anger.
Oh, anger. Excuse me. Never be blinded by anger, though, Mohan.
Oh, blinded by everything now.
Ooh, man, this is a numbers-strong moment for M80 on this A site. It's going to fall on Sizzy's M4 here, and Kenzie Zor over towards the pit. And with Sizzy going down with nothing, what can you do this time, Kenzie? Because you've already had a great round of the pistol. Trying to section off duels. It's a fast rotate over towards library. NPL's MP9's about to be on scene. Tucked in inside of the library. Lake puts a quick end to it. Kenzie Zor from inside of the pit's got himself a second. Good damage as well. No teammates to help him. Have they done enough damage for a Senthiel's clutch 1v3? He knows about slacks. Easy pickup. Bomb planter stuck in the cubby close left. He knows that he's back there. There's been no chance for Lake to get off this position. He does it. It is indeed enough damage. Tied game 7-all. Another close moment that comes up B8.
It's the quickest 1v3 from a Senthiel, and you have to give Kenzie Zor credit for getting 2 kills from the pit there. He looked so composed, even though there was a full split happening right at his doorstep. They were coming out of Halls, Lane, and Arch at the same time with his teammate dead. And Slacks is jump spotting. The speed that a Senthiel comes through Halls with, Slacks has no thought in his mind that he could be there that early. Another 1v3, this time towards B8. Oh, there'll be a ton of regret about how this game is played, no matter who wins at the end.
Yeah, we had clutches back and forth on Ancient, but this is the first one to come through successfully for Inferno. And even in that frustration from Sin, justified after losing that post plant, he says it, man, we played so good, and they did to get into that site, to overwhelm the defense, to put that bomb down, great, but now you're into the next one. Grenades and pistols and already down a player as B8 will start to build up this CT side with back-to-back retakes.
I mean, they're making very small mistakes. It's that B8 are able to punish every single one.
Ooh, good flash. Great damage. Tech9 actually comes through, and you've got Sizzy diving back because he doesn't want to lose that op. Bomb plant in the front of the site. Oh, that could have been a good moment for Slacks. Instead now, Banana Control is going to be a part of this retake. And as Sizzy anticipates a smoke push, maybe thinking M80 feel like they've got to get off these positions, Lake actually goes wide. Now they're going to swarm Alex, and it's JBA looking for the FAMAS. No, the op in a 1v2 with 4 HP. Player up close, the no-scope, and he knows now, but Kenzie's going to put him to rest. Another nail-biter, but a clutch that comes up B8.
And he just had no HP to go for that. That's a really nice attempt from JBA. Who's having a much better map overall, but another clutch for B8, man. And I appreciate the positivity from N80 on the lost rounds. Man, we played so well. We got so close. We, made this attempt happen, but this is just going to grind you down.
I love Alex.
Just dead eyes, yeah.
I love Alex.
It's like he pushed him off to sea. So long.
Yeah. Down to the 2-1 pool with you. Sizzy scoped up. Met by flashes, has 2 teammates over towards Arch, but that's going to open the door for some kind of a balcony threat. Player in position for it, but easy. Bloodbath between NPL and Kenzizor.
That's tough.
Nice answer from JBA. Starting to take over on this T side for M80. He is their beacon of hope. As the Opera doubles back, Sizzy will find that kill, and suddenly it falls on Slacks. No bomb possession at a minute. He will be lucky if he gets to save this op.
That was nice with MPL coming into Boiler. Sizzy was able to turn around freely, go for that pin, catch that cross from JBA, and it's this momentum call to pop out. Oh, everyone looks to die now. They try to break through back his control through the smoke. I don't think they break the smoke open. They just pop through it with a flash. B8 are just too ready for that.
Oh,
is it theirs?
That was CT's nade.
Yeah.
CT's naded it. They thought they could get through, but then it looks really awkward.
Maybe they got caught by some of the slow from the HE, and I mean, it looked like it was just they were going to hold no matter what.
Well, here comes Rory. Great success off the tactical timeouts on map 1.
Yeah, and it wasn't super tactical in the
listen back.
Yeah, it was just about like going back to fundamentals, but it looked like that's exactly what M80 needed to hear. They were able to make comebacks in both halves off of them.
More and more grenades, but honestly, not a ton of value out of the 3 frags they threw. It's the double incendiary up next, and that'll flush you out of your positions. Still a bit more chip, but 3 frags, 2 incendiaries, and both players still above 70. I don't think that's half bad for M80 in terms of dodging the threat of nades. Still, what are you going to do with these pistols?
And what else are you going to do with this utility? Better to get it out now, to be honest. They're going to have to eventually group up and rush you down. No fights really offered up.
Man, 3 inside of the apartments here for M80.
And there's it's not really it's not a pit setup.
Nobody panics off that flashbang into Bal. And JBA and Slacks trying to move forward. Bomb included on Slacks.
This could work. 3
could definitely overwhelm Sizzy here in a position where the pistols could catch him off guard. He misses his first shot, and Kenziesor's playing with utility. From inside of the corner, he's dead with nothing. The A site falters with no evidence that they have any kind of hold between the two.
Yeah, that's a touch awkward, I think. You know, for M80, they're going to be very happy to have picked up around this smoothly. They get 2 free upgrades. They have 5 alive for now. NPL peels back towards B. They're set up. They're set up behind quad. I think they know that at best there's going to be, you know, maybe a rush towards B, but there's not going to be a full exec. So not worried about getting mollied in that position after they use all their grenades. But they just created a huge gap on the A site, and Sizzy going forward with the op as, you know, one of 2 guys there, not knowing if a split could be taking place. It felt like that was a call to be a bit more passive and wait for NPL to come back.
They managed to go 5 alive in a round where they came in with 4 pistols.
Did they not get a second upgrade out of that?
Yeah, the M4 and the op.
Oh, the M4 and the op, right. That'll be nice for Slacks. I guess they had the molly right behind it. So a small timing where if that rush did not show up right then and there, Sizzy could have gotten op shot off freely. So
suddenly becomes a 1-round game. M80's T side has been able to successfully put that bomb down in the first 3 rounds. Took them 5 rounds on the attack to win their first. Oh, immense utility damage. We praise their nades on the CT side, but that lineup, easy for Alex.
Guy in the back first.
Slacks dies though, or rather gets the kill with the nade. Deep up Banana. That's a bit of a silver lining, I suppose, but check out this push. They're going to try to come through. Easy. Slacks barrel stuffs you. Will he anticipate NPL also being that close? What's weird is he's got to get the bomb. That's his responsibility here, and you're obviously going to hear this if you're NPL, the rumblings of this running from Slacks. He's not considering a second player this close, really. Oh, but Sizzy walks in, gets popped.
A little weird, though. The bomb can get caught. NPL, he's probably going to run at this, surely.
He's going to find it in timing, even as Slacks tries to go running out. Now, there's a trade potential between these last 2, but they kind of stutter between them. JBA goes back, finds the kill on the A site. His 16th kill collected. Smoke to cut off NPL. This threat from down Banana. Tries to play the clock.
Oh, the molly.
Right there on the edge of the smoke, NPL walks in, and JBA waits him out to tie this game at 9.
Yeah, that's real nice patience out of JBA. Top of the board and a clutch now to tie it up. The push through Banana. Henry would have called that a blunder.
NPL almost wins this straight up. Good on JBA to turn back for the player on site.
Yeah. It's just overall some solid awareness. And the close game gets even closer.
These guys are...
They're the perfect matchup for each other.
Yeah, they are. Well, funnily enough, in the last 2 majors, both these teams have gone 3-0 in stage 1. B8 did it back in Austin. M80 did it in Budapest. They're shooting for back-to-back 3-0 clears of stage 1.
What?
And in Budapest, when B8 didn't 3-0, but 3-1, their only loss, M80. Wow. In a best of 1 for the record in their opening game.
It's a rivalry.
Yeah, it's starting to be.
Might not even know it, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun to have rivalries within stage 1 of the major. I think, you know, some people maybe don't start tuning in to watch all the Counter-Strike until the better-known teams come through, but I mean, each of these players has the same dream on the line, and so grudges do develop. That's why I can't stand that Hugo guy. Always at all the same events as us. Bomb's gonna cost Swisher, so cut down to just 2 survivors. Good bit of pressure here for B8 as this round closes out, and M80 have established a lead.
Take A first, and we're gonna play.
they have found a way to break into each and every half of this series so far. But at the end of this day, it's just about the map wins, and that has still eluded them.
B8 with a small edge in that regard.
The smallest.
I really felt like this game was lost when they tried to pop through brackets through that smoke and kind of got shut down. They proved that they're resilient.
No resistance met as they take over brackets with 2, and Bomb starts to head towards B site, but NPL looks to come lean over, give that third layer of defense onto B. Now that he hears stomping on Arch, he's going to come back through. Oh, can't hang on to it. Now they've got themselves in a prime spot. Somebody within this B site's going to have to go big. There it is, the lineup, prime for the taking, but Ascenthiel can't kill anybody, so Alex is going to have to be devilish from the back of B. 1 kill, that's it, that's all. So they clear them out. They deal with NPL in spawn. Slacks, though, however, reopens the threat of this retake.
Look at the amount of utility they have to work with. T's still have to be careful.
Incendiary to the back of the site with Swisher's name on it, but it does not spread. He hangs on. More util to indicate this retake attempt. It's also Sizzy with the kit. So he's going to have to push forward onto this bomb and hope that Kenzie's can somehow cover. He tries to dive it, gets cleared out instantly. Kenzie'Zor trying to get his hands onto it now, causing panic, but within that bomb site, 2 members of M80 hang on, and now a 2-round lead.
This is a huge moment. They slice through this speed split for M80. It's excellent. Every trade is super solid. They stay well connected, blow that smoke open. It's a united front out of M80. Best looking round so far here on T side. There was some resistance, like it wasn't a perfect path, but they had multiple eyes on each target, which is what Def called for when they were looking for their trades. Really giving themselves a chance in this series.
Sizzy wants the mid pick. Slacks reads him like a book. MP9 here in the apartments. This is his counterpart as Jaba's Smack 10 gets some damage, but it's a pinch between the two, and M80's trades looking more and more efficient. Numbers strong once more as they set their sights on NPL. He will try to op this site instead of Sizzy.
To take a risk.
Going for the wider peak, finds contact in Boiler. They're going to try to gun him down in a jumping lake headshot classic. Ascenthiel's Desert Eagle versus 4 members of M80 trying to push through that short side. Nothing he can do about stopping them from this site, and this will be M80 to secure their 12th.
I like them seeing the opposite go signal. They already had a flash in place to start hitting into lane. They picked their timings on their attacks very well. And at the best, looking to pick up a couple extra upgrades. They'll even be able to find that. Okay. This could be funny. Nope. Oh.
That's one, at least, yeah. MP9 does push from Alex.
They just wanted to pick up guns, though, so doesn't really matter that much for B8. They go in for another buy. 3-round comeback needed for them just to get to overtime. It felt like enough luck had gone their way with the rounds they won and how quickly they got to 9 that they were going to be able to close that Inferno in spite of how many misfortunes that M80 had gone through. But it feels like no matter how much goes wrong for M80, they still continue to play well. That faith has done a lot of heavy lifting for this team who come in very well prepared.
So many grenades primed here inside of brackets. They try to chuck them out, hoping they'd hit a clump, but not theirs for the taking. We've got a kill out of Ascenthiel, tries to fall back, takes damage through the wall bang. Lucky to still be alive on this 13 health.
Heavy hitter and Swisher down. But there's still JBA.
Get utility out of the back of the site before it's really crunch time. I mean, NPL's already got the flashbang primed here. And Ascenthiel's just going to be setting up Alex, who's behind him in dark. We'll see much more he can do. Nothing. Drops with little damage. We'll see if they let their guard down. Yeah, kind of jumping around haphazardly. Oh, that's the bomb drop by Alex. Triple from the back of sight. Oh, but the spray back from JBA is solid. 20 on the clock. Kenziesor's on top of bomb, but JBA just keeps ripping his teammates one by one off the site. It is a 3K from Jaba, but not enough.
That would have been a classy way to close out of JBA. Needed 4 in that clutch.
Double digits from Bait off of that one. They just draw them into the site, cut them down to size one by one. Another death timeout. And with 2 rounds to try to extend this series to Dust 2.
It's kind of still a fine moment to go for the B exec, and Alex gets his 3K, but with the amount of space they took on that exec, getting 1 trade, I feel like they had every right. The staging to these rounds has been solid out of M80. And Def comes in to try to fire him up one last time to make sure that this doesn't even become a 1-round game. Won't be the prettiest buy for M80 if they lose this round.
Oh, they are also sitting on 1 round of loss bonus, $2,000 extra for Sin. This will be your best chance to close out Inferno. Overtime, a high likelihood if not. Sizzy wants contact. His counter... Overtime, a high likelihood if not. Sizzy wants contact. His counterpart sits on the other side. Oh, collateral!
Oh, the fallback nade. Oh, that was to alley-oop himself off that damage.
What a gut-wrenching opening to the round if you're M80.
Yeah. Lake and Swisher. Those are 2 guys that are going to be very proactive. Tag down early. They'll be limping around the map for the rest of the round.
Feels like they start to become options limited. JBA has been a reason to get you into sights. Try to weaponize him once more. You got that Slacks op to try to walk up with him. Soon this arch smoke's gonna fade, and when it does, on the other side of it will be many members of M80. NPL and Kenziesor over towards that pit, look to just lock in, and as Sizzy gets smoked off, what can he really offer? A Hail Mary shot. JBA finds the entry. He pushes through.
In the world?
Dying in the middle of that puts all the pressure now on NPL. And yes, there's damage out there. Swisher wounded, drops the bomb. JBA is the reason this round is still alive. So Slacks will scoop up the bomb, and we go post-plant 2v2.
Time to hold your nerve, JBA. You put yourself in a prime spot. He's holding for the wrong side. Could be a great reaction out of him.
Slacks anticipates the walk-up. Ascenthiel now starting to close that distance. Alex teasing Library does start to make this retake happen. It's dink damage for JBA. He's now got his head tucked down on 15 health. Alex damn near the same. Slacks in the back of sight waiting for this CT retake to come right through. Bombs fast, misses his chance. On top of the bomb, Alex, no kit. Does he have the time for this?
I'm not sure.
Final seconds or we go map 3. Dust 2 waits in the wings.
No, you got it!
Of course, Bait pushed this one to the limit.
You're kidding. JBA couldn't finish off that kill on Arch. Lost every bullet in the mag, had to reload, both of them standing out in the open. How did Ascential even get by Slacks? He was holding that line, wasn't he?
I think when JBA and Ascential exchanged damage, that's when Slacks actually came out wide and watched for the moto push. I think. Hectic moment.
Wow. I mean, that just well coordinated out of Bait in that case.
The bomb plant helps immensely.
Yeah.
With this rebuy. It's still, I think, going to be majority AK-47s. 3 AKs and grenades.
It's still brutal. It's still brutal when that one's handed to you.
That could have been the one. Off of the back of the collateral shot from Sizzy down Banana, JBA had to pick up that extra responsibility, did so with the entries.
If he finished it on the first spray, it's done.
You know damn well he comes into this with one of those 3 AK-47s. But beyond this smoke, there's nothing here for Bait. Senthiel drops an incendiary. Oh no, it gets extinguished.
It's too early.
You've got 2 players in this back of the site, and I mean, there is no rotation nearby. This is going to have to be rock solid. Do they really want to test it through the smoke, though? Utility's already coming over top. Here we go again. It's going to be Alex with the triple. It's all him so far. USP out. Ascential trying to fire off.
Oh, they can't kill him.
Flax has got the teammate.
Oh, no.
And we go into overtime. This one falls apart. 2 brutal round 24s for M80. Last time it costs them Ancient. This time it allows Bait to go OT.
A critical disaster, an HE team kill. They run through a smoke. 5v2 on the site. That's not how you want to have to hold if you're the CTs. They're the ones who throw an incendiary into a smoke. And it's all these open lines. You have to forget about that.
Guys, can we all we're just literally going our heads right now.
They have to forget about that right now. It's a major. Bait are also nervous. They've got to focus.
There you go. Immediately into it, we get banana nades. And first blood, M80 in overtime.
That is a completely ridiculous hold to pull off.
Kenzizor's got Sizzy to his left side. There's a double up here from the CTs.
I mean, Sin surely realizes that. With his position, he wouldn't have been exposed for absolutely no reason. Still walks into the fight.
Oh, gives away man advantage. M80 playing catch up now after starting 5v4. And that banana attempt could have been the equalizing kill, but Alex currently invincible.
Looking to subvert the game plan. Will they walk through the smoke? I'd be tempted. Absolutely.
And considering
this. Now they kind of have to.
Yep. And as they do, they'll find no resistance. It's this short extension from Kenzizor. They do not anticipate M80 trying this. So Lake at least able to get onto the site without taking any further damage. Swisher wants the Molotov to make sure nobody can dive them, and Lake is going to look for another kill. They want just that little bit more. He sees nothing, falls back, bomb planted, both stuck on site though.
MPL just held his ground. He's going in for hauls. Alex is going to make a long rotate over. So all coalesce with him making it up bracket.
So follow-up smoke onto the Moto side. Sizzy could just still walk through. He gets caught, but still comes out with 1 kill. Swisher on top of the backside box has got this pressure on top of him. And as he gets into the cover, the duel is right there. Pops up. And as he sits, Alex repositions. Whoa, it's close both ways, but Alex again, invincible.
Invincible is the perfect word. Another defuse. Totally cold about it. Oh, it's so messy. It's so nervous. They do everything so well to make that into a 1v1. Even the fact that they brought it there is miraculous out of M80, but now they cannot close.
See ya.
Yeah.
Brutal back and forth in the clutches across Ancient. Off of this one from Alex, it is now 4 1vX's for B8 on map 2. 1 thanks to JBA for M80. In that department, they are getting shut down. And it is most certainly enough to make a difference and to progress to stage 2. It is yet once more early damage for M80 to have to stomach.
There is no pressure like major pressure.
B8 as an organization, as a core, know that better than most, because more often than not, it's that very same major pressure that used to break them. But they have grown into these moments and look to prove yet again that they belong beyond stage 1. Utility back and forth, but things go pretty quiet. We hit 45 seconds, and NPL is looking to get into some trouble. This boiler smoke's gonna fade, and if Slacks doesn't hit that one-op shot, you'd think that M4 tears through him. NPL decides to peel back here. He wants to go for the mid-fight instead. That's contact versus Lake. They try to draw him into Sizzy. Molotov does unset the Opper. 25 to this clock. It's going to be the time that pressures M80. You know, they do still have this balcony push set up by JBA, and he was critical last time around. Sizzy taking nade damage, this time finds Sin. Alex head tucked down into the pit. Your Opper's dead. 10 to the clock. Alex is still gone unnoticed for the time being. Blindsides one. Slacks has got the cover. 7 seconds. Bomb gets scooped. That's just enough time and just enough coverage to put M80 in a great spot to tie this game again.
When the bomb gets dropped and so many players are present, it seems like there's no way in the world they're going to be able to pull this one out. But they do. Ascential in a 1-on-3.
Does he want to take a look at this? Sees a gap in the smoke, but no thread to pull on. No presence shown out of M80.
My goodness. Of all the rounds they do win, it's incredible that M80 grabbed this one. Time-wise, they let it get way too close, but at this point, they just want Inferno to be done. Both teams have proved that they could have closed this map out already. That much we know. Great first move by Sizzy, but again, actually the trades after Lake gets this kill, then Slacks to pick up that one in pit. 1 more second delaying inside a big pit. They don't get that bomb back. They don't get that bomb planted. Whoa, this is a crazy change of pace.
I like it, though. Kenzie Zor wants action. You're going to find it. Slacks with the first, Lake with the second. And nobody beyond Kenzie Zor to try to trade that one out. They will yet again be playing catch-up bait here in this one. And NPL signs up for the next fight. Lake bests him for his double. Now beyond 20 kills thanks to this round.
And they throw one out there. A Hail Mary down mid. And M80 survived the test.
Quick shuffle out of Alex. They're going to have to try this final round of the CT side in overtime. A 2v4 retake and an A-site demanded of them, and still, some distance before the Ascential even gets here. Bomb will be flushed out of the back corner. That's half of Sin's HP dead, but if Lake didn't hit that shot for his 3rd kill in this round, the nade most certainly would have done the job. Yeah. More and more utility pressure. They'll expose it. And the most convincing round from M80's overtime is the final round of that T side, taking the majority of their attack beyond regulation.
And they make it happen in the attack in the end. Now, the only reason they even lost so far, the reason that we're in overtime, the reason they lost the first round of overtime was pressure. We saw the messy spray from Swisher. We saw them nade each other in round 24. Again, that's what makes games like this so special. It's not even overcoming your opponents, it's overcoming yourself.
Oh, nice nade.
Hefty.
But worth it. Slacks will catch you inside of the apartments. NPL looks to get frisky. Oh, you see that? Slacks
nice
gets
Slacks.
the warning. And now we've got another multi-kill for Slacks here on the board. He was a slower starter in this second map than he was back on Ancient. Lake extends off of the bomb site. That'll cost him his head, but at least he drops Alex for his efforts. Then met by Smoke, a second piece of the defense rotates over behind Swisher to really just try to finish this off. And so the trade's good out of Sin. Last man up will be Sizzy, 16-year-old major debutante in a critical 1v3.
Oh, and you know how aggressive he gets.
Yep, decides not to play the bomb, but rather push forward. His counterpart over towards the truck misses his shot. Sizzy won't do the same. There is still indeed a chance for him to pull this out of the hat.
Look at him still looking for a fight.
Feeling a little bit locked in. He's just going to slowly crawl this back so that he remains ready in case the trigger needs to be pulled. And in a moment, there it is. 2 shots. Oh, all 3. You made another massive error.
Add that to the sizzle reel.
15th round denied. Ice cold each step of the way. To hell with your bomb. He wants blood.
Slacks missed that shot on the side of car and set up this moment. And the worst loss yet.
Trying to pull yourself from yet another gut-wrenching round loss. Faster tempo, tons of pressure here for JBA. Incendiary down in front of it. Utility comes flying over top. He's just trying to retain vision. And the Opera in Slacks is going to find that first one. NPL clears pit. And then we've got Sizzy in with a kill to Swisher. Fast flank coming out from M80.
Looking alive.
Through the flames. Slacks has found another. It's both Operas tearing through both ends. And then Sin, 1v3 is what's left over. Bait go crushing through that A site to secure 15.
Ooh, life comes at you fast. That call to make it happen. Last round, it looked like M80 were going to be the first second overtime guaranteed, maybe even be able to close out the map. It was all looking so good moments ago. Even in this power position of a 2-0 matchup, it's going to be a sleepless night after this loss. Insane mentally what they've had to go through, the situations that they've seen. For Bait, on the other hand, they'll be over the moon. It feels like hope is entirely lost, but it can't be for M80. They still just need 1 round to lock in another overtime. The game is still live. But Bait bought time for Sizzy, and now he's given back.
And it's always as these halves have gone on that we've seen Bait just get those last few rounds. M80 damn near make that comeback on Ancient, fall at the final hurdle in round 24. This time they allow it to get extended beyond regulation by an inability to close. Lo and behold, in the first overtime, it is Bait to touch 15 first. There has been incredible success off of the tactical timeouts of M80. And in this instance, Bait then double up the timeouts, giving Rory that extra bit of time to try to hone in the troops on M80's side. And they are working, as you can see, the double FAMAS, MP9. This is not an ideal place to try to extend to a second OT. 2 teams who in the last couple of majors have proved they belong beyond stage 1. For Bait, it's right here for the taking.
The strongest that we've ever seen them. T-side smoke to deny vision. Are they going to try to pop through this? We've got nades in hand.
The team knife out of spawn on a Sentinel.
Oh. We'll see if it matters.
JBA even more so wounded. And locked into this angle. Kenziesor's not letting you out of here.
Yeah, lightly thinking about this. Kind of depends on JBA's approach. He's a little bit farther off from this position.
Man, both of them right on the brink of this fight. Kenzisor starts to concern himself with the right side apartments. Slacks is up there.
Wait, he doesn't know.
JBA down to the left.
Wait, oh, okay.
JBA's got the first execution. It's man advantage for M80. But we have seen these kinds of advantages slip through their hands in the past.
And look at Slacks. He slipped the net. Oh, he's in this alt position. He can flank around. They've got 3 on B.
It's going to take a long time.
Perfect spot to hold this.
Nade lands on NPL. Now you've got 3 players on bait side wounded. One of them by way of team damage
Slacks
and that frag.
Should be able to see NPL. Now that he's tucked, he's trying to lock horns with JBA.
Which way does he clear? NPL will be well tucked into it, but now NPL actually starts to activate.
The bomb can get
JBA's
spotted.
running. Oh, but he's ready. And on top of that, you've got MP9 damage to the flank. This is a huge ask of bait. The utility starts to rain in on them. It's a very passive M80 that has just been delivered kills as bait tiptoed their way through round 30. Another recovery underway, but it is only one from Essential. And Lake has gone unnoticed, hiding behind the fountain so far. Player over orange is wounded and dealt with, and M80 extend play
Yes,
to
they
OT2.
do. Shout out to JBA for that awareness. He had a moment where he could have been cleared. Kenzie Zora and him forgot about each other. They were so sure about each other's presence for so long, but then Kenzie Zora started to get lured by someone playing long haul.
Ready for this headshot, and it's instant.
Yeah. So good to catch that lurk.
Another tack timeout into round win.
Lake was a statue, did not overplay that position.
We go again. Whoa. Fast move here from Kenzie.
Oh yeah, be careful. There's an op here.
Opper spots it. JBA on high alert now, but it also wasn't Kenzie Zora alone, and we get this extension from the B players again.
Tried this before.
Yep, and it got totally shut down by Alex, ripping both their heads off with a Galil. So now Alex brings better hardware to the setup. Nade kind of hits the pack. That's Alex down to 70 health. Swisher still tucked in. They're coming up empty-handed, but it will be Lake to at least strike back. Oh, the op shot from Sizzy, point blank hits.
They don't have the bomb right now. Slack's going to make his way over. JBA just misses. NPL going for the lurk.
He is split in between the two T's. He heard one drop out of apps.
Yeah, JBA could skewer this. There's a chance he runs into Kenzie Zor, but he doesn't know that they're waiting for the bomb to come.
He's looking for the pop-up instead. Now he considers the ramp. Jaba gets it. That's going to be bombed down. This starts to unravel Bates' play and prepared for that flank. Aware of what was going down. Sizzy is the reason you are even still in this, but what a massive ask. Yeah. I mean, a 30-second recovery of that bomb? I don't think so.
He's got to go and get this. A B player he knows is preoccupied.
He's got the duel right here. JBA goes deep into the goal.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, okay.
Woo, that was very close.
M80 will take that lead back. JBA has had massive impact as this game has gone on the brink of 30 kills now as we touch double OT.
One or two messy sprays, but definitely a lot of heavy lifting. It's an overall great take, but last time they split open this crossfire, they were aware, obviously. Alex got to see both of them, but that wasn't everybody on the team.
3v5 success for M80 in round 31.
Holy.
With some nasty Sizzy op shots sprinkled into the back to the Slacks challenge. This walk up on middle, the approach slow. Their hands somewhat shown with those flashes. It's a charge through flames. JBA holds his.
That's his 30th.
NPL down. Sin tries to find a lineup, but he's got to be careful. He's going to get dived. Fine, that's what he wanted. Essential dead to rights. Now a 3v5 demanded of Bait the other direction.
He didn't have a gun. He dropped it as he fell back. Didn't get an upgrade.
Oh, God, that's awkward. Suddenly your support system and the first kill comes through. This is very weird now.
They've kind of let Alex by.
Sin is effectively neutralized, sitting inside of Library. He needs a player to try to work off. He goes for the peek and just dies. And then another one comes out from Moto. Back-to-back 3v5s, this time the other direction.
Crushed everything. Swisher has to clutch.
He's in front of the flash, finds the first, can't kill any. A calamity for M80.
Oh. Sin gets his 10th kill. It's so clean. He falls back to CT spawn, drops his gun, thinks he's getting an upgrade with a mag at the same time.
How are you laughing?
I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know how. Yeah. That's a bit of a disaster.
cannot decipher who is going to walk away with this third round.
I mean, you just don't see B8 have as many moments like that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I called them both 3v5s, but that second one a totally different nature.
You compared B8 to Paravision, but it's comparing anyone to Jame. You know, it's certain teams and players that are clutch, the more pressure that is on them. And B8 have shown us that they're different now.
Fire in front of the pack. They will be happy to charge right through this. Missed shot from Slacks that could have maybe tried to change things. Swisher's trying to find a path, but very awkward. Very dangerous game. Util both sides, but the Banana players peeled back. Swisher's actually found a path. Swisher's found a way through. There's a man advantage to take, but he tries to milk this moment. He wants to know what else is here, or is it to get everybody else in position?
I mean, obviously, it's just going to be him.
The longer this goes on, Swisher trying to hold his nerve. Turns. Oh, he gets Kenzie's orb, but not the player Banana. Slacks will catch Sizzy. Essential stuck into the pit. The Banana player is still well known. Alex has got the headshot. The lineup's there to the CT cross. It's a lot of damage out of Alex. Again in the back of the site. He holds. Oh, it's him again and again. 17 rounds to B8.
Another 4K. It's ice cold once again out of Alex. He also gets 30 with that fourth kill. Man.
What do you want from that?
Swisher? I don't know. Swisher just get the kill, but he's waiting for his team to all come forward with the retake. That's fine. I'm actually surprised that Essential's here. He's watching just the side of a smoke.
Push.
I mean, it's just a great reaction. It's really all about Alex at the end of the day, isn't it?
I mean, imagine
he's never messed up a position, like, at all.
He's so clutch for this team.
Yeah.
In some of their hardest moments, Alex is the one that steps it up. And he never wears his panic, never shows his stress.
Yeah, he's looking like Alex Honnold right now. Not a lick of nerves.
4v5 and B8 look to send Sizzy a little bit further. And he better be careful because he is currently operating alone.
It almost feels like 4v5, no problem with the risks that he takes sometimes.
Right there for the taking.
Dangerous game to play.
And still, again, no cause for concern. Happy to just slow walk this one back, and he sees M80 not willing to pounce.
Alex doesn't even move from his post. He's still here on Arch.
Of course not. Ice cold every time.
They're ready to trust Sizzy. They believe it's going to be an A play, and they're correct. The gamble pays off. Let's see if Alex is part of it.
JBA's entry have been key to taking over this A site when they've been able to sink their teeth into it. Can he do it again? He's up here in the apartments. He's got a CT flushed into him. That incendiary spreads, and he will kill NPL. Now the pressure's on the site hold. All three players were here. So far, nothing of a defense to talk about. A JBA Lake alley-oop to tie the game again.
Damn, that wasn't easy to tear through. Extremely well done for M80, even though the read was there from B8. It's M80 to start off with the first kill. And they tear through three in all of their favorite great positions to hold versus a lane take without losing anyone.
That Molotov that flushes NPL into the smoke confirms his position as he's burning. And JBA just clamps down on the chance to offer the first kill needed of the three they did deliver. No look at the retake. No challenge by Sizzy. 17 rounds all. Oh, he just backs up into his
that tick.
And then the site takes clean.
is where you're out of prep. You've got to come up with some ideas on the fly, recycle some old ones that have worked, and trust that your individuals are warmed up. Overtime's where you leave it all on the table.
Shows a little skin, and Sizzy, yeah, reacts.
Dangerous, giving that kill away.
No entry this time for JBA.
Man, they don't go forward with a lane molly or anything. Are they going to walk into MPL?
Lake considers this.
Okay.
Ready for the kill, takes the headshot.
Oh, they're setting up a B split. It's looking good. Sizzy's already got info on lane, so they can actually start to move their way down mid, but it has to be these two. Flash!
Yes,
it's perfect.
Whoa, right between them, doesn't see the third. But Alex has been rock solid from this very position, has single-handedly won multiple rounds from this spot. And because they pause in the front of the site, the Banana players get closer. Not this time, Alex.
They're starting to walk up, but they're quick.
Flax is going to have to go for this plant.
He didn't plant yet.
Lake's going to need to be the guy to cover. No, they swap roles, and he does have the safety, but oh, it's an instant pop. Now Lake pinched from both sides, and it's going to be bait to 18 first.
It's Sizzy to get that information on lane. Even though they slipped and got through Arch, it was a really nice move from Lake to open up the site. But that flash was the perfect thing to do when they were lacking space, needed to make some room for their teammates who are rotating over. It could have been even worse. I mean, this flash blinded all three of them. Essential just couldn't find the third.
Yep. You get a small glimpse of him on your left screen, but so much going on with that flashbang. And I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but same as the last OT. Def pause, round win M80. Regulation, same thing. Back on Ancient, twice. And not just for one, but for a streak of rounds. So can they do it again for yet another OT?
Well, this suddenly becomes the only one that matters. Without it, the series is done. They've been doing a good job at setting up Slacks to find some opening T-side op kills. So much early damage on Swisher. That's in the job description when you're defaulting Banana. This one's a very quick idea. Oh, and they get right in between this. They can actually exact.
Yep, and Alex, oh, he's blinded and burned, but still, he'll hold on to that front sight and
perfect.
Able to capitalize on him. There's no mid control, but you hear that sprint around towards the arch side. How late does Java want to activate? He is now just sitting there towards middle.
I mean, just don't blow this in the sight, and this round is done. Simple as. All these nades.
They consider it, but JBA decides not to go for the flank. Instead, looks to add himself to Banana. And with that utility now, retakes inbound. You've got smoke grenades to block off JBA. You've got lines to deny, but right now they just eat these flashbangs, and that bomb is already so far gone at this point.
Time to defuse at this point.
You have no chance at this. You have taken way too much time. This bomb's gonna pop, and we go to OT3. Bait, this is so flat.
Yeah.
What an awkward way to end, as M80 will just bust the doors down off B.
Yeah, it was off the pause, the quick idea into B, and that's enough. First kill comes out for free. They took too much time and ate too many counter util pieces to get that retake going. I think every time they started to set up their retake, a flash hit them, a nade hit them, a smoke landed in CT, it was done. That's the power of contact plays, getting that bomb down so quickly.
Ooh, Zenfield blind, Swisher's got him dead to rights, and the second. Suddenly, Alex not finding as much value from the front of this bomb site as he does the depths of it. NPL's got one, damage dealt.
Oh, two.
A damn near triple lineup from him. But JBA catches that flank on Kenzie, and now Sizzy's got the response back over. But
don't
can
worry.
he really win this?
He won't win another 1-on-3.
Surely not, right? Decides to go into the M4, runs this one over, has to find a kit for this retake too, as it's been a long journey to get over. He's got a smoke incendiary frag and an M4, and a 1v3 to his name. He slips past the church. He confirms one's back on Nubox, and his nade's gonna flush you out into the open. This is a separated duel. He's got the second of this 1v3 under wraps. But again, no kit for the middle of all this. A 10-second stick.
Oh my goodness.
Almost gets all the kills, but still wouldn't have had the round with it. Still sends a shiver down M80's spine as they will reestablish a lead by 1.
Into overtime, no kit, and coming in for a retake. Obviously, not a great recipe for success. Makes it scary, but M80 get the lead.
What could have been a massive mowdown moment from Alex is instead just those 2 kills. Does his job to try to recover in the 4v5. Nice nade placement for Sizzy to have to stomach. JBA's got multiple bodies here to his right.
A lot of different looks up in halls.
NPL slides in. Oh, through the wall. The damage connects, and it's 5v4 bait. Sizzy, who's taken 2 frag grenades to the face.
Doesn't care.
Goes for the wide peak. A quarter of his HP. Oh, can't manage to get back around that corner. Now Slacks goes out.
Very nice.
With his op connecting, it's man advantage back in the hands of M80.
This could be the one to tip the scales. A lot of movement around the map at the moment. You don't want to be the one loitering if you're on the T side. Lake misses this gap, and MPL on low HP gets this headshot.
Take what you have to.
Man.
Lake knows there's space free for the taking off of that extension. He will indeed just take over this site. You've got, oh wait, Alex came through. Oh!
He forgot about MPL.
All of a sudden, Lake has to come back. He loses his 2 teammates in the process.
He's got to clutch this out. 30 for Lake on the game. CTs everywhere.
Finds NPL, but he's jumping! Another failed moment.
Oh, what happened? MPL, 4 kills.
How does Alex get that frag out from Library on the bomb plant site?
They tried to rush it, I guess, but even forgetting that NPL was just an alt. Came out boiler to peek into mid. Just didn't believe the risk could be taken. Yeah.
Oh, what?
He's
panicking.
Finn's jumping around.
He's panicking.
Yeah.
I mean, ouch. Crazy, what a contrast. 2 in-game leaders in Sin and Alex, and a critical moment right here in a 3rd overtime. One of them panicking in the middle of a bomb site, 11 and 20 on the scoreboard, and his counterpart, who has put up huge individual holds, despite disadvantaged spots, sitting 32 kills deep in this multi-overtime game to get to the 2nd stage of IEM Cologne.
Sizzy's keeping his eyes open. Oh, that's actually huge. He body blocks that, can stand right behind that molly. Oh, that's got to be frustrating for Lake. If it didn't hit him that way, as most likely he would have just fallen back. They haven't been up here too often. Crossfire in the middle.
Yeah, it's gonna catch you.
Oh, he holds the spray.
Double kill's good. You've got NPL to tether off of. It is a slaughter here in this one.
Oh my goodness.
Round 39, all bait. M80 nowhere to be found on that one.
Wow.
Def is instant on the pause.
I mean, I'm loving what we're getting out of Sizzy. Between the clutches, all the op shots, and the small risks that he takes, just being a little bit aggressive when he needs to. Been a lot of op shots granted to both sides, but I think Sizzy's definitely been on top overall. Will this finally be the last overtime?
We've said it often these last couple days, the major, there's nothing quite like the pressure of a major that is exponentially increased once you get into overtimes and especially these multi-OT moments.
That wasn't enough pressure being German in Cologne. Uh-oh. No, okay. Not the way you want to go.
Stuck in no man's...
Oh, Slacks is dead too.
Slammed.
A-site's falling apart. Sin. He's got 11 kills.
2 players walk through. He delivers nothing of a hold, and B8 will not waste a moment in just lathering up this bomb site, slipping through with ease.
Easiest round so far, like a hot knife through butter.
You catch JBA standing in no man's land out middle. Off of the timeout, they just crank that dial and storm their way through A. 21 rounds secures a 4th overtime for B8.
And again, just no doubts about them. You know, even NPL, who he got his 4K and got to 23 kills. He wasn't having an overall great game, but we saw so much impact from him. We didn't see any real nervous moments from them. I've been so impressed by B8, and we've casted them over these years. So, you know, we've seen them kind of have moments like M80 have had today. And maybe they've cracked once in this game, in one round. They've really tossed it away. Outside of that, they've been ice cold. Great leadership, strong calls, solid individual work, and now a 2-round gap in overtime. 40 rounds deep. Ready to receive this win.
And now consecutive rounds too, where they just slam this victory home. If you can find another convincing victory like that, there will be no doubt between these rosters that B8 ended strong. Sizzy has geared up as the game went on. It is good utility damage on the apartment's approach. But again, it's fast timing, and you're skating by. Sin looking at the wall. Look, whoa, what is this?
No, because JBA is supposed to be covering that for him.
He at least recovers. Okay, better that than nothing, but still, you could still understand if B8 decided to crank the tempo and just follow through with this. Slacks' op is on the line, and Alex now a dead man. You've got JBA up into the corner of the bomb site. B8 hitting the pause button with a minute to work the body.
Says he's going to go for a lurk position. He's got an op on this line.
They've both seen one another.
Yeah, it gets spotted. Slacks will win his position back.
Because he's got more teammates, he can also just wait patiently, and then they'll both go for the re-clear. And we even get this press forward by Lake. Ever the closer, but not extending into brackets just yet.
Surely they've got no chance from this spot. CTs are all in perfect positions.
Ascenthiel burned down even further. Slacks is off.
Nice shot.
Supported on both sides. 1v4 would be a step further from Sizzy. And Slacks ready on the angle, shows a little bit of prowess himself for the M80 squad. 1 round from yet another overtime.
Yeah, that's a very good round to answer back. Love to see that coming out of Slacks. This is kind of ridiculous. He was spotting, and then his teammate JBA was right there behind default, and he turns around. So one of them's here to dodge flashes. Let's just say it could have been worse. Who's gonna crack?
Oh, nade like that.
That's 75 damage off that.
That sends a tremor through the B site. But there's a vacancy behind it. They send another flashbang, and now we've got double smokes over top into the A site. Slacks gives up the angle right before they would have rounded that corner, and now he's going to be completely countered. Smoked off of Arch, smoked off of Library.
They have separated him entirely.
But he does throw his own smoke in the middle of it all, and that could be a cause to pause. Alex has got the headshot on Slacks. A duel here from the boiler side. Sin is operating on his own. Lake arrives. And if he had overstepped with a single point of health, you'd think he'd be the dead man. Sin losing teammates all around him. Still, Lake continues. That is a 1 HP 2K, but Sizzy will clutch once more.
more. No fourth OT needed. It is B8 to stage 2 of the major.
One more clutch op shot to seal it for Sizzy. His best performance here at the major, getting better by the round, no matter how deep it went.
A 16-year-old op prospect at top 24 of a CS2 major. The tides change, but one thing remains. B8 play close games, and today they slay M80, getting revenge for denying them a 3-0 in Budapest 2. Cut from a different cloth, this squad shows real promise.
M80 showed so many good rounds. There's a lot of good things to think about, but mentally, they obviously know they left a little bit on the table, and it's hard to turn that on in the high-pressure moments, but they've still got more time. Going down to Stunna with an interview.
What a crazy into the game, and obviously where you want to be if you're B8. How are you feeling right now? Was that tiring, the overtimes?
Yeah, we was playing for fun in the end, so yeah, we had no stress. I was saying like maybe 15 rounds on T-side, let's do this round, but we still was like giving entries and other stuff, and we still didn't end how we wanted. But yeah, it was like a clash of trash. So yeah, I know. Hard game.
I didn't see that. Yes, that's pretty good. That's not bad. Hey, I just want to ask because, like, at some point, yes, they do force OT2, but then there's some. Look, the long of it is, you get into OT, things start going off the rails, right? Things start taking a different shape and one that the game plan kind of goes away. So, who's driving the bus at that point?
Sorry, repeat, please.
Who is making it happen for you guys in the thinking department in overtime?
Like the calls or something. Like everyone was saying something, like I want to do this, I want to do this, like I want to go out for fun or something like that, I don't know. Yeah, it was working, sometimes it was not working, and yeah, that's why it was scored like that.
How do you guys plan to keep this form that you have right now going ahead into stage 2?
We need to train our Inferno because it's really bad right now. Other maps are, I think, good. Maybe not this map, but we will try to fix this map and keep playing. I think, yeah, we can go far if we're not going to play shit maps like that.
Happens from time to time. Well, the floor is yours. You've qualified for stage 2. Anything you want to say?
Thank you for support. I think it was hard stage 1 for us. I mean, like close games, but by every game, by far, we'll play better.
Well, good luck. Best of luck moving forward. We go back to the desk.
What a game. What a way to finish the final game of day 2 here at the IEM Cologne Major 2026. B8 book a spot and progress into stage 2, whereas M80 will have to play and try again tomorrow. I don't even know where to begin, to be completely honest. This was one of the most entertaining and, I guess, crazy games to witness. At no point did I have a feeling which direction this was going to go.
It's so funny that he said that with every game we played better and better. And then we were seeing this Inferno where if you want to look for a mistake, go watch demo and replay any situation and you will find tons of them. It was a ridiculous game of Counter-Strike, but I have to say entertaining one. Sometimes this flawless Counter-Strike is good to watch and it gives you this dopamine hit. But sometimes what just witnessed is one-off game for both teams that just are good on paper but just cannot convert to see that on the server.
It's been a while since I've had my head in my hands so many times thinking, what are you actually thinking about this play right now? And then you could see that the further this game progressed, like the more overtime we got, the more crazy it got, because at that point you can just like look at your playbook and you like throw it out the window, because at this point you have to come up with something new. And I think even Alex, he mentioned that everyone in the team was chiming in, and I think it was nice to hear that he put it out himself that they need to be working on the Inferno, because there was a lot of mistakes. But in all honesty, M80 also had a lot of mistakes, so it wasn't really like just a one-sided affair. So without a doubt, the most interesting game we've had, but not the prettiest one.
without a doubt, the most entertaining game we had so far in the tournament. Speaking of crazy Peter and Martin, we had a crazy player on the server in Sissy. We spoke a bit about him coming into the game, 16 years of age, playing the AWP. As of late, have been stepping up, had a massive moment in this game. This clutch is kind of what brought them back into the mix once more.
And this is what Sissy was doing kind of all overtime. He even finished the game, he clinched it with another clutch. And what Sissy was doing in overtime, I felt like someone replaced him as soon as the overtime hits. Yeah. Like, we were talking about the regulation and it was kind of like lukewarm, you know, kind of like not impressive. And then overtime came. I guess we are... Holy...
I didn't know it was that extensive. That's crazy.
Those are those two clutches, one of which we just saw and one that clinched the game. 7 multi-kills compared to 2 just in regulation. I know Inferno is not the Oper's paradise, but we have to... You know, we have to explain that Sissy was actually finding a lot of impact in openers, in clutches, wherever he was impactful, but only in overtime.
Yeah, youngest player at the major, and also the one stepping up and taking charge of the game.
Yeah, extremely important for his development, I think, not only as a whole, but also now moving into the tournament to stage 2, because yesterday he had a really bad showing, and now he was the sole reason why they close it out and make it 2-0. I think this is something that's going to stick to him. Like he's going to carry, hopefully going to carry this one on over to the next stage, because that's going to bring some confidence, some more belief in himself, but also in the team. And sure, B8 maybe haven't looked as, you know, sure they went 3-0 here, but I don't think they've been like showing super consistent or at least like convincing Counter-Strike. But you just got to get that win, and essentially that's what they got. But it was good to see that a guy that young with such limited experience can go in and actually have such a big impact when it actually gets this close. You know, that's a massive trait to have already.
I was just about to say, right, I think I'm not overstepping my mark by saying that B8 didn't play a great game of Counter-Strike. This was messy, it was entertaining, sure, but it wasn't great. B8 heading into stage 2, after what you've seen in stage 1, is that a team that we put up there, you know, in contention to make it to stage 3, or are you a little bit more lukewarm on them after you've seen them play?
I'm going to be honest, you know, B8 is known for their prowess, especially in these best of ones. And in stage 2, we're still in best of 1 territory, by the way. Best of 3 starts in stage 3 only. So I can clearly see that even in the first day, no matter who they draw, well, it kind of matters who they draw, but no matter who they are facing in 1-0 or 1-1 pool, I still think they can get a lot of best of 1 wins that gives them that buffer for the best of 3s, because clearly today they've shown so many weaknesses. Alex pointed it out perfectly. This is their Inferno. Imagine what some other maps that they're less comfortable on. Maybe if we were heading into Dust 2, we would see even worse mistakes. So we never know, and I guess they're going to be using this kind of break between stages to the good use, because they need it.
I'll make the case, and probably you can relate to that, Peter, because I remember a couple of tournaments where Astralis did the same thing, where you got the result you wanted, you just didn't play as well as you'd like to. Is that a sign of strength as well? You know, that they can go into a game like this and clearly, as Alex said, you know, not playing up to their best, but still finding a way to win. Is that something you can use as a team to be like, hey guys, even when we're playing bad, we're still winning?
Yeah, totally. Specifically looking at this game today, where there was a lot of mistakes involved, and it has been very close throughout this stage. And I think they will probably be looking at themselves thinking that individually we can play better, but as a team we can play even better, because that's where they made the majority of the mistakes in my books. And it is a good trait, obviously, that if you play, I can't really sit here and say that B8 play their A, B, or C game, but looking at it, it's probably somewhere around maybe they're like lower B or lower A games where they are playing this one. If they can step that up, they need to step it up, like coming into stage 2, because the opposition is gonna get better, right? But it's overall, I think, looking at how they play, I think they're happy that they've just qualified 3-0.
Yeah, congratulations to B8 for moving into stage 2. Just a quick note on M80 as well. We see them now be in a little bit more of a rough territory. I love that the fact that we get the matches here on your screen. For me, this is the first time I see them. M80 taking on NRG in a game to progress to stage 2. I think that's a pretty cool one.
That is awesome. I think it's the North American matchup, right? And I from the looks of what I've seen throughout the tournament, and also coming into the tournament, I think M80 is still going to be pulling through. I think they are just playing better than NRG, so I have that at one of my bingo cards. But I'm also looking at the likes of the fact that we have Liquid going up against Heroic in the lower bracket, in the 1-2 bracket. You know, I know that I've been hard hitting a little bit on Heroic because I think they have not been showing up this tournament, and there's a lot of issues within the lineup right now. But there's definitely also a lot of issues in the side of Liquid. So that's a matchup that can go in any direction. But unfortunately, we're going to be seeing one of them going out tomorrow.
I'm keeping my eye on GamerLegion and BIG in 2-1. Battle of two German organizations. And kind of nice to see that here in Cologne for the major. Obviously, one of them is kind of heavy favorites if I look at the results overall and the form, but I think it's anyone's game in 2-1 pool.
Thunder Down Under taking on FlyQuest as well.
I like that.
Loser will be eliminated. Winner goes into the 2-2 game on the final day in here in Group Stage 1. That's a pretty spicy one too.
What do you think Chad's going to be rooting for?
Gotta be...
That's a good question. JKS, I guess? I don't know. I think he's happy either way. You know, we have an Australian team making it to the 2-2 games, so they stay alive for longer than a lot of people thought. One thing that I'm noticing as well, to me, obviously you pointed it out, the MIBR versus LinVision. I think LinVision, you know, quietly so far has had a decent tournament. They beat Heroic, they beat Sharks as well. I guess they were expected to do that to some extent. Now they get again a game against MIBR, who so far in this tournament has been a little bit hot and cold. Are we looking at a LinVision who could potentially pull off a bit of a surprise here?
There's definitely a case. I think MIBR simply lacks their stars to show up. I think Insani has been missing completely throughout this tournament, and that's just been hurting them a lot. You know, I do believe that Klim did have a good game in the last matchup, but they need Insani to do better. And I think it's a team that are slowly like progressing and working their way back. And I think a matchup against LinVision is a game that they could be losing if they're not ready, but it's also a matchup where they can actually, you know, feel quite comfortable. I think it's a team that they're well enough to go up against. So it's still wide open, but a slight favor for MIBR.
Safe to say we have a lot of cool games happening tomorrow. Another thing that's safe to say is that you guys' interest at home is also pretty much aligned with what's going on with the pick'ems. And we're checking in a little bit in terms of what's going on with all our pick'ems. And I'll start with you, Stuker, all the way down there in the bottom. You have BetBoom now locked in. That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
You have Gaming Gladiators as well locked in. That's not too bad. And then you have still a lot of the teams in contention apart from your boy Sinner. So overall, I guess you're satisfied?
I mean, I'm satisfied, but, you know, B8 just kind of throw the spanner into my pick'ems as well. M80 and MIB are both in a contention for that 3-1 lock in. Heroic are not looking too sharp though. And BIG, as I just mentioned, the battle of German organization against GamerLegion. That's another pick that is just gone down the drain because I put them 3-0, but that is just,
well,
you know,
didn't we all?
it was suffering from success when BB and GamerLegion are facing in 2-0 matchup. So
yeah, and for you, Peter, I don't know why, but I have this feeling that you copied my homework. The only difference between you and I is M80 and Heroic at that point. And I think M80 so far have looked better, to be completely honest.
Yeah, so I guess I'm smarter than you at this point.
I'm saying that if you want to copy my homework, you could at least have asked. You know, that's
you're right.
That's being nice. But I guess you're happy as well with the pick'em so far.
I really need Heroic to win tomorrow. Oh, sorry, Liquid to win tomorrow.
You do?
I really do. You're gonna lose a point regardless tomorrow.
I am.
You are.
He reversed the 0-3 picks, so it doesn't look the same exactly, you know?
Yeah. Do you have a comment on Stunner's Liquid 0-3 pick? Does anyone want to take that one?
Stunner.
Yeah. I mean, like, you got to show some respect to the fact that he believes in his North American squad, but, you know, it's also a little bit delusional.
This is a Harry putting FlyQuest 3-0.
I respect that.
You respect that?
I respect that because it gives you way more leeway in 3-1, 3-2, you know? Like some people are going for a strategy that they just try to farm 5 wins in that bracket, and they kind of put like a little bit... Honestly, he got B8 on the 3-0, so...
Yeah.
You know.
Not too bad.
Harry's not doing too bad.
What do you think about the fact, like, just a quick comment about that Sinners has been eliminated. You know these guys, and potentially also some of your friends, and is that a little bit... like unexpected?
It is disappointing. I have to mention, and even Beastic was saying in a post-match interview that this was a disaster performance, but I have to say that Sinners are going to be still on the looking at the bright side for the remainder of the season and potentially the remainder of the year. They got some invites. They got finally pushed into some S-tier events. They showed up in IEM Atlanta, which was their first S-tier event, and they went straight to the major, and it showed. I think the lack of experience kind of got to them, and not necessarily on the server with stuff they played, how they prepared tactically, but maybe it was kind of like a mentality thing, and that is perfectly acceptable. When I was playing my first major, it was not looking good either.
I was just about to say, them even getting here was arguably a bit of a surprise, you know. So a lot of learning has been made for Sinners. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't make it. You have the games here on your screen as well, you know, on the A stream. The Thunder Down Under versus FlyQuest. We're starting off with there's GamerLegion Big and then Heroic versus Team Liquid as well. I don't know about you guys, but when I saw that schedule, I feel like pretty much all the games I can make a case for either team. I feel like it's very even here in Stage 1. You know, VIS, you know, the major, Stage 1. I do feel like we're looking at a major right now where everyone is equal, whether that's for good or for the bad, you know, to be debated. The game we just saw right here was equally bad on both sides, but that makes for exciting Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it really does. And I think that is the story of Stage 1 for the majority of the team, that it is a coin flip. It is a lot of teams coming from their own region. You know, they've qualified through the VRS because they won their regional matchups, or even lands. Then they go with limited experience, or at least they have dominated their own region, and now they try to seek and go out and play against the better teams, or at least compete with the ones that has done well in their own region. And that brings interesting and sometimes a little bit unexpected Counter-Strike. But so far, I think we've seen the best teams, in my book at least, pull through as a 3-0. So in that department, I'm happy for them moving forward.
Me too.
I also think that this is just the byproduct of VRS system. Yeah. I don't think we've ever had Stage 1 so close when it comes to like a skill disparity from skill floor and the skill ceiling of the worst and the best team. I think it's incredibly close, and as you said, I'm glad that you're not asking me for predictions, because every single one could be potentially a coin flip. You're not going to ask me right now?
Yes, you're stupid, because I'm going to ask you right here, right now. I know it's getting, you know, somewhat decent over there in America. We have a lot of American viewers right now. It's late here in Europe, but the Americans are, I guess, waking up right now, depending on what you do for a living. We have that American game, NRG versus M80 Stuku. And before we close down the show for the day, I just want you to tell me which one of those two teams are going to make it to Stage 2?
Instinctively, NRG. I think they have a good matchup actually against M80. I cannot say from top of my head, but a lot of the matchups that they played one another, NRG actually pulled ahead, and yeah, I think NRG can make it.
That was a clear answer coming out for you. I love that you're getting into it, you know.
I'm learning from it, because you scolded me before, you know. So like, okay, you want clear, definitive answers.
I'm trying to apply a bit of pressure, just like we're applying pressure to all the teams at the major. That'll be it for the day, though. IEM Cologne 2026 Day 2, Stage 1 is done and dusted. But fear not, we go to sleep for a couple of hours, and then we'll return tomorrow with all the amazing games that you just saw on your screen. As Stuku said, as Peter said, it's probably never been closer. It's probably never been more exciting. I'm excited. They're excited. We're excited. You're excited. So let's get some sleep, and then we catch on tomorrow.
We win that round, guys. Yeah. Just play fucking together. Every time you peek, it has to be 2 or 3 guys. Every round was good. We also had full A info. We had 3 towards B, and we double blocked. Bro, they don't end cave early. Listen to the prep.
This is 5-7. Get a response of it. Flamis round the back, up the ladder, and now the AK out. Hypex low, tries to give it to the plant, and he will lose his life. BR cannot protect him. 4 seconds, no time. Oh my goodness, BetBoom have won a 12th round in this fashion.
I can't do it. Get me out of this game.
Oh,
what's happening? Now he's going to tell with the smoke. Flamis shifting over.
Yeah, Snax has got that one. Flamis is going to go down. Zorte missed shot. Pressure's on. Snax looking for the fight. He's got it as well.
Let's Snax rotates around.
Off. Yeah.
Oh, Flax, nice recovery with that off. He's posted up and his counterpart comes through. Sizzy crawling into the angle, will die. It's a great reposition here from Slacks. There it is.
Another one rocks right into him. It's a beautiful round out of Slacks.
And he's now going to sit ready. Ooh, that's the kind of sequence you're looking for out of your Opera early. Sizzy's defusing. It's the rifle to try to get cover.
He got it.
Him off.
I don't think I got it.
but it's still close. Alex on top of the bomb. It's the final second, and he nails it. The lineup's there to the CT cross. It's a lot of damage out of Alex. Again in the back of the site, he holds. Oh, it's him again and again.
What's the point of you having an AK if you're going to do nothing?
Yeah, boys,
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Bro, you're baiting every round. What are you talking about? I had so many trades. You're not trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad. You suck.
Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
guys.